Rhino, your codex has been updated with a new quest.
Through the eyes of my peers, there is a glare that radiates something tangible. Remains clear in mind. My head is spinning. Gotta regain control. I want what's within my grasp. It's a truth that eludes me. I want what's within my grasp. It's a truth that has gone through the eyes of my peers. There is a glare that radiates. Death is a place that I can't flee. Drugs wearing thin.
All right, let's go ahead and get this party started. Good morning, everybody. Welcome back to my channel, Psycho Max. That is my name, and Warframe is our favorite game. We are continuing on with the Warframe for Noobs, free-to-play, 100% walkthrough. And for anybody, again, new to the channel, I'll go through my spiel really quick. This is a 100% walkthrough of the game from the perspective of a brand new player. It's start to finish, using a brand new account. While I myself am a veteran player of the game, I've been playing for 11 years. I have nearly 10,000 hours in the game, probably over 10,000 hours, but I'm just going based on my Steam numbers. And I'm doing this from a perspective that hopefully new players can actually see and make it easier to understand, and I'm covering absolutely every aspect that the game has to offer. Having said that, I need to also kind of sort of put a caveat in there. The game is going to be getting a new major update this coming Wednesday, and it is going to be bringing with it some changes to the new player experience. It's going to be streamlining a few things, trying to make it, I guess, easier for people to get through the early game stuff and make it to the end game, and my opinions are a little bit skeptical on it, but it does mean that there may be some new stuff introduced into this walkthrough that I have never seen before and don't know what to do with. But as that happens, we will go ahead and experience that together. That is not going to change the walkthrough at all, as far as I'm concerned, other than obviously there's going to be a new way to do things, and we will cover that as it happens. Now, having said that as well, considering there is a major update coming Wednesday, I will be streaming on Wednesday, the 25th, for anybody who wants to join me and check that out, but I will not be doing the walkthrough. I will not be doing this walkthrough. I will be playing on my main account. I'll figure out some other weird title to come up with for the broadcast, and I will be using my main Warframe account that is significantly more advanced than this one. And we will be going through the newest Veilbreaker content that comes with the update, as far as like the endgame stuff, because I'm curious and I want to see it. And then we will find time to go ahead and come back to this and go through the new Warframe new player experience things that also will be coming with Veilbreaker. So, should be a really fun time. I'm excited for it. Hopefully it's not a major disappointment, especially the new player stuff. I'm really the end game stuff with the Veilbreaker and whatnot. I'm really excited for with some of the announcements that they made for that. It's the new player stuff that I'm a little bit squeamish on at the moment and kind of hesitant because, well, DE has a slight communication problem with some things, and they haven't really gone into any significant detail about the new player stuff because they're mostly focused on the mainline parts of Veilbreaker, which is the new endgame stuff. So they've only briefly covered it, and so I'm a little hesitant. I promise I can talk. As long as I'm not coughing my lungs out. But yeah, I'm a little hesitant to get excited over the new player stuff because I don't know what's coming exactly. They haven't gone into any great detail about it, and what I have heard has me a little on edge because it sounds like they're trying to basically turn the early game stuff into a fast lane, much like some other MMOs have done in the past, where you spend little to no time actually getting through all of the early game stuff, where it's really important for you, at least in my opinion, to stick around, hang out, spend time doing some of that early game, again, exploration, farming, grinding. I've gone over this in my previous walkthroughs, but I really do feel like it is important for new players to not focus
Messages
on
in
the
your
end
inbox,
game so
operator.
much. I'm going to go ahead and get in game while
They
I'm
are
talking.
not as encrypted as they should be.
Yeah, to not put so much focus on getting into the end game and actually take the time to enjoy the game for what's here in the early stages. Spend time farming those resources that you need to build warframes and weapons. Farm the credits that you need to buy all the blueprints for all those warframes and weapons, because there's a lot of them. And that really should be a new player's main focus is just playing the game, looking at the variety of different weapons. Like, this is what I did when I first started playing 11 years ago, and I'm so glad that I did. It took me forever to get to where I am in my main account, and honestly, I said this once before, I am only as high in my mastery rank as I am because it was out of pure spite. I've been making content for Warframe for almost as many years as I've been playing, and I had
Cordyceps
somebody
went
pop
mad
into
for
one of my
3
videos
milliseconds when he
once,
realized that each time he cleaned
which no
something,
longer
he
exists, and
makes
that's
something
my
else
fault.
dirty.
I wish they did still exist. I kind of
There I go
regret going and
again.
deleting them all from my YouTube channel, but I had someone on one of my YouTube videos comment that my opinion was not worth anything. It was not valuable in any way because, after all, I wasn't even MR30 yet, so I have no idea what I'm talking about. And so, out of pure spite, I knuckled down, and for like a month and a half straight, I just did nothing but grind mastery rank just to get to MR30, so that people would so that yeah, that person specifically had to eat their own words. That was the point. Because mastery rank in this game, after a certain point in mastery rank, and like right now we're MR5 with this account, that's good. Like, you don't need to worry about mastery rank um, at all after a certain point. And as you just play the game, playing with new weapons, playing with new Warframes, just kind of getting a feel for how things work, the mastery rank will just come. Like, you don't have to focus grind it. It'll just come. As long as you are just playing the game naturally, it'll just be there. And every now and then, you'll just get this little notification that says, hey, you're ready for your next rank up test. And then you go and do it, and then you just go back to playing the game as normal. And the way the game was normally meant to be played was for you to pop in here, see that this is a shooting game, and then look at the marketplace and go, oh, look at all these fun guns I want to play with. Which one should I try next? And so you come along to the weapon and you see, hey, this one's only for credits, and it's not a lot of resources. I want to try this weapon. So you buy that blueprint, and then you go and do what you need to build that weapon, and then you go and play with that weapon. That's Warframe in a nutshell. And, like, by doing that, again, like, mastery rank progresses naturally and does not need to be a main focus. Now to get back to where this tangent went on, my big concern with the new update coming on Wednesday is that they're basically going to take that early game exploration and farming and just the whole, hey, let's just try some new weapons. Hey, there's another Warframe I wanna build. I'm ready to try the next one. I've had my fill of playing with this one for now. They're gonna take that experience and completely destroy it in favor of, gotta get to endgame right now. Quick, go, 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 as fast as you can. Get to endgame. You've gotta do your next junction. You've gotta do the next quest. You gotta get to endgame right now. And doing that, they're gonna destroy the game. If that is what is coming, and that is what I'm worried, based on what little bit I've heard, that is what is coming, is they are going to basically put a fast track into the game that basically lets you get from the start of the game to the end of the game within like a week or two, and then you're done, and now you're completely lost, you're severely underpowered, because you're going to get to endgame without all of the necessary mods and whatnot that you need to actually survive in the higher level content, and it's going to discourage a lot of people. They're going to get to endgame and go, this is too hard, fuck this, I'm out. And that's exactly what this walkthrough is supposed to prevent. That was the whole point I started this project, was to show people, look, playing in the early game is fun. Stick around. Like, run missions, do some farming. It's really enjoyable. It's a great little pastime. Now, granted, farming does get boring, and if you're not a person that enjoys doing any kind of like grinding for things in games, then of course you're not gonna like Warframe. That's a given. It's there. Not every game is for every person, but for people who like RPGs, because Warframe. Let's put it this way: Warframe is a third-person shooter that has been shoved into the body of an RPG. Like, I get vibes in this game playing not only Halo and Gears of War and other games of that type where they have you doing cover mechanics and reloading your guns and shooting and testing different guns. I don't just get that vibe, but with the crafting system and the farming and the mining and all that, I get vibes of Skyrim. I get vibes, it's a little bit of Pal World. I get vibes of various different games that are all kind of melded into one, and that's what I love about Warframe. It gives me all the best little aspects of all the different types of games I like, all wrapped up into one package. I love it. I love the farming. I love coming to the Foundry and going, okay, hey, what have I built? What can I go play with now? And what can I build next? Like, I absolutely love that. And I hope that whatever they're doing with the main line or with the new player experience on Wednesday does not take that away. So, I think I've gone on a tangent long enough. But yeah, so Wednesday will be interesting because yeah, we're gonna be testing out the new stuff, and then I'm hoping that maybe I can find another day in the week, maybe Thursday, maybe Friday. Fingers crossed. I don't know. Could even be Saturday. Uh, Unfortunately, I only have one guaranteed day a week that I can actually stream because of my familial responsibilities, and that day is today, Monday. That's it. So Wednesday, I'm gonna stream no matter what. I don't care, just because the new update is dropping. But yeah. Point is, I'm gonna try and stream 3 times this week. I would love to stream at least 3 times every week. Hell, I would love to stream every day if I could, but I can't. But keep an eye out because hopefully we will be doing more, a lot more. All right, I just remembered I need to do a thing really quick with my phone. I use my phone. I have a stream preview up on my computer using a web browser, but I don't have. I only have 2 monitors, so I can't actually see the stream preview. So to make up for that, I use Twitch on my cell phone to watch the stream and make sure that like there's no lag, there's no jump cuts, there's no stuttering of that kind. And my phone has its own unique problems, but yeah. It helps me to make sure that everything is nice and crystal clear. So, all right, there we go. That is open. And now to get into what we're planning on doing for today. Uh, Obviously, we're picking up where we left off in part 7, which was cut short because Oliver, one of my new viewers, popped in and he's like, hey, you want to take a break and maybe just go farm some normal missions with your main account and just chill? And so, yeah, after last Monday's stream being almost a full 10 hours for part 6, I thought maybe um, having part 7 be just a little bit shorter, maybe give people a breather, maybe not be quite so long. Today's I'm expecting to be pretty long. I'm hoping I can get probably 6 hours today at the very least. So that won't be happening again. If Oliver pops in again to say hi, which I'm sure he might. But if he does, I'll be saying no. I need to do my job because this is a job. So yeah, so we'll be doing quite a bit today. So again, to reiterate, we will be picking up where we left off. Oh, I should mention something too. Basically, the reason I'm here on Deimos, um, I kinda cheated. I don't know if you would actually constitute it as cheating. This is nothing new. We unlocked this, I'm guessing, when we did Maru's weekly treasure hunt last week. But I've highlighted this before. That's why I say it might be cheating, might be not. But this node here was like this the last time we looked at it, and I'm thinking we unlocked it with Maru's treasure mission, because it was on the derelict, and I was super excited about that. Which is one of the things we'll be doing again today is for treasure mission, because the weekly reset happened yesterday, so we've got a whole boatload of Nightwave
Now,
stuff
just
to do
in case
again,
it's
and we're
time
gonna do
for Nora to say
as much as we
goodnight.
can. In that, we're probably going to start with Maru's treasure mission to go and get another Ayatan sculpture, because you just should. And then we're going to be unlocking Mars and probably, hopefully, some more of Deimos, but we're also going to try and do Phobos and Ceres, because apparently Ceres is now a dead-end planet, and that's new to me. Used to be this is where the branch, it was off of Ludi, I think, that it would pop from here and it went over to Jupiter, but Jupiter is now connected through Deimos. So that's why I was originally going to go do Mars and then Deimos, but now Deimos is the continuation and Ceres is a dead end. So I was thinking we should probably do Ceres first. But to do series, we have to get the Phobos. And Phobos is going to open up my favorite mission for farming Void Relics. This branch of the Void, and specifically the mission Hepit, which is a capture mission. But every time you do that capture mission, you're guaranteed a Lith Relic as a drop. But which is also why you see me on Deimos, is when I say I've kind of been cheating, but not really. With this node being open, I've been using it. It's just a defense mission, but rotation A on this defense mission is almost guaranteed, again, to always give you a Lith Relic as part of its reward drops. So I've been trying to get the relics necessary to continue farming my huge screw up, which is Sevagoth Prime, which I'm super excited about, but also still kicking myself over that mess up from last time. Oh, apologies. Oh, and I forgot one of my spiels. I always drop the ball. Alright, so that's kind of what we're going to be doing today. So, we're going to start with Maru and do her weekly treasure mission. I'm going to try and open up more of the star chart. One of our weeklies this week and every week is complete 15 missions. So, in attempting to get those 15 missions unlocked, we are going to be doing some more of the star chart. Now, there's quite a few of these, unfortunately, we're going to end up skipping. We can probably do the excavator one here, successfully defend an excavator without allowing it to run out of power. Not hard to do. This one, complete a mission with only secondary weapons equipped, which is something I have actually not covered in the walkthrough, and I probably should, so we will cover it now that this is here, and it gives me a reason to talk about it. We cannot deploy an air support charge because we do not have a blueprint for air support charges. And I don't remember how to get it, so I'm going to have to find that out. So that might be something we do today. But open one of each era of Void Relic. We can't do that. And there's no way in hell we're going to be able to do it by the end of this stream, because we have to unlock too much of the star chart to be able to get fissure missions open for all 4 eras. The most we could probably do is 3. And that's not enough to complete it, so that one's getting ignored. Also, this one's getting ignored. Win 3 wagers in a row without letting the enemy score 1 match of the index. Not happening. I won't even touch this one on my main account. My main account could probably do it. Solo, in fact. I'm not doing it. It's too much of a headache. Plus, it's the index. The index is way over here on Neptune. And we have so much content to get through just to get to Neptune that it's just not happening. So we're ignoring that one as well. But these 3 we will definitely get finished. Hopefully today. If not, I'll work on it a little bit on my own. These 3 will definitely get finished. Complete an isolation, vault on Cambion Drift. Maybe. That's a big maybe. That depends on whether or not we actually get to Deimos. I mean, I could cheat, and since we have HIF unlocked, we could just, make our way to Deimos really quick and do the Heart of Deimos quest. But again, I don't want to jump the star chart like that. It's a fluke that node is open the way it is, and I don't want to take complete advantage of it by just skipping all of Mars and going straight into Deimos and doing that. So that one's a big if, whether or not we can actually get to that. Complete 5 syndicate missions we should absolutely be able to do, though. Because if we pop up here to our syndicate missions, well, it says I only have 4 unlocked, but these refresh, as you see, every day. So at some point, we may not actually get this finished in the Let's Play today, but it will get done, period. But it says 5. This says I only have 4 available. So we can do most of it. And it'll give me a chance to show you guys what the syndicate missions are all about. So, yeah, lots to do today. Now, let's go ahead and do some multitasking. And by that I mean I'm going to do the secondary Nightwave objective, this one, complete mission with only secondary equipped, while we run Maru's mission. So, other things that have happened since the last broadcast, I have built the Gorgon, as well as the Higasa is now claimed and in my inventory. I didn't want to claim the Higasa and the Aminata until such time as I was able to go live and talk about it, because these weapons have a unique mod that for each of them. The Higasa is primary, Aminata melee. These weapons each have their own unique mod that gives them like significant damage increases, but also gives them like a unique extra ability. But those mods, I have come to find out in my testing, are not available until we've unlocked the Steel Path, which I think is absurd, but whatever. So those mods are locked, but in finding out that they were locked behind the Steel Path, I was doing some. I was trying to figure out exactly how to get them unlocked, and just having the weapons built is not good enough. I tried claiming them, thinking, okay, maybe if I claim them and start using them, maybe that will unlock them, and that didn't work. And then that's when I was like, okay, I'm stumped. What the hell do I need to do to get these mods to appear? And I went to the wiki, and the wiki straight up said, yeah, you need to open Steel Path before those mods will appear in the purchase menu, which is garbage, but it is what it is, and so that's why I have these. But I also ended up getting the necessary ingredients to open the Gorgon. The Gorgon is another one of those weapons that we are going to level and sell, because it is not worth keeping. And there are two other variants of the Gorgon that are somewhat better than this one. One's called the Gorgon Wraith, and the other is called the Prisma Gorgon. And the Prisma Gorgon is actually really easy to get your hands on because it's sold by Barrow Katir, our wonderful bi-weekly Void Trader, which, by the way, he will be coming back at the end of this week as well. So we will try our best to stream on a day when he is here so we can go over his inventory and maybe try to get a couple more things by farming ducats. So yeah, I've also equipped the Seer pistol.
Ready to kick.
Claimed it from the foundry. Let's go ahead and put this mod in here. I added some heat damage to it. Now we'll add a little bit of just basic damage. It's an okay pistol, but this is the one that we farmed from Captain Vor, all of his parts. And somewhere in here, I think I also still have the Kronos. Unless, of course, we already claimed that and leveled it and sold it. I think that is the case. Yeah, it's not up here in the ready to claim. So I've already built it. There we go. Yep. So I have another blueprint for it, but I'm not going to bother building it because, as you can see, we've already mastered it. I will keep these, however, because hopefully at some point in the distant future, I don't know, this is not going to become my main account, so I'm having ideas for it as if it were going to be my main account, like collecting every weapon. I don't think that's going to happen. But anyways, so in order to do that Nightwave mission, and probably one thing I've never pointed out and probably should, is that you can actually go through your list of weapons here, and you can unequip all but one weapon. You have to have one weapon equipped, and you can never just unequip your Warframe. Obviously, you kind of need the Warframe, that's a given. And then, let's see, I'm going to go ahead and unequip my Companion 2, just in case, because this Nightwave can sometimes be fickle, because it wants you to only have a weapon equipped, but if you use any other weapon type, say like you go in with Excalibur, who has an exalted melee weapon, and you kill things with the melee with that, it sometimes, maybe not always, but it will count that as you having more than one melee weapon, and it won't give you credit for it. But we wanted to point this out because this is actually the best possible way to level up a specific weapon in the game. If you are trying to focus the affinity farm, you're trying to get one weapon specifically to max rank so that you can get rid of it. This is the best way to do it because it makes sure that all affinity gained goes to the equipped weapon. The way that affinity works in the game is typically whenever you get it, whatever you do damage with is the primary source of affinity. It will get like the most of it, but it always takes a portion of any affinity that you gain and divides it amongst your entire arsenal. So the best way to rank something up is to either you unequip everything and you focus on just the one weapon, or if you really prefer to have weapons other than that one, then you just make sure that you're always doing damage with the said weapon that you really want to equip. And then your Warframe is kind of unique in that anytime you get kills with your Warframe, and their ability specifically, then the Warframe gets 100% of that affinity. I think until it's actually max rank, and then it goes to dividing it amongst your loadout. I could be wrong about that, but that's just in my own play experience. That's what's happened. Is my Warframe will take the bulk of it, but then once he's max rank, then it'll start dividing it up amongst the rest of my loadout. Unless, of course, you've got like other things equipped, like a focus lens, which isn't even here yet. And we're not going to talk about it because focus is an entirely different beast that I do not want to broach until I absolutely have to. Alright, so yeah, let's go ahead and do this one. We've got only our secondary weapon equipped, and we are going to head over to Mars, to Maru's Bazaar, and we're going to start the day by getting our treasure hunt out of the way and getting our free Ayaten sculpture, which is just free endo. It's really nice. Alright, skip the cinematic, hold Q, we're gonna fast travel to Maru.
If you're looking for Maru's Bazaar, you've come to the right place.
Looking for Ayaten treasures.
So, looking for Iatans? Yeah, you and me both. I got a lead on something. Too dicey for this gal, but it might be right up your alley. Interested?
I'm ready.
I knew it. Okay, let's do this.
Oh yeah, one other thing I want to do today. It's not super important because there's no
Here we go. Let's find some antiquities.
there's no Nightwave affiliated to it. There's no like bonus objective by doing what we're gonna do, but I want to cover some conservation. I've been doing it a lot lately on my main account to try and get a subset of mobs that can only be farmed by doing conservation. But I realized recently that since we've actually done Cetus and Fortuna, I haven't really gone back in the walkthrough to talk about conservation, and we've never actually shown it. Same with mining. I've never done mining either to show you guys yet in the walkthrough, so I want to go back. Probably not spend a lot of time on it, but I want to briefly cover mining and conservation because it's really important. Conservation especially, because once you unlock the ability to do conservation on the open world, it's the single best method for Cetus and Fortuna, at the very least, to grind your daily reputation for those factions. And this is why I hate doing this. I don't like having only a one weapon equipped, unless that weapon is melee. My rule of thumb with going into missions is if you're going to focus on leveling one specific weapon, you should always take that weapon and a melee. Because melee is just a quick get out of jail free when you get surrounded by enemies like this and you're reloading and can't do any damage. You can just really quickly swing your melee, cut them all down to size, and go back to pew-pewing from a distance. But for the sake of this Nightwave objective, I can't do that. Alright, what I can do, though, is just run. Yeah, unfortunately, the Seer pistol, because it's only got the 2 mods equipped, it's really not very good. You know, I should, though, look around, because we're in the void again. So I should keep an eye open for any potential argon crystals, because I think I have a couple things to build now that require argon crystals. And again, if you've missed it,
Stay focused.
the last
There's
time
a
we talked
heavy
about
unit
argon
approaching.
crystals, they are the single worst bane of my existence, because they are the only resource in the game that has a time limit. I really wish they would do away with the time limit, honestly. Like, they keep it because it's lore relevant. There we go. That is an argon crystal. And these are not the single most rare. There was a time when this was the single rarest resource in the game. It had the highest, or the lowest possible drop chance. Yeah, I should say, yeah, the lowest drop chance in the game of any resource. It took an act of God sometimes to get argon crystals to drop. And then again, once they did, they have a time limit. You can only have argon crystals in your inventory for 48 hours. If you haven't used them within that 48-hour window, then they disappear. That is a lot of shield drones. That is a lot of shield drones. Here, let's buff my damage a little bit and see if I can at least kill this Eximus. If he'd hold still. I used to love this pistol. Back when I first started playing Warframe, the Seer pistol was actually really fun, and I really liked it. But it's a single target gun with a very limited magazine, and the reload speed is abysmal. And so, obviously, since the game has progressed, they've released a whole bunch of new weapons. But even back then, like, I started opening new weapons and discovering different unique playstyles with other weapons, and the Seer very, very quickly stopped being my favorite pistol. I like it because of the way it looks, and it's just got that really meaty, chunky bullet sound. I don't know, it's a fun little weapon. There is, however, a variant of it these days called the Kuva Seer. We're gonna get rid of that. That is the single greatest threat to my health right now. Is these laser traps. Don't get
Stay
turned
focused.
around.
There's a heavy unit approaching.
Another one? Oh good, I need more Eximus kills. Because we're gonna try and finish all of those missions. The basic weekly ones. You gotta complete 15 missions, kill 30 Eximus, and 500 enemies. We're absolutely going to try and get those done today. And when the 15 missions one we're going to do, hopefully, by opening some more of the star chart. But it'll also be combined with things like doing the syndicate missions. Which, who knows, maybe in opening some more of the star chart we'll actually get all 5 syndicate missions. But we'll do the ones that are available. There we go. Yeah, this is the long way to get 500 kills. So, I'm not going to do a whole lot of that, but I am going to focus anytime Eximus shows up. They're going to die. Because they don't show up nearly as often as you think. In some missions, they're everywhere. It's like you jump into the mission and there's so many Eximus, you wonder how it is that there's anything other than Eximus in the match. He was trying to puke up an attack drone. Would you kindly keep your distance so I can actually have a chance to shoot you in the face? Alright. I wonder if I could... Yeah, it's possible to get through this map segment without actually triggering the pressure plates and opening the treasure rooms on either side. You just gotta jump through the end windows here, if you can. I just don't want to be bothered. Because if I step on that pressure plate, I'm going to feel obligated to actually finish it. And right now, I don't care. We will have more than enough opportunities to go ahead and open those and get the loot inside them once I actually open the void. Which hopefully won't take too long. With any luck, we'll have it open today, because we're going to get through Mars and Phobos, and then we'll open up the first section of the void. And hopefully that'll all happen today. Everybody go to sleep now, please. Ooh. Control modules. Those are important. And I haven't been keeping an eye out for loot. I've got 1 argon crystal. I think I need 2. I do believe the thing I need to build, which, if memory serves me right now, that thing is actually an Ivara part. And I absolutely want to build Ivara as quickly as I can. It's going to be a while, unfortunately. Not until we get to at least Uranus will we have the availability to build Ivara. Ooh! I could maybe use that to my advantage. Oh yeah! In all of my farming that I've done, I managed to get the Jade Eximus exploit to work again, only for a second time. But this time, I was actually able to get my iron skin on Rhino over 1 million. I'm really hoping that I get an opportunity to show all that off as part of the walkthrough. Because it's really fun. But you have to have your timing right. Otherwise, you're just going to die. Alright, go ahead and step on the pad here. I could probably use these lasers
wow. This looks dangerous.
to the same effect.
For me. I mean, you're gonna be fine.
Go ahead
Promise.
and get rid of those. But if I stand in front of this and actually let it do damage. There we go. That's a decent amount. 7,000. That should last for a little while. Alright, now this one. There's our door. Here's how we complete this. We're going to come down this way. And you got to do it fast because you don't have a lot of time. We're going to jump across this gap. All the way to the other side. Up to that platform there. If I can do this right. There's a pressure pad here. As soon as you hit that, jump over this way. And you have to make it all the way to the back.
Don't look now, tin stuff. There's an
And then that
I-10
happens.
nearby.
I don't understand that glitch at all, but it happens a lot. And here's our free weekly IATAN.
That's what we came here for. Your job's done.
And now we're gonna grab some mods. Mods, some of which can only be found in these void treasure rooms. If we're lucky, it'll drop a rare one. I would just Rhino Stomp and break all these crates, but I don't have enough energy at the moment. But just so you're aware, you can do that. It's one of the nice things about Rhino is I could stand here in the middle, and if I had like this. What? Dude. I guess the range on my irons, my stomp isn't high enough. How very rude. And I hear yes. A super secret crate. Ultra rare loot crate. Definitely gonna scan that. And we're gonna save it to last. Come on, give me a good one. Continuity, that is good, but we already have it. Alright. Now again, these things have the chance of dropping resource boosters, fully built forma, other fully built resources like field drawn and detonite injectors, depending on what map you're on at the time. These things can drop a plethora of things as well as a ton of credits. About the only thing it can't give you is free platinum. That's it. So yeah, when you come across these, absolutely do not pass them up. Make sure you open this every time. What are we getting? 30-minute credit booster. Oh, that's not all. We got a fully built forma. Yes, that's beautiful. The Mantis Avionics blueprint. Is that all? Yeah, that's all. But that's still amazing. Sadly, no credits cash in this one. I would have loved for it to have dropped a 100,000 credit cash. There we go. I'm going to smash the rest of the loot crates in here. So you saw those two. There's another one right over here. These also have good potential to drop some decent mods. That's why we're doing it. Because there are certain mods you can only find in the Void that are actually pretty good. And they typically only come from the crates inside these treasure vaults. So yeah, don't forget that one. Hanging upside down up there. Alright, so now we've got a couple of different ways we can go back. I can either jump over this, which isn't that hard, or we can go back the way we came and go back up to the bridge and just walk across the bridge. I think I'm going to do that, just because. We'll just hop back up here, onto this platform. There we go. We got the... I got the loot crate over there? Yeah, okay. There's nothing above it, so don't, like, unless you really want to just see if you can get up there, because, spoiler, you can. There's no reason to go up there. And, yeah, now we're just back over here, and there's where the crate was just hanging upside down. Alright. Give me some good iron skin, please. Ooh, 10,000. Yes, I'll take it. As long as I don't run into a nullifier, which I shouldn't, then that much iron skin will definitely take me to the end of the mission. So, not as good as a Jade, because it does a persistent amount of damage, whereas the Jade Beam constantly ramps up damage the longer it's active. Which is why it's so good, and why you can get your iron skin so bloody high. Yeah, good luck with that. Do you mind? I don't need a back scratcher right now. Stop it. Alright. Unless they're gonna send another, hey, speak of the devil, Eximus my way. There we go. I'll kill the Eximus. I'm gonna ignore everyone else. There's a lot of enemies in that room, but I don't have any really effective way of killing them, so I'm just gonna ignore them. Oh, there's a nice loot room in there. What about this way? Ah, nice loot room in here. Any red barrels I can make go explodey? No? By breaking these... Ooh, an amber star. That's where... There we go. There's one that I can make go boom. You'll find argon crystals periodically in those too. In fact, that's how we have the one that we have. Is it dropped from one of these loot crates? Stop it! Alright, they're annoying me. I'm getting... I don't have... I want a melee weapon. I want my melee weapon. I want the Emanata. I want to go play with that thing. I have a polearm now, which is my favorite class of melee weapon. And I want to go play with it. There's a Jade! Oh, hey, come here. Okay. Now watch. Down. We're gonna turn it back on. Aw, that wasn't good enough. Alright, I'm gonna try and get rid of everybody but the Jade. Okay, he's gonna kill my Iron Skin and my shields. We're gonna count to 3 and ramp it up and ramp it up and ramp it up and oh. Right at the very end of the beam. Damn it. There's too many enemies around. Come on, come on, come on. Oh, only 240. Still, 240,000. That's a lot. Means I can ignore everybody behind me and just focus on killing him. And there's no way in hell they're ever going to get through my Iron Skin. Only another Jade Eximus is really ever going to get through my Iron Skin in time. But these guys are really annoying and I don't have an effective way to kill them. So we're just going to leave. Not because I'm afraid of them, but because I can't kill them fast enough. Oh hey, we got a new, yeah! We got a new mod. This one is probably one of those that only drops from the void. Sundering Strike. Or maybe not, I don't know. The other fun, exciting thing though is that, yeah, ooh, we found a fully built Forma. You have no idea how happy that makes me. Especially considering we don't have the void open yet. Or, oh! Incoming Fomorian. Really? Oh, and I pissed off the Stalker again. I've had the Stalker now show up twice. Both times while I was not streaming. And I've killed him both times. And he's never once dropped any of his blueprints, which is weird. But I really am hoping that I can get him to actually show up in one of our missions, in one of my live streams. It'll happen eventually, it's just a matter of when. Alright, well I'm not staying on Maru's Bazaar. We don't have a significant need for endo right now. I'm actually missing more credits than anything. But having that drop gives me a chance to talk about it. Question is, do I want to do that now, or do I want to go do the mining and conservation really quick? Now, let's talk about it. It's here, it's fresh in my head, let's talk about it. Also, I need to get to Jupiter so we can... yeah, that's my biggest holdup right now, is getting to Jupiter so that we can farm some neural sensors. Once I can do that, we will be building copious amounts of Forma. Mainly so that we can start building the dojo. That's my biggest thing. The Kavat Incubator needed an Argon Crystal, but sadly, we don't have any of the resources. I still need more alloy plate, and we have to get to the Derelict, to Deimos, so that we can farm genetic codes. So it's looking like that Argon Crystal is going to go to waste. But in addition to that... Ooh, it's not going to go to waste. Oh. No, it is going to go to waste, because I already have an Ivara systems built. I'm not building two.
Will play with the volume
I'm
off.
not building two of them. That's a waste of resources. Oh wow, I have everything for Yoreli Prime chassis. That's fun. But I'm not quite ready to start worrying about building Yoreli Prime. Fun fact though, with Yoreli having her Prime now, you can actually get Yoreli Prime easier than you can get base Yoreli. There's quite a few Warframes that way. Grendel, Ash. Baruch, Hildren. There's quite a few Warframes in the game right now. Sorry, I was taking a bite of a sandwich. There's quite a few Warframes in the game right now that way, where it's easier to get their Prime variant than it is actually to get the base version. Hell, Ivara. If I went and farmed a bit of platinum and jumped on the Warframe market, I could get Ivara Prime far sooner, far faster than it would take me to get regular Ivara. Which would be amazing, because Ivara is goated. she is a powerhouse because she's high DPS, and her main ability is permanent invisibility. And the enemy can't kill what they can't see, making her one of the strongest Warframes. Simply because she can just go poof. Can't see me. And now everybody dies. Alright. Now we should have gotten credit for that.
Now,
Yes,
just in case
there
some
it
of
is.
you ain't
Okay.
doing,
Thank
let's
God.
check what's next.
Now that that's done, I'm going to go ahead and re-equip the Amanata, as well as the Gorgon. Because again, both of those weapons need to be leveled, but the Higasa I'm keeping. We're never selling the Higasa. It's going to stay in our inventory forever because it's a really good gun. The Gorgon, however, the moment it's at level 30, I'm selling it because it's a terrible gun. Same with the Almanata.
Operator, you have remembered
Never getting
well
rid of this
how
weapon.
the Tenno arm themselves.
Which makes it the perfect candidate to go ahead and put Forma and a Potato in. Neither of which I've done yet because I wanted to do it on stream. So here's my very generic build so far for the Amanata. I have base damage and I have 3 elementals, giving me viral and heat damage. Now the fun unique thing about the Amanata is its passive. Roll Kome's die every 30 hits from Amanata and receive a blessing. If you roll a 1, you get 40% crit chance. That's a final crit chance, meaning this number goes to 64% immediately, which is insane. Rolling a 2 gives you 30% final status chance. That is this one. And again, we're at 52%, so that 30% makes it immediately 82%. That's what it means when it says final. Roll 3 gets 30% final status damage, meaning just all of my elementals here will just do an extra 30% damage. Roll 4, plus 1 meter range. That one's probably the most, like, meh, not really worried about it because the Amanata already has a decent range, and we're going to be putting reach on this build, which gives it even more range, and once we get it, we'll also have primed reach on this weapon, giving it significantly more range as well. So it's nice, but it's probably the least useful on this build. Range is good, but of all the other benefits that you get on this thing, range is probably the least spectacular. So yeah, roll 5 gives you 20% attack speed, also fantastic because this weapon does attack kind of slow periodically. When that buff isn't active, it's kind of slow, but it's still really strong. And then, as you can see, roll 6. If you get a roll 6, it gives you all 5 of the other blessings at the same time. And you would be surprised at just how often you actually roll a 6. It's quite frequent, believe it or not. It happens far more often than you would actually think, considering it's only got a 1 in 6 chance of dropping, which isn't is not high odds, but it actually happens quite a bit. Alright, so since we're looking at this screen, I'm going to go ahead and we're going to go to Actions and install a potato, and you're going to see my points up here go from 34 to 64. And now I can add more mods to this build. Now, we've already got enough as far as base damage is concerned, so the next thing I'm going to add is probably we're going to add some critical damage to increase that. which means when that buff rolls and gives us the bonus crit chance, we're going to be doing a lot of damage. Some extra attack speed, so that we can swing faster, and that 30% attack speed or 20% attack speed is going to go even further. And then of course I said the reach, so that we have a longer range. And then that 1 meter of extra range is now actually 2.5. Really, really good. And then probably for our last mod for right now, it's a toss-up. Either between True Steel, which we will max rank if I can. Yeah, I can. Good. That's going to give us a 120% bonus critical chance if I put that on. Now again, we are sitting at 24%, so 120% means that's going to go to about 50%. Just like that. But that also means that when we get the plus 40 final crit chance, that is now going to be 92%. Meaning we're always going to be critting with this thing. And when we do get that crit, it's going to give us 3.8 times our base damage every time we crit. So significant amounts of damage. So that is an option. The other one for a major option, which I think I'm going to go with True Steel, but just as another option so we can show it to you, is going to be Melee Prowess. And if we max that one out, which we can, you can see it gives us plus 90% status chance, which would bring our status chance to nearly 100%. Oh, okay, 75. Not quite 100%. If this said 100%, then yeah, that would be over 100%. Because it would effectively double our status chance currently. Or wait, no, it only sorry, wrong. I'm wrong about that. It only affects our base status chance. So it gives us 90% of this number and adds it to the overall total of what we already have. So even if that was at 100%, it still would not get 100%. Because that's only giving us plus 90% of the base 24, and then adding it to what these have already given us, which is effectively 120% of that 24, which is why we have the 52. So this would probably have to be like 120 or 150% status if we wanted to get this all the way to 100% status chance. So yeah, with that in mind, I think honestly the True Steel giving me that was probably going to be better off. But again, having that at 74 and then the bonus up here, 30% final status chance, that would give us a full 100% status chance, meaning we are always proccing status, which is just as strong, honestly, as having 100% crit chance or higher. Which this isn't going to give us 100% crit chance, it's going to give us 92, which is still pretty damn high to pretty much always guarantee we're going to be getting crits. So yeah, I think True Steel is going to be where we go with that. So here we are. This is our final build for the Amanata. Really basic, really simple. Hopefully it's easy to understand. Again, if anybody has any questions, feel free to ask in chat. Or if you're watching this as a VOD on YouTube, go ahead and put them in the comments, and I will be happy to answer them. And if there's any veterans watching this, feel free to also chime in as well. Because for all I know, you have a differing opinion from mine. And the one great thing about Warframe is that no opinion really is wrong. Everybody has their own playstyle that's unique to them, and a different way of looking at things. And it's always beneficial, I think, for new players to have multiple aspects of how to play the game to draw off of. As far as like advice is concerned, then they can decide for themselves what sounds like the best advice and go from there. Ooh, what is... I have 2 parts of the mantis now. Ooh, that's exciting. And I've almost got enough resources to build the fuselage. And then we got to get to Jupiter. Yes, to Jupiter. Which will open up plastids for us on, what? Phobos, Saturn, Uranus, Pluto, Eris. You can also get plastids on Deimos. But it's not saying that. Oh well. But neural sensors are the hard one. I still don't know how I got that first neural sensor to build that first forma. I checked all the junction rewards. It wasn't in them. So, I don't know where it came from. Alright, yeah. I forgot. The Fomorian. How are we doing this? So, the Fomorian is a limited time event similar to ghouls and thermia fractures. It is done by doing faction missions. So if you come into your map here and you look up above, usually it's in alerts. Oh, we have nightmare missions to run too. I have been farming these for mods, so we'll probably do that. Not so sure we'll do the help clam. I don't know. If people want to see that, then maybe. We don't actually have any I don't even have a tab for them right now. That's odd. Annihilating Orcus Relay? Anyways, this is a limited time event. There's usually a bunch of missions up here that are like... They're called invasion missions. Typically, it's Corpus invading Grineer, or Grineer invading Corpus, and it gives you the option to go run these missions, and uniquely, it lets you side with one of the factions to support. And then you can, by doing that, you also have the chance to piss off their unique assassins, kind of like the Stalker. Each side has their own special assassin, but in addition to that, when you run enough of those missions, it unlocks a special limited time event. If you support the Grineer, that limited time event is the Fomorian invasion. And if you support the Corpus, it's the Razorback Armada. Now, the Razorback Armada has been here already since we started doing this, so I have that. But at the time, we couldn't do it because it required us to do... it requires us to go run Arcwing missions on very specific planets to gain this specific resource, the cryptographic alu, in order to build the... the Razorback Cipher. And similar to that is the Fomorian. You see it requires nanospores, which we can get relatively easily. Cryotic, which again is not super hard, but then we have this Omega isotope. Produced by Fomorians power cores, these particles only appear on or around planets where a Fomorian is present. Location: when a Baylor Fomorian is threatening a planet's relay, enemies on that planet will drop this resource. So this one's actually easier to farm than the Razorback because it does not require a specific mission type. We just have to find whatever mission, whatever planet they are currently deployed on, and then go run missions on that planet, and it will drop the isotope. So what planet is it currently on? The Orcus Relay is on... Oh, it's Pluto. There's our answer. So we can't do this one either, because Pluto is literally at the end of the star chart. So here's the Fomorian. We would go run missions here to gain the isotope, as long as we had all the other resources, and then we would build the Fomorian disruptor from the foundry, and then we would attach that to our gear wheel, and it would give us access to this mission. And this mission is where you will find parts for a specific weapon. I believe this one is the Imperator Vandal. So when we go to our loadout, our arsenal, and you go to the tab here for vehicles, this is where you'll find your Arcwing and your Arc guns. This is where you can add mods to them as well. In fact, I haven't added any mods to my current Arcwing, so let's do that. There we go. Just add whatever I have. But your primary gun here, this is the Imperator. And by doing the Fomorian hunt enough times, every time you complete one of the missions, it will drop a part for the Imperator Vandal, which is just a variant weapon of this one. It is a good weapon. It's worth farming. But on the opposite side of that, it's an arc weapon. And, well, nobody likes to do Arcwing because Arcwing is just meh. Okay, magazine capacity? Yeah, that would be useful. Yeah, this is another one, like, we'll probably keep it. We might not. I don't know. It depends on what other weapons we get our hands on. Eventually, we'll be building and getting the mastery points, at least for all of these, but probably only keeping a select few. Specifically, we'll probably keep... I don't even see... Oh, well, we're doing guns, so not too worried about it. We might keep the Fluctus, because the Fluctus is unique in that it has infinite punch-through, meaning it has some unique applications for specific missions. There's another one. I'm pretty sure, yeah, the Velocitus also has infinite punch-through, and we could potentially keep that one instead, depending on the stats. It actually looks like the Velocitus has better stats than the Fluctus, so that's something to keep in mind. But yeah, so, like, if you have access to the Fomorian and you want some extra mastery, then, yeah, it's a really good mission to go and farm the Imperator Vandal. The Imperator Vandal is a good weapon, definitely worth the mastery points at the very least, but has other uses as well. But in addition to that, it also, the Fomorian...
Nor ain't the marrying kind, but thank you. Was in love once
I'm talking.
with a man. Face
Oh,
of
well,
an
anyways.
angel.
The other thing that drops from those missions that are really, really important is, if you remember the dual stat mods I've talked about, I have 2 of them on my melee weapon. We've already seen them. The gold mods. Those... The arc gun and arc melee have dual stat mods as well, and most of them drop from the Fomorian and the Razorback. Now, specific ones drop from specific missions, because you have to fight specific enemy types for them to drop, but they do drop from those missions, and it's worth the farm as a result. So, yeah.
Nora's got the goods for one lucky
Thankfully,
drink.
I don't have to worry about doing
Who's it
that. I'm
gonna
actually
be?
kind of glad it's on Pluto and we don't
That's
have to go
all we
farm that
have
right now,
time
because
for.
I have other things that I really wanted to do today. And I think we are going to start by doing a really brief overview of mining and preservation, or conservation, on the open world, because I haven't covered it yet, and it's really important. So, we're not going to worry about going down to Cetus. We're just going to go straight into the plains. I'm not going to spend a ton of time talking about these, but we are going to demonstrate them so you guys can see them for yourself, and I'll tell you why they're so significant. Again, conservation is probably the single best method of just farming reputation, and there's a couple of different ways you can do conservation, and one of them is just really, really fast, and the other is a little bit more focused, and we'll show you why the focused method is important as well. So, to start, we are out on the plains. Give me just a sec. Sorry, opening a new beverage to try and keep the whistle wet so I'm not coughing a lot. Oh, that is some delicious caffeine. Alright, so let's start with mining because it'll be the simplest and the fastest to go ahead and go over. So, once you've got your mining laser from Fortuna, which again, Cetus has its own mining lasers, but I highly recommend you don't worry about it until you can open Fortuna and get theirs, because theirs is the best of the mining lasers. And of course, you're going to give me problems, because I can't come out onto the open worlds without being harassed. Oh, by 2 of them, no less. Alright, fine. Let's use the Gorgon. It's a terrible weapon, but The Gorgon is a hit scan weapon, which means it doesn't actually have bullets. The bullets you see coming out are just a visual effect. Instead, hit scan weapons, you point at a target and pull the trigger and they just start taking damage. Hit scan weapons are some of the best in the game just for that feature, because it makes it really easy for these flying targets to just go away. Since we're having this problem, I want to point out, and am fortunate enough to point out, probably the biggest headache on the open worlds when it comes to just being out here and doing various activities is the fact that you're constantly being harassed. So when you are just wanting to mine, or you're just wanting to go fishing, or you just want to do conservation, like, you are constantly being harassed by enemies. And if you're a person like me who really, really likes to just focus on one task at a time, it is incredibly frustrating to be constantly being harassed. You're just out here minding your own business, mining for rocks, maybe doing some conservation, maybe you're just standing somewhere trying to go fishing, and a Grenier platoon just kind of walks into your eyes, into range, and they can see you, and the next thing you know, you're getting peppered with bullets when all you're doing is fishing. You're not harming no one, it doesn't matter, but because they're enemies, they can see you, they immediately get hostile, and you just get attacked. And I absolutely hate it. I love the open world extra mini games like conservation, mining, fishing. I absolutely enjoy doing those, but I can't stand doing them because I can't come out here and just do them without being harassed. Now, there was talk a long time ago about DE maybe offering open world variants, like when you go out to the plains like this in a normal mission. There was talk about them offering you the ability to basically toggle off the faction enemies, so that you can just focus on those, but nothing ever came of it. It's really annoying. Alright. Done with that soapbox, let's do the next one. So, mining. We have our mining laser. Again, wait and get this one, the Sunpoint Plasma Drill. You buy this from Smokefinger at Cetus. You absolutely should wait to get this before you worry about mining. And then the business on Cetus will give you the Tranquilizer Gun, which will allow you to do conservation. Once you have both of those, gaining standing is going to get significantly easier. So, we've equipped our mining laser. You can see on my mini-map, there are these new little white dots. Those are our mining nodes, and as you get closer to one, you can hear there's beeping. So as you get closer to it, you'll hear the beeping. It gets louder, it gets faster, and then of course when you actually get to your mining node, you see this little gray box around it actually showing you exactly where it is. So they're not that hard to find. They always come in two different colors. This one's red. There's also blue. You'll find a higher concentration of blue nodes in caves and stuff. And the significance is red ones will actually give you like rock minerals. So things like copperite, alloy, minerals, like actual rock stone minerals. And then the blue nodes will give you the rarer drops, but they focus primarily on gemstones, which are also higher in value. So, keep that in mind when you're doing these. You kind of want to, unless you need the lower level resources, which when you're first starting out you will, but if all you're doing is farming standing, you'll want to try and find the blue ones, because they will be more value for their buck. But when you find it, you see it, it's got that little square around it, go ahead and zoom in, and you'll see these two glowing dots. Now your job is to point at the dot, and do not move your mouse cursor or control stick from that point until you're done. You're going to click on it, and it's going to start this little mini game. And the point of this is to get it into the box. Now this one, you can see this extra one down here. That is a bonus resource. If you can get the burn dial, whatever you want to call it, into that little box, then after I'm done cracking this gem, it'll actually give me 2. gems, and it has a chance of being one of the rarer resources. So, now this one, you'll see that it's moving. Oh, and it's got 2 of them. And I managed to get all 3. Also, getting that box gives you a higher chance of getting your overall success rate to the highest. Your success rate, the 5 little gems that you saw at the top, they kind of fill up as you mine the node. And the better your success is, the more of the resource you'll get. But it's also important to point out that these come in there's so many mining nodes everywhere that the success rate really doesn't matter unless it's like a point of personal pride to always try and do your best. Otherwise, you can just ignore that. And if you don't have one that has that little extra line, like this one, normally you're supposed to get it as close to the middle as you can. But if it doesn't have that extra line giving you the bonus resources, you can just do that and ignore it, and it doesn't matter because your progress on the gemstone or on the thing. Tripping over my words here, I apologize. I have this weird problem where I think too fast, and it causes me to stutter because I cannot speak as fast as the thoughts in my head are coming out. And I just tried to inhale Mountain Dew. That hurt. Apologies. Goodness. So yeah, I have this problem where I will have a bunch of thoughts in my head and I will be trying to get a thought out of my lips, but because the thought is going through my mind faster than I can speak it, then I start to stutter and stumble over my words. And that's kind of when you hear me stop and just go, okay, need to step back a minute, slow down, and reprocess. So again, you see the 5 little gems at the top of my reticle here. They show your progress on how effectively you are mining the gem, and to get them to all 5 will give you the maximum amount of the resource it's going to drop. Those do not matter because these mining nodes are literally everywhere, and even if you ignore it, you will still come out on top with more of the resource than you will probably ever actually use. So unless you do this and it has that little extra bonus line that's stationary, don't worry about it. The typical way of doing this, if we can find another mining node, there's one. I'll just demonstrate how normally we veterans do the mining. You find your node. This one only has 1, so this could be really fast. Pop in, no bonus line, you're done. Move on to the next one. And this makes mining incredibly fast. We come over here. Here's a blue one. And these ones are the exact same way. Come in, no bonus line, you're done. Hit the next one, no bonus line, you're done. There's your resource, move on to the next node. This one, nope, no bonus. So you can see, they add up fast. These mining nodes are literally everywhere, so even if you don't sit there and get the maximum progression, okay, this one's got the bonus line, so we're going to hit the bonus line. It's going to give us a guaranteed maximum and a bonus resource. And that's why that is the only thing that matters. This one doesn't matter. Okay. And that's mining in a nutshell. And then, of course, you get these resources, you'll take them back to whoever's in charge of the mining on the open world, and they will have blueprints to allow you to craft these resources into higher value ones that you can use to build weapons and things. So, yeah, that is mining. Now, let's briefly go over conservation. Hello.
Sometimes we fail, despite our best efforts.
Yeah, whoops. That was instinct. And a bad instinct. I just saw movement and attacked. Oh good, you're holding still. These things are bothering me again. So we're gonna get rid of them. 3 of them. Ah. Really, really annoying. Okay. These guys are gonna interrupt my conservation, so we need to kill them. This is what I mean by constantly being harassed. I was just out mining, and these guys just spawned, and they're like, oh hey, there's a Tenno down there, let's just shoot him. I hate it. I absolutely hate it. They ruin the entire experience. Like, if I was out here farming bounties, fine. And I think that's what DE's original intent was. It was kind of, you're out here farming bounties, and so while you're doing bounties, because that's the primary activity, then you just periodically will, oh hey, here's a mining node, or oh hey, here's a thing to do conservation, so we'll stop and do that real quick, and then we'll go back to doing bounties. I think that was their original intent. But, it sucks that way. It's terrible. And I really wish I didn't have to contend with these assholes while I'm out here doing mining and fishing and stuff. Alright, but now let's get on to conservation. There are 2 different ways to do conservation, and they're both basically done the same way, but one is fast and one is slow. So we're going to pull out our tranquilizer gun, and that's the only thing you need in the gear wheel, is your tranquilizer gun. With that, you will see the other things over here on the side. So these things are called echo lures. These ones are for the lengthy version of conservation, and we will show that one first. So I'm going to go ahead, we'll just keep it on Kawakas. This is an echo lure. When you pull this up, it will have these little dots all over the map showing you exactly where the conservation can start. So let's go ahead and click on this one. Now this is actually something I only just learned myself. It used to be these would pop up, but to get to the conservation node, you would set a little waypoint like that on it, and it gives you this dot. It gives you a generalized location of where it's at. Well, I recently discovered you don't have to do that anymore. That was a right click on the map that puts that down. If instead I hover over the Kuwaka site and I left click, it gives me the exact location of the conservation point. And it makes it very clear as to what it is I'm looking for. So, once we have our spot, we'll go over to it, and you're gonna find this little pile of dung. We're looking for poop. We are. So once you find it, if you haven't yet and you want to, you can go ahead and scan it, and that will put it into your codex. Oh, come on. Okay. See what I mean about being constantly harassed? I don't want to deal with him right now, but because I came within aggro range, now he's there, and I have to deal with him. It's really, really annoying, and I can't really do enough damage right now to actually affect it. So, thankfully I have Iron Skin, and I can just kind of ignore him. Except for when he drops on my damn head. Fine. We're going to use the Amanita and show exactly why I love it so much. Look at how much his health is already down. From a melee weapon. This is why I love the Amanita. This is why I love polearms. I can only do this kind of damage to this thing with a polearm, because it's the only thing with enough range to actually do the damage. Oh, and now he's going to try his little stompy stomp. I don't care, I'm Rhino. Now, I fought one of these with Volt, and you guys got to see that, and now we're fighting one with Rhino. You see the difference? You see what difference not being able to be knocked on your ass makes? If anybody ever asks a veteran player Why are you always using Prime Sure-Footed on every build? Because we have this mod in late game called Prime Sure-Footed. You might hear it. It's a login reward. You can only get it by logging into the game. But what it does, it gives you 100% immunity to knockdown, specifically. And this is why. Otherwise, that fight would have been far more tedious and time-consuming just because I would have had to spend way too much time on my ass, not doing anything other than trying to stand back up and continue fighting, because that thing loves nothing more than to constantly knock you on your ass. So when you have immunity to knockdown, it makes every fight just that much more trivial.
Observe. Animal sign.
Oops, I went to load my gun and I activated the node. Alright, well, yeah, so we can go back to conservation now. So we found our scat. This gives us this little trail. This trail is not always the easiest thing to see. So keep an eye on your mini-map as well, because you've got that little yellow circle on it. So if you lose the trail, just retrace your steps back to the yellow circle on your mini-map, and then just look around until you can find it again. Sometimes you gotta get in real close and look at it really hard to actually find what you're looking for. But yeah, conservation will have this take you to... I don't know where my train of thought was just going with that. Yeah, you're just... you follow the footsteps, it's gonna take you to this. This is just like a pile of leftover food or something. And again, you can scan it into the codex if you want. So now that we're here, instead of our trank gun, we want the echo lure. This is also the point where the third thing over there is, that is pheromones. And these will, when you drop these on this thing, it gives you a higher chance of getting the rarer breeds of kuwakas to pop out. But they do have a time limit as to like how long they're effective, so I recommend you wait. Don't do it immediately. Instead, do this first step with the echo lure. So we're going to hold down left trigger, and we're going to call the kuwaka. He's going to respond.
The kuwaka, the elder cousin of the valley's pabber. But unlike that herbivorous rodent, the kuwaka possesses an irritable temperament and will eat almost anything. But precisely as its cousin, the kuwaka will bolt at the first hint of danger.
Yeah, kuwakas can be a bit challenging to go ahead and hunt. But this is at the point. You see the little line? The next thing we're going to have to do is basically use the collar again. But as we do, that line is going to move, and we have to keep the little blue line as close to inside the white lines as possible. This is the point at which, if you're going to use the pheromone, you just open the wheel, click the one you want, and you're going to see this mist. And now, as you see, it doesn't have to be perfect. We'll do the call, and when it goes to stage 3, then you're going to switch back to your tranquilizer and zoom in, and it's going to give you your targets. Now there's 3 of them. You'll be lucky if you can get one.
An exceedingly scarce ghost kuwaka, so named for their rarity and preponderance.
I managed to get 2.
This is a rare opportunity.
You can also see something else buzzing on my map. If I look over this way, that's because there are other conservation targets up there. Those are mergu, weird flying fish. But let's go ahead and collect them.
Adult. Female.
And that
A
is how
rare
you do
pleasure, my
the
little
long
friend.
form of
Female.
conservation. Now, and that is how you go and do about doing this if you are actually looking to capture a specific type of creature for tags. And tags are important because they unlock special companion mods. Very, very valuable. I've been farming them myself recently on my main account, which is kind of why I wanted to cover this today, because I've been doing it a lot and it kind of reminded me. Now the other way is, as you can see, there's already other targets on my map in the form of those mergu, and so you can just, if you don't want to go through all the hassle of following the scat and dropping the lure and all that stuff, you can just wander the plains with your tranquilizer gun. And when you find something available to... No, they're gonna get away. Oh, no, I got one. Yeah, when you find something that is pinging on your tranquilizer, you can just go find it and hunt it and pick it up. And that, as you saw at the top there,
Coastal Meru, fisherfolk honor.
let's get rid of our opposition, because that's really irritating. They're going to send in some more, like I said, constantly being harassed. I just want to do conservation. I don't want to fight Grenier, yet I can't do conservation without fighting a copious amount of Grenier. That's going to be the same on Cetus with the Corpus. They will be harassing you forever. Now that was a Kondrok howl that we just heard, and that is a sign, when you hear that animal cry, that is a sign that something is just spawned nearby that you can actually go ahead and pick up. And this is the best way to just kind of farm XP. So I got 2 Kondroks. These are common Kondroks. Now we'll just go and pick them up. And you can see the number up here, plus 800. That is my Cetus reputation.
Makes up nearly the entirety of their diet.
And each one of those just gave me 800. And so now my Ostron standing is at plus 3,000 for the day. And you can just do this until you hit max cap. So that's actually, like, if you're just farming reputation, this is the best way to do it. And it's also the method that is the least frustrating when you have to deal with all these extra intruders. If all you're doing is running around like this and capturing things at random, having all the extra spawn-ins that like to try and harass you, it's not as frustrating. It's far more frustrating, though, when you are trying to do a specific hunt, because more often than not, you'll have it be the case that you'll get to your conservation point where you want to drop the lure, and you'll summon them, and then that's when the damn ads will drop in and say hi, and they will actually scare off your conservation target and force you to fail. And I hate it. If I'm going to fail something like that, I want it to be because of my own incompetence, not because the game said, ha ha, fuck you. But yeah, so that is conservation in a nutshell. Really simple, fast, and if you're not having to deal with all these assholes all the time, it would be incredibly fun and relaxing. Now, we did this demonstration on the plains, and the plains is probably by far the easiest with the conservation, probably outside of Cambion Drift. Cambion Drift is probably the easiest, because you don't even need to pull out your trank gun. You just wander the Cambion Drift, and every now and then you will just have... the Cambion Drift is the infested open world, for anybody who's curious. It's the one on Deimos that we're going to be trying to unlock today if we can. But yeah, the Cambion Drift, you just wander aimlessly. You don't even have to pull out your trank gun, and you will just have Predicites and Vulpaphyla are the 2 main ones on that map that show up. There are others, but those are the 2 primary ones. You'll just be minding your own business, flying around. Oh yeah, I forgot to point that out too. Now that we have our Arcwing, and I have built the Arcwing launcher, we can now use our Arcwing in the open worlds. So if you don't want to be fast traveling everywhere, which I find to be the fastest method of travel, honestly, is to just fast travel everywhere using the fast travel nodes. But if you enjoy this, which it is a lot of fun, and I will do this sometimes just because I'm like, you know what, sounds like fun, let's do it. But yeah, this used to be the fastest way to get around the plains, is to just jump into your Arcwing once you have the launcher built, and now you can actually fly around the plains. And this is why K-drives also are obsolete, and have always been obsolete, because we got the Arcwing first. And by the time Cetus came around, and Fortuna, and the ability to get the K-drive, everybody had an Arcwing, and so it was like, why would I do this which is significantly slower than doing this. Like, in the time that it takes me to cover the same amount of ground on a K drive, I can get from point A to point B and back to point A, and then like halfway back to point B again in an arc wing. So that nobody really likes the K drive at all. It could have been a lot more fun, because it was their attempt at adding like skateboarding to the game, and it could have been a lot more fun. Alright, one last thing we have to talk about, and that is why it is important to do the lengthy form of conservation, the drawn-out one where you use the lures and the pheromones and all that to gain tags. Because if you don't do that form, then your chances of getting the rarer animal species to drop is pretty much zero. But it's important to do that because once it's done, you find the person who actually deals with conservation. So here on Cetus, it's Master Tess and I. On Fortuna, it's the business. But you'll come here, and they have this thing called trade tags. And in addition to floofs, which these are ship decorations that you can go ahead and purchase using tags, and then you can place this on your ship for decorative purposes. And I've actually got a few extra Kuwaka tags. Hell, I can get every single Kuwaka floof. That's nice. And I've got some Kondrok. Like I said, I've been doing a lot of conservation because it's the single fastest way to gain reputation. But in addition to floofs, if you click up here on tabs, you can see that there are mods. And these mods are mods for your beasts, for your Kubros, for your Kavats. They all now have claws, individual that are considered like built-in weapons, and you can mod their claws individually nowadays. And you do that by collecting these mods here by doing conservation. And as you can see, I can already buy quite a few of them. So let's go ahead and get what I can, because these are going to be very valuable. And then you also have these ones like Beast. Loyal Retriever, 13% chance to double credit and resource pickups. That is incredibly valuable. Nothing for that one. Need to do some Mergu hunting. Not quite ready to do some like specialized Mergu hunting, but we're getting there. We need splendid Mergu, so for that I need the Echo Lure. And I don't get the Echo Lure for the Mergu, I think, until rank 3. But we can get everything else, which is amazing. So yeah, I now have all but one of the mods, and then there's another selection of these on Cetus, as well as another completely individual selection of them on the Cambion Drift, with that faction that we haven't found yet. So yeah, and then of course, if you collect enough of all of the various tags, you can get this, and I am going to be trying to get this. Because I think it's pretty cool, and it's going to look far better as a shoulder ornamentation than anything else I have available right now. So, yeah, I'm going to be doing my best to get that, because I like it. So yeah, that and floofs. Floofs are absolutely worth it. It looks like I've got some good Vasca Kavat tags here as well. Let's grab what I can. So yeah, now we can start decorating our ship, which is fun. Oh, Emperor Kondrok. I don't think I need those anymore. So we'll grab that. Can I? Nope. So we're literally just down to Mergu and one Vasca, which is nice. And yes, Vasca Kavat is, once we unlock the Kavat upgrade segment, we can breed a Vasca Kavat, which is a vampire cat. For anybody who's curious, that's what it means to be a Vasca Kavat. It's a vampire cat, and you can breed one for yourself, and they're actually a good companion. But we need to finish upgrading our Kavat upgrade segment. Hell, he's got a kitty cat right there. Also from him, you can get things that, yeah, these genetic codes. Oh, Mawfish bones. Moonless Kavat gene masking kit, and all I need is Mawfish bones. That makes me want to go get some Mawfish. What? 3 hours. This resets in 3 hours. Karkina Underbrush Kubro Gene Masking Kit. So this is going to come with that skin. and as well as some colors. So you're gonna get this skin that you can put on your. It's a fur pattern you can put on your Kubro, and then these 3 colors. And I have everything I need for it. Trailock eyes, Karkina antenna. There we go. I just need mawfish. I want to go get some mawfish. Escher Devar, Copyright Ally, Caged Kawaka. This is another ship decoration. It's probably one of my favorites too, because it's adorable. But you can put that on your ship. And, yeah. I want that. I really want that. But I don't have a Kavat yet, so it's kind of pointless. But this right here will make my cat
Sublime.
look like that. And it looks really cool. But again, I don't have...
Pass. To the turning of the wheel, we
Oh, I can get the
bear
Mergu
witness.
lure. I didn't know I could get that right now. Oh, we are getting that right now. Excellent, because we're going to need that for the faction rank up, as we're going to need some Mergu tags. Specific Mergu tags, and now I can get them. And we're going to get 10 of these. This has been my limit so far on these, because you can spend a lot of standing on pheromone stuff. So my limit has been I always keep 10. And then when I run out, then I'm done doing conservation for the time being, and then I go back and get more. So I also need 10 of these. And Kondrak, I have 1. I don't think I need Kondrak anymore, but we'll get 9 of them for an even 10 regardless. And then I can click hide owned, and all that stuff is gone, and all that's left is... So see, Vaska Kavat lure, you can actually go and hunt them down. And then once you get the genetic codes for... I'm going to have to look it up. I don't remember. I've only done it once, because once you have a Vaska Kavat, you can only breed 1. Like, there's not, like, 3 different variants of Vaska Kavat that you can go and breed. There's only 1 that you can actually breed in your incubator on your ship, so there's no point in breeding more than 1. So, yeah, like... Yeah, I definitely want these mods here, too. They are... Whew, very much a thing I need. So yeah, so I've only ever done the Vasco 1 time because there's no point in doing it more than once. It doesn't have, like, as far as I know, there aren't a bunch of unique fur patterns
One price
for it.
locals and 1 for off-worlders.
Oh, hey.
Me? I give you the local price every time.
Sure, why not? Let's go ahead and buy one of these. Again, it's for resources that I've farmed. Cetus Wisps. I just need more Cetus Wisps. Those aren't super hard to come by. They're just very finite. So every time you go out on the plains, there's a very limited number of them that spawn. So it's very time-consuming to farm a large number of Cetus Wisps. But since we're here, we've already gotten some gems. Let's go ahead and turn all of these in. Actually, no. What am I doing? No, keeping these is actually very valuable. Very important, because I need them. He has blueprints. Do I own them all currently? I do. Good. I currently own every blueprint. He's got a sigil. I'm not really big on equipping sigils, though, so I don't know. But I might get that anyways, just because I want to buy everything in here so that I can just... I buy everything so that I know that I have everything. It's just a way of keeping track. So I'm going to go ahead and grab that just because it gets it out of this list. This is the only thing in his inventory that you buy, and it will never ever mark it as owned, because the moment you buy it, it opens the relic pack and you no longer own it. You own a bunch of relics, so...
Little advice. Every kid sings their song.
That's the one thing we'll just ignore as far as right now, trying to clear out his inventory and stuff. And I'm also not going to worry about the fish trophies. Again, it's a good idea to get them just because I want to clear out the inventory of everything, but yeah, I don't know. Oh, also, I have mercury bait now, so we can go fish the mercury, which was something I tried to do a long time ago, and failed miserably at it. Yeah. Okay, so this is the guy I need to fish. to go and get to hunt in order to get that Kavat skin. It's the mawfish. Let's see. Obtain from attracts mawfish, shark eels in the lake. Okay. So mawfish appear in the lake. Kut-kut, yaguin, and mortis lungfish in ponds. Alright, so I need to go to the big lake if I want mawfish. That's what I needed to find out. Mercray are an ocean fish, so is the Goopala and the Traylock. Those are both ocean fish, and they are ones that I will also find. The Mercray. But I can also get Sharak and Karkina in the same place I can get Mercray. The difference is, I believe Sharak and Karkina only come out at a certain time of day. Twilight bait. Yep, attract Sharak and Karkina in the ocean. So they only come out at night. Whereas Mercray, they are just as rare. You gotta use the bait to summon them. But the Mercray, you can farm any time of day. Absolutely any time of day. And they're really cool looking too.
Check back tomorrow. New stock
But
regularly.
anyways, so yeah, mining, conservation. That's what I was here for. We covered it. We're good to go. Let's leave. And go focus on more important things now. Like opening our star chart. And completing the mission, the night waves of 15 missions.
Now, just in case some of
these
you
three.
ain't
I
doing
absolutely
all
want
this
to make
out
sure
of
I
the
get
kindness of
these
your
three
hearts.
done today. The rest, if I ignore, oh well. Syndicate missions. We should probably go do some syndicate missions
Coming up next.
as well. And then I can show you syndicate missions. Mobile defense on Saturn. That's why it's locked. And Europa. Yeah, not opening those today. So, okay. We can at least do 4 of them. And these are fast. Because they're just basic missions. So yeah, let's give that a shot. And we'll start doing that for our night wave. I also kind of want to go farm the nightmare missions again. Again, because we're still trying to get
received intel that somebody vital to enemy
nightmare
operations
mods
is
because
here.
they're very
Find
valuable.
them and capture
Alright, final status chance. That's going to be fun.
Will you help
For the
us,
next
Tenno?
30 hits
In
on
our
enemies.
cause?
Alright, so when you go into a syndicate mission, they're always going to spawn with these 2 little helpers. We might have done this once already, but I always tell them to hold still and stay put, because they're always getting in my way. And here's a syndicate medallion. And every mission will have 8 of these. Yeah, I think we've actually already covered this.
Scans indicate our target is
We're only doing this
vicinity.
because it's
Find
part of
them.
the night wave. So I'm pretty sure we've already covered syndicate missions. And typically, again, it's really most valuable to you if you wait and do these after you've already hit your maximum standing cap for the syndicate for the day. Once you can no longer farm any extra reputation by doing these, then you go and do these, and it makes it more valuable. Now, the reason I'm not worried about doing that this time because right now, both syndicates are at their max standing for the rank they're at, and I need to rank them up, which is probably what I'm going to do with that extra forma I just found. Now that I think about it, I did 2 forma and 100,000 credits to rank them up, and I've now got the 2 forma. I just need to finish getting the 100,000 credits, and then I can rank both of those up. So that'll probably be a thing we do today. For me right now, I think that's even more important than building in the dojo, which is what I really wanted to use those forma for. Was I wanted to get the dojo started, but there's still so much other stuff that we have to do that the dojo can wait. But I am making it a personal rule of mine on the channel here for this tutorial that building in the dojo is going to be kind of like doing new maps on the star chart. I don't progress the star chart unless I'm streaming. I won't build any new I won't add any new rooms to the dojo unless I can do it on stream as well, so you guys can actually see how the dojo is being built, and it's not just kind of off in the background. I want it to be an important part of the walkthrough, because it is very important. There's a lot of stuff that's locked in the dojo, so having a clan dojo is very, very important. And again, if you have friends that play this game and they have a clan that you can join, obviously this is going to be far easier. But I don't have that luxury. This is a solo account. There we go. Another Cephalon fragment. What do we got? Grineer leadership found. Excellent. 3 more of those. And we'll be on to the next one. Oh, what did you just get? Nothing I need. Or nothing at all. I kind of want to go get that resource bond put on Bomber, because it's a very valuable thing to have. It's just here, have bonus resources. 13% may not seem like a lot, but that 13% rolls every time loot drops, and loot drops a lot in this game. Like both of those, I open those every time that I do that. It rolls a dice to see if I get those bonus loot drops. Every time I kill an enemy and they drop items, it rolls a dice to see if I get bonus loot drops. So that 13% may not seem like a lot, but in reality, it's going to give you a lot of bonus loot. A hell of a lot of bonus loot. Alright, we're just going to get out of here. I am getting a spam call on my phone. Let's just ignore them and keep playing. Alright. Since we've already covered what Syndicate missions are, and I'm not going to worry about finding medallions right now, I don't care. I had something really weird happen to me yesterday, though. I was doing my Nightwave stuff like I usually do on my main account on Sundays, and I was in the Syndicate mission, farming this exact Nightwave objective, and while I was in the mission, something happened. I don't know what happened exactly. There was like a pulse that went off or just whatever. I have no idea what caused it. But all of a sudden, every single Syndicate medallion, as well as a couple of Ayatan sculptures, just became visible. Like, I had these little dots all over my screen saying, there's treasure here. And I would go to that spot, and it would be a Syndicate medallion or an Ayatan sculpture. And I gained like 6 out of the 8 medallions that I needed for that mission, and 2 Ayatan sculptures within seconds, and it was like, wow, like how the hell did that happen? I went trying to look at my loadout to see if I could figure out just exactly what caused it, and I couldn't find it. I have no idea what caused it, but I absolutely loved it, and if I can figure out how to duplicate that, you bet your ass I'll be doing it every single mission. Because there's a lot of things that I miss on the regular simply because, well, you're just flying through the mission. You're not really stopping to look for that kind of stuff most of the time. But when it shows up like that, obvious, and says, I'm over here, then I absolutely want to go get it. Sorry about that. Took another bite of sandwich. Ham and cheese. I love him. Alright. Let's do the next one. I gotta remember, I'm trying to do these as fast as I can. So yeah, we'll do the sabotage next. We'll just go in order. I need to pay attention to my credits, too. Because as soon as I have 100,000 credits, we're going to rank up our syndicates.
Will you help us, Tenno? And our cause? The Grineer want to poison the mighty forests of Earth to make more room for themselves. You are
gave me
here
some
to
more
stop
energy
them.
there.
Find the toxin mixer.
We can do some slide attacks. Hey, there's a Syndicate medallion. Now the other nice thing about these syndicate medallions is if you're in a circumstance like I am right now, where you're at max rank, you collect a bunch of syndicate medallions, and then you go to rank up. You can get just a massive jump start on your daily grind for standing, which is really nice. I love polearms so much. Do you guys see why I say I love polearms? Why it's my favorite class of weapon? Just look at how many people I can cut through in an instant doing a single slide attack with a polearm. These things are amazing. Alright, this. Yep, this one's volatile again. I don't care this time because I'm Rhino.
Good work. Now get to the injector.
Rhino is virtually unkillable. As long as you have energy and iron skin, I can't die. And with the new mechanic of shield gating in the game, it's even better because once your shields hit 0, you get 3 seconds of invulnerability. So iron skin goes off, shields go to 0, you become invincible, and that gives you 3 seconds to tap that button and turn your iron skin right back on. You're unkillable. There's another Eximus. Oh, I want to show you guys this loot room. This one's fun. So, you see the spinning blade, obviously. What are you doing here? I told you guys to stay put. Oh, wait, no, that was the last mission. Oops. I just got carried away. So, spinning blade. If you look over here, then shoot that. Kind of yellow, kind of glowing. But there you go. Turns that off. And that's important because it's not important. It's just fun. I was trying to think about it for a minute. I was like, you know, actually I don't have to do that. I do it because it's great. But you see this room here. I might have actually pointed this one out already, but I'm doing it again because it's one of my favorite loot rooms. But you see a door here, and you see the panel there, and it's red. You can't unlock it. But there is a way in that room, and there's loot in there. Yeah, now I think about it, I think I've already done this one. But you see that? We can jump through there. But you gotta do it tricky because it's you can't stand up straight and go through it. You have to duck. So you have to aim just right and then bullet slide at just the right moment to kind of just slide right through. But then once you're in here, you've got a whole bunch of crates. And because we have that really cool Parazon mod on, I think it's called Master Key, that unlocks 5 random loot lockers near you every time you hack a console. Let there be more loot. The only disappointment is that there's still one left locked. But by hacking that, we also open this door. And now we can just leave. But that's what I mean about it being like really fun to just like take your time in missions and explore the maps and stuff and do the loot farming, because things like that are really fun to figure out. At least for me they are. So yeah, still really worried about what the new player experience is going to be like on Wednesday, but we will be covering it. Well, and by covering it, I mean we'll be exploring exactly what they did together and learning all the new shit together as part of the walkthrough. Alright, let's go ahead and hack this and get it started so that we can get out of here. Because I really want to get to opening up my star chart, and I want to finish with Mars today, and I would love to get Phobos and Ceres and Deimos all done today if possible. So the faster we can get through our night wave stuff, the better. I'm really hoping that on Friday, when Barrow comes, he brings primed reach. Because if he brings primed reach, we will be farming that map. I will absolutely be spending a bunch of time ducat farming again to get primed reach. And then beyond that, hey, look at that, we rolled a 6. I've got all 5 bonuses on Komei's staff right now. That's disgusting.
You just destroyed
There we go.
a massive
Well
batch
done.
of Grenier toxin. Good work.
Time to leave.
Get to extraction.
And we're just gonna kind of fly, almost literally, our way out of the map. And I've got another spam call coming in. Goodbye.
Mission complete. Excellent work, Tenno.
Yeah, I keep getting phone calls on my thing, and it keeps coming up on the caller ID as being spam risk. So they just get ignored. Because I'm not talking to anybody with that label, and if it's really important, they'll leave a voicemail. And then I can call them back if it's someone that's actually important. Alright, on to this exterminate. Doing these is helping us with the 15 missions. Which is a bonus reason why I kind of want to go to do the nightmare missions too.
All Corvus threats.
Okay,
Your
hold
calculated
still.
survival
You hold
probability
still.
is encouraging. Good luck.
Both of you just stay up here and don't take any of my kills. What you got for me, puppy? Good boy. Alright. Hi, friends. I'm here to ruin your day. And give you a permanent vacation. Where are you going? Goodbye. Oh? So that was not the way I had to go. Alright. Bye. Come here, and the range on this thing is good enough. I can hack and slash at security cameras, and literally everything is within range of my melee, because the range of my melee is so stinking far that I can hit everything. Hey, there we go. There's a Syndicate medallion for the parent sequence. They've got 3 unique variants as well. Every Syndicate has their own.
Stay focused. There's a heavy unit approaching.
Oh goody, a heavy unit. More Eximus to kill. That's 11 out of 30. Ooh, alloy plate. I think I needed more of that. I'm not super worried about it though, because we're going to get tons. Without even really trying. Ooh, piercing hit, new mod. New mods are always nice to see. Oh, bye puppy. What are you doing? My doggo is being weird. Pretty normal for him. What do you expect? I named him after a fat dwarf. going to start heading this way. There's a large concentration of enemies. Hey, look at that! 400 kills already. If we don't get enough kills by the time we get to the end of the map, well, all of the enemies behind us are going to just start running this way. So
you have broken their ranks and they are on the
we'll
run.
have a chance to kill them.
Another successful mission. Find extraction.
Alright, but we lucked out. We've gotten all of our kills. So, don't need to worry about it. Let's just get out of here.
Another job well executed.
That would be 3. I like seeing that. Never going to use that mod, but I like that I now have a copy of it, because it means every copy now after this I can sell for ducats or endo. And that's one of those mods. You're going to get a lot of copies of it. It's going to be quite abundant. Alright, if we check in here...
Always a pleasure.
We're at 4 missions complete, 420 enemies, 11 Eximus, and 3 of 5 Syndicate missions. We've only got 1 more Syndicate mission that we can actually do right now.
That's all we have time for.
But, like we addressed earlier, they rotate about every 24 hours. So anything we don't get done today, I will probably do tomorrow while I have downtime, and I'll finish that then. But for right now, we're going to continue with this just to get our 15 missions done for today. We'll do this, and then we'll do our 3 Nightmare, and as you saw, we still have plenty to do, so we will be unlocking regular star chart nodes after that to finish the 15
Your
missions.
calculated survival probability is encouraging.
You hold position, you hold position. What is this?
The Grenier
Find
want
the
to
toxin
poison
mixer.
the mighty forests of
Didn't we
Earth
already
to
do
make
this
more
one?
room for themselves. You are here to stop them. Find the toxin mixer.
Pretty sure I just did this. For New Loka, no less. And now Parent Sequence wants us to do it again. Okay. Well, at least we don't need to worry about like any extra stuff. Like I've already showed you this in this broadcast, no less. So I'm not going to worry about doing it again. We're just going to jump over everything and move on.
The mixer activates the toxin by combining it with a biocatalyst.
Blow that up.
Remove the biocatalyst.
Don't care about
to
the
render
damage
the
because we are
harmless.
Rhino.
Take care when destroying the biocatalyst cartridge. It is highly explosive.
I don't think
Good
I need to
work.
mention it
Now get
again
to the
either, but
injector.
just in case, this is why it's always a good idea to build Rhino early. Because even without a full mod build, he's devastating. Like, he is one of the ultimate weapon platforms, because with his Iron Skin, you can just ignore all incoming damage. There we go. Get a couple of Kubro mods there. Not bad. Getting a few kills here and there as we go along. Not trying to focus too hard on it, but we do still want to get that 500 kill limit. Ooh. Ayatan. Always pick those up. Never leave an Ayatan behind. They're always valuable. Unless you have literally 1 copy of every mod in the game and every one of them max ranked, you should always be picking up Ayatans. Because you will always need endo. And even if you do have every mod in the game and they're all max ranked, you still should be picking them up because DE loves to update the game and give us new mods all the bloody time. So having that on hand so that you can just immediately go farm those new mods and max rank them, very valuable. So you should always be farming Ayatans. There will never be a time that you don't need Ayatans. I'm gonna open some loot lockers here. I keep forgetting to go put that new mod on the dog so I can get bonus loot drops. No idea how valuable that's gonna be until you actually do it and see it and go, oh my god, where has this been my entire playthrough? And that's a brand new mod too, not brand new, less than a year old, maybe a year old at most. is when they did the companion rework and gave us those new mods. Used to be the only way you got that bonus loot drop is if you ran one very specific pet, and that pet was called a Smita Kavat. And that was just an innate ability of the Smita Kavat with preset mods that it gave you bonus loot drops. You don't need that anymore. There is another mod that we can get to go along with that loot mod, and there's even a better version of that loot mod that we can farm. Doing conservation on Cetus, not Cetus, Fortuna.
Good work. Get to extraction.
It's a rare mod, and it increases the loot drop bonus chance, whatever you want to call it. It increases it from the 13% to 18%, which doesn't seem like a lot, but again, it rolls that dice every time loot drops, so it's actually significant. And we've gotten our 500 kills. That is fantastic.
Mission complete. Excellent work, Tenno.
So now I'm thinking about it, before we go do the next thing, which we're done with the Syndicate missions. I believe that was number 4. So, yeah. Just got our 500 kills. So I'm going to do the Nightmare missions next. But before we do that, I'm going to go put that mod on my dog and probably max rank it, because I'm pretty confident we have what we need. What I don't have that I really need is 100,000 credits so that we can rank up our syndicates. So yeah, it's been this way for a while, but I'll show you again. They're both... This is why I'm not worried about waiting to do the max rank. This is why I'm not worried about waiting until this is at 0 to do those syndicate missions, because again, that's the best way to do it, but as you can see, the syndicates we have right now, they can't go any higher, so there's no point. The only thing I could do right now to really max this out is, since these two are stuck at level 1, is I could probably go do Red Veil. I could align myself with Red Veil and start working on them, and then that would also get up Steel Meridian. But I don't want to do that until the two I'm working on now, New Loka and Parent Sequence. I don't want to do that until they're both rank 5. And then honestly from there, I think I'd rather switch from Parent Sequence and New Loka and switch over and start doing Cephalon Suda and Arbiters of Hexus. And start working on their stuff after I collect all of the goodies from these two. Then I'll go do those two and collect all the goodies from those two, and then I'll save Steel Meridian and Red Veil for last. Right. What am I doing? I am putting a mod on my doggy so I can get better loot drops. So we're upgrading him. He's got 13 available points. That's fantastic. Can I rank this up? Max rank dig. Yes.
Operator,
that's going to be fantastic.
With the Foundry's AI preset.
270% success chance. It's amazing. So, now we're going to take Loyal Retriever, put that on him, and again, can I... Damn it! Oh, I'm so close! I just need a few credits! Alright. Fine. If all I need is a few credits, equipment, inventory, click only sellable. What can we get rid of? I don't need 2 Gara chassis. I have Garo systems. I have 5 Harrow chassis. I only need 1 of those. Let's sell 4 of them. Hydroid systems. If I take that, I think... I think I have a Hydroid systems building right now. So I don't need this one. So we'll click on that and hope I'm not making a mistake. If not, I guess I'll have to find a way to go and farm a new Hydroid systems. Let's see. Rhino parts. Don't need these. We're using Rhino right now. So there's 38,000 credits. Seer pistol parts. We have those. Sevagoth Prime systems. That's what I need the Argon crystals for. Damn it. And now I can't get any more. Not until I get to the Void. Well, hindsight, isn't it wonderful? Alright, Cronus. I want to keep one of these just in case I want to build another one later. You know what? No, it is so easy to farm another Cronus blueprint, clearly, because I have one fully built and 3 extra blueprints, so we can just get another one when the time is right if I ever actually want to build another one. Seer blueprint, don't need. I only need 1 Stropha blueprint. That's going to be a long time in the building. Yeah, see? Ivara systems. Down here. Oh, that's not the one I was questioning earlier. It was Hydroid. But let's go ahead and do that. Nav coordinates. Oh, 80,000 credits. Look at that. There it is. Ivara systems. Maybe that means that the Hydroid one will be down here too if I've already built it. Keeping the fish, oil, and meat. Because those are going to... I need those to build something later. I can sell the Argon Crystal. No, I can't sell the Argon Crystal. It says cannot sell. Oh yeah, because I clicked the button. Alright, let's go to the bottom now and work our way up. I am getting really close to getting the infinite widget for the synthesis scanner. So that's something I really need to work on. Okay, that's it. So 80,000. There you go. 80,000 credits that easily. Gave me 102. Oh no! See, now I don't want to use them on the mod. I want to go rank up my syndicates. Screw it. We're going to do this. 29,000. Ouch. Still, it's worth it because now, again, bonus loot. And that bonus loot includes credits, so it's worth it. I could even get it even higher by doing this. I could put scavenge on him and max this out. Gives him a 90% chance to open bonus lockers as well as digging in the dirt and doubling potential loot drops. Like, Kubras are great. And that's why early game, like, Kubras are fantastic because they can help you get so much loot. And if you don't like grinding, Kubras are great. They reduce that grind significantly. Okay, now then, these. Let's start with Mercury and work our way across. So we're going to go Mercury, Venus, Earth, and then start working on opening more nodes on Mars. To get our 15 missions.
This is a mobile defense.
In fact, I did not actually come in here and look. Okay, we're at 9,000. We're getting really close to rank 10. But yeah, we got our 500 enemies. We're at 12 Eximus now, and 5 missions completed. So yeah, these will help get us towards that 15 missions, and give us some really good mods, hopefully, in the meantime. I'm really hoping that the more I do these nightmare missions, and every time I log in, I try to do them if they're available, regardless of what their objectives are. It doesn't matter if they're energy drain, no shield mode. I don't care, I do them. Just because there are some nightmare mods that are invaluable. They are so needed for so many builds.
Proceed and prepare.
That it's absolutely worth it to farm them.
Terminal spotted.
And I will do it until we pretty much have every nightmare mod. Alright. That's in, and now we're just going to stand here and whack-a-whack-a whenever they come close. With our amazing pole arm. I actually have these weapons on my main account, but I haven't taken the time to put good builds on them yet. So maybe that's a thing I'll do. Eventually.
Still working on it. Continue to defend.
The last few days on my main account, I've been playing a lot on it. I've been trying to collect all of those Beast and Claw mods for my Kubros and whatnot, because I've been working on my Cora Prime build, and Cora herself is finished. And for anybody who doesn't know, Cora has two unique traits. One, she has a whip. That is her first ability that does a lot of damage. And the other unique thing about Cora is that she has a constant companion in the form of a cat, or a kavat. And her name is Venari. And just like my Kubro, Venari has her own mod build, as well as her new claw weapon. And so I've got Venari finished. I've got all the mods I need on Venari, and her mod build is great, but I have almost nothing for her claws. So I've been farming those mods, doing a ton of conservation, trying to get all of the beast mods, so that I can put the full build on her claws. So yeah, very much worth it. Oh, that's what he did. He opened the locker. So next time we are near a locker for him to open, I'll stop and let him do his thing, so you guys can see it, because that is the scavenge mod I just put on him.
Drop me in and defend our position.
Okay, I know for a fact there are lockers over here. The question is, are there any of them? Yes, there's two of them that are locked. So I'm gonna open these. We'll kill that. Oh, they're gonna dig when we're starting. I should probably talk about companion preset mods a little bit. I don't think I need to show it, but I will show it. But just to talk about them a little bit here. Companion preset mods are a lot like your elemental mods of your melee weapon, in that the order that the dog does it, which he just opened this one, the order in which the dog prioritizes his precepts is in the same order as elemental mods that are on your melee weapons and such. So it always goes top to bottom, left to right. And he's opened both of those. And y'all are getting annoying. Because all I want to do is show people that my dog can open lockers. But I can't because I'm too busy killing. Just give me like 5 seconds of freedom from being attacked by enemies, so that I can show this off. Oh, he just dug again. Now, I just kind of put the mods in there willy-nilly because I don't really care.
I'm in, Tenno.
But typically,
This will take a moment.
You always want to put fetch at the back, at the bottom right, because that mod, like, that's just going to happen regardless. But then any of his preset mods, like if you want him to prioritize opening lockers, you put that in the top left corner. If you want him to focus on dig, you will put dig in the top left corner. If you want him to focus on, like Kivats have this really fun one, and I just put it on Venari called Sense Danger, where they will do this little pulse to locate enemy units, and then when they are marked by it, I think they actually gain some damage vulnerability. So if you wanted to prioritize that, again, you would put it in the top left corner. So that that was always the first thing your cat does in his precepts. Wow. Lots of Eximus in this one. Can't complain. Jade! Well, we're just gonna kill you. Don't suppose you'll be nice enough to give me a laser? No. Okay. Didn't even try. Alright, one more. Oh, this one has us going up. Here we go. Oh, and nice. Alright, buddy, come here. Bomber. Oh, you're going to that one first. There you go. See? He jumps up on it, scratches at it, and he's got a 90% chance to actually unlock it. And he gives you bonus loot. Come on, buddy. Open this one. Good boy. And cats have a, I think it might be a different mod. I don't think they use scavenge, but cats do that as well. It could be that it's actually scavenge. I don't remember. I haven't played with Kavats in a very long time.
Get me in and get ready to defend.
My favorite pet, there you go, that's what happens when he fails, is it goes completely blank. So, actually kind of glad that failed, because then you got to see it. Come on, one more. This is where my ADHD kicks in, because when he decides to go ahead and open that locker, now I have to stand by and let him, so that I can then retrieve the loot. Because I can't leave any loot behind.
This will take a moment.
When it's bonus loot. Like, early game, this is a really good mod to have on your companion, but late game, once you've already got, like, everything in the game in abundance other than maybe Argon crystals, you can take that mod off of your companion. But it's really, really good for early game loot farming, because it takes away a lot of the loot farming grind.
Still working on it. Continue to defend.
Nope. Are you actually an Eximus or just nope, just a regular ancient? Okay.
Stay focused. There's a heavy unit approaching.
We've already again? We've already killed what, 3 or 4 in here? Community stream and Twitch drop schedule. Oh, that could be useful. So, new players. Yes, Warframe is very much a live stream game, if obviously you haven't figured that out by watching this stream. Or if you're watching it on YouTube and you've heard me talk about it copious amount of times that we're live streaming this. So yeah, if Warframe has its own stream that it does periodically, and when you watch the stream and sign up for Twitch drops, you can get bonus loot, basically. They give away things like free cosmetics, they'll give away like formas and Orokin catalysts that you don't have to build. Sometimes they'll drop rare stuff like legendary cores, which we haven't talked about. Oh, excuse me. Had a bunch of phlegm in my throat, and it all just decided to come out. But yeah, they'll draw, every now and then they'll do Twitch drops and you'll have really valuable stuff. Last week I watched a Twitch broadcast primetime, and one of the drops was Duviri resources. So, like, that's a bunch of Duviri resources. I don't have to worry about going out onto Duviri and farming, because that is tedious. So, very much worth it. So if you have the free time and can watch the prime time or whenever Warframe streams, you go and watch and get the drops. It's worth your time. As long as they're dropping something that you actually care about. Since they just dropped the schedule, let's go ahead and look at it and see what they have and see if there's anything I want. Now, I'll be viewing this from the perspective of my main account, because that's the one I have linked to my Twitch. Obviously, anything they drop would be of value for my new account. But sadly, this alt is not linked to Twitch, so I would not get any benefit from watching it for this account. Okay, coming soon, GCX Pride Time. I have no idea what that is. Pride, obviously, is self-explanatory, but GCX, I don't know what that is. But let's look at this really quick. Should pop up. What are the Twitch drops for this coming week? Ooh, okay, so a melee Riven, a Riven Cipher to open said melee Riven, and then random Isleweaver Augment. Okay. Claimed 30 minutes for drop 1, 60 minutes for 2, and 90 minutes for drop 3. This is all week. When are the streams? That's what I want to know.
Operator.
Okay, Thursday, June 26th will be the day that these drop for prime time number 442. Community highlight showcases that we know what to do with. You do not want to miss it. The action begins at 6 p.m. Eastern Time, which is 3 hours ahead of me, so 6, 5, 4. So 3 p.m. my time on Thursday the 26th. I will more than likely not be streaming on Thursday, so I will be able to watch that and get these drops. I just have to remember it. I don't give a damn about the Melee Riven or the Cypher, but this one I think I want, because that's going to save me some headache. It looks like it's only one. There are 4 new augments coming, and I have a random chance to get one of those 4. So that's just that's just one less augment mod that I have to worry about going and buying from my syndicates. And if it's in the wrong syndicate, well, I don't have to worry about it. Alright, so our next objective is going to be the defense vampire mode low gravity on Venus. But before we do that, I have to take a quick bathroom break. So I'm going to go do that. Shouldn't take me more than 5-10 minutes tops, and then I will be right back to continue playing. So talk amongst yourselves, and I'll see you in just a bit. Alright, I'm back. Hope I didn't keep you waiting too long, but I really had to go to the bathroom. And when nature calls, you don't ignore it for long. Alright, let's continue with our nightmare missions, and then hopefully these won't take too long and we can start opening the rest of Mars.
The enemy is at our doorstep. You must defend our equipment until reinforcements arrive.
Oh, and he's opening lockers. Good doggy. There's just something about seeing every locker open that is satisfying. Don't ask me why. Hey, you missed one. Come back, you missed one. No, over here, you silly dog.
Reinforcements are inbound. Hold the line.
Goodness. He's doing all of those. Come over here and do this one. Oh my goodness. Such a fickle dog. Come here. Oh, and the blue means I got bonus credits. Look at that. See? Come here. Thank you. There we go. All of them are unlocked. And I don't know why, but there's just something really satisfying about that. Now how about these 4? I'm the one that's going hog wild on opening lockers, so by all means. I need the loot. I'll always need the loot. Getting lots of energy right now too. Loving it. Oh, and I'm picking up a bunch of health too because this is vampire mode. Right. I should probably go get started with the defense. Because it's vampire mode. My health seems rather low too. Everybody go to sleep now. Only 6 waves, okay. That's definitely doable. I like it when these are countdown timers instead of count up timers. Hey, another Eximus. 21 of 30. Doing really good with those. See, and this is how it should be. Eximus are a bit finite, but basic minions are not. Whoa, what was that? Ooh, who's coming after me?
You forced our hand today.
We're about to finish our Eximus kills. Or not. They only sent 3. Weird. Usually it's like 12. I don't know. There were definitely far fewer than I expected. Bummer. Did we get the Spectre blueprint at least? No? I guess they're not at the lowest rank yet. So I don't know if I've ever actually talked about that. I know I've told everybody, you know, the syndicates, you can never have every syndicate at rank 5, because some syndicates absolutely hate the other ones, and so by gaining reputation with one, you lose reputation with another. But there are actually negative ranks, 2 to be exact. Every syndicate has 2 negative ranks. Goodbye. And the size of the hit squad they send after you is determined by which of those 2 negative ranks you are at. So Steel Meridian must only be at -1 because they only sent a 3-man hit squad after us. The big one comes when you get to negative rank 2. Not that that matters, because the mission itself is sending enough Eximus at us that we'll probably have all of our Eximus kills by the time this mission's over. And if not this one, we will definitely finish it in the next one. See? There's another one. 29. We just need 1 more. Oh, and hey, there it is. There we go. There's our 30 Eximus.
If it's useful, do it.
So now we just got to finish our 15 missions. And that is going to be easy peasy as well, because we still have plenty of stuff to unlock in our star chart. Hell, we finished this mission and the next one, and it's only going to have us at 8 of 15, so we will have plenty of opportunity to open new nodes on the star map. Good, because I really want to get to Phobos, do the Stolen Dreams quest at some point, and I really want to get to Deimos for the Heart of Deimos quest, and yeah, I want to open up the Void, I want to get to Ceres so we can start farming Orokin cells. Like, there's a lot I really want to get done, and I could potentially get done today, provided I have enough time, which I should. Monday's like I said, the one guaranteed day that I can stream, and I can pretty much stream for as long as I feel I need to. So. I mean, hell, right now we're approaching 3 hours. We'll see how much more we can get done, because I want, like I said, I want to try and stream today for at least about 6 hours. So we're halfway there already. And it could be that I stream even longer than that. Really just going to depend on how things go. But yeah, on average, I would really like my streams to be between 6 and 8 hours. Just because that gives me ample time to actually get stuff done. Important stuff. And hell, I'm not always going to play Warframe either, so when we switch games to something different, it'll give me some actual time that I can progress in those as well. Like, I really want to spend some time playing Soulframe. Soulframe is another game that's currently in development by Digital Extremes, in case you didn't know. Because I'm sure new players might not. Yeah, but Soulframe is still very much in development, and so only a limited number of people have access to it. Although that limited number is significantly higher of late because they did Twitch drops and they dropped alpha Steam keys or alpha release, whatever you want to call it. Still, they gave us keys, access code keys to the game as a Twitch drop, and a lot of people watched, and a lot of people got their keys, so now the game has quite a bit more player base than it did before. That game, though, I can't do a walkthrough for, because I am still a brand new player and have no idea what I'm doing. In fact, I'm having to ask other creators for help by leaving comments on videos and whatnot. What the hell? That was weird. This, by the way, is called Bursa, and now this Bursa is my friend. I think this is our first time encountering a Bursa. Let's kill this other one sitting here. Oh no!
The extraction team will take
but I wanted to hack it. Oh, we got a Meso relic. That's good. What's on that Meso relic? I didn't look, and now it won't let me until this is done. Come on, let me see it. What do we got? Bratton Prime, Paris Prime, Sevagoth. Need that. Actually, I have that. As the systems. Yeah. There's a Lith relic that drops his systems as well. What I need is his Neuroptics. That only drops from a Meso. But we don't have any Meso fissures unlocked, which is why I want to progress the star chart as much as I can today, because I really want access to Meso fissures.
Wherever you are.
And then we got a Formal Blueprint, Quassus Prime, and Grendel Prime. Not bad. And our Nightmare mod was another copy of Ice Storm. That's unfortunate. Alright, let's go claim this. Rank 10. On my main account, I think I just hit rank 15
Lay 'em low and
or 16.
burn their shadow.
No, I hit 17 because I just got the Epitaph skin. I just got this as a quest reward. This weapon, by the way, once we have the ability to farm it, is an amazing sidearm. Alright. 7 of 15 missions completed. Yeah, like, we could go do this for a quick 1,000, and we might. If I can get the 15 missions done, that's 45. That'll put us at 8,000. Sadly, I can't deploy air support. And let's look that up.
Coming up next.
I want to see, is the blueprint for air support air? Okay, the blueprint for air support is not in the market. Unless, of course... Oh, landing craft boundary segment. Can I buy that? No, I can't. No, I cannot.
Operator, Otis has been interfacing
Allows
with
construction
the
of
Foundry's
landing
AI
craft.
presets. You could say we
Allows construction
forged
of air
a
support
new connection.
charges. Oh. Okay, but where do I get the blueprint? I'm gonna go out on a long-ass limb here and say if it's not giving me the location of the blueprint, it's probably dojo research. Or we could buy it for 175 platinum that we do not have. Oh, add to wish list, remove from wish list. Oh, okay, cool. I didn't realize that's how I remove stuff from my wish list. On my main account, I have a wish list, and I've added some things to it that I have since bought, and so I was like, okay, how do I remove these now? I don't know how to do that. So, I mentioned before that the Railjack had, like, some skins. When we, last week when we visited the Railjack segment in the one of our viewers' dojos, I mentioned that they had some skins, and I said don't buy them because the best skin for your Railjack is free. Let me see if I can find those skins. Rail. Yep. So here's one of them, and it's a good skin. I'm not denying that it's a bad look. This one's probably the better of the two premium ones you can buy, and it's really nice. But again, oh, and here's a good pack. This one, nope, that's not a skin. That is the actual Railjack itself. Oh, we're not buying that. Oh, here it is. This is the other skin for your Railjack. And again, these look really cool. But the absolute best Railjack skin, these are the only two that I know of in existence right now, and they're both premium. Yeah, these are the only two premium skins, I should say. I should reword that. These are the only two premium Railjack skins in existence, and on my main account, I bought both of them, and that was a mistake because I don't use either one of them now. I use the free one, the one you get from a quest. Specifically, the quest to get the blueprint for Sevagoth. Base Sevagoth. You do that mission. It's a Railjack-based mission, and at the end, they reward you with a Railjack skin. And it's by far the best Railjack skin in the game, and you get it for free. So don't waste your platinum on those. What am I doing right now? You know what? I gotta claim those just because. Just because. It's Clem. And I need to have them available at some point anyways in case there's ever that Nightwave, the daily, again, that says deploy Spectre. Oh. And I already have Ancient Protectors in here, which are good. But I also need, what was it? So, K-Drive Launcher, Arc-Wing Launcher, Arc-Gun Launcher, Necromech, Atomocycle. So I'm going to need one of these slots open at some point. So probably what I'll do is we'll swap out this one for a Clem Clones for right now, because if I get the Nightwave that says deploy Spectre, I'd rather waste a Clem Spectre than the Ancient Healers, because those guys are really good for like long-term farming of defense missions and stuff. And then when I get my air support, I'll probably swap that and my glyph periodically when those show up, because there's one Nightwave thing that says deploy a glyph, and there's another one that says the one that we have right now, which is deploy air support charges. Sorry, getting myself tongue-tied again. And when we get the air support, that's where we'll put it. But I'm going to go out on a limb and probably wager that that landing craft segment that we just saw in the market is dojo research. Because it's not giving me any location that I can go and farm it specifically. So I'm almost certain that that means it's dojo research, and probably Tenno Lab specifically.
Your mission is to break into enemy data vaults and steal any intelligence files you find.
Alright, we're going to try and do this one super fast. I'm going to ignore the puppy and his looting habits. and we're just gonna run it real fast. Sorry for the weird way of talking. I've got a mouthful of sandwich. Still trying to eat my breakfast, if you can imagine that. It's halfway past lunch hour. It's currently 2 p.m. where I'm sitting right now.
Tenno, be on the lookout for increased security measures.
Oh, I haven't put Iron Skin on yet. I should do that. Alright. Yeah, this is a spy mission. We've already done these spy vaults. They never change on Earth. They're always the same 3.
The target console is nearby.
Now, we've already discussed how to do them in a previous
walkthrough,
so if you want to know how to do them, want the step-by-step, go ahead and go watch that.
There's
Otherwise,
a unit approaching.
just hang out and watch me work.
Alarms
I
have
just
been
triggered it.
You need to retrieve that data before the data destruction is complete.
Alright. There we go.
You got it. The data
Problem
is still
solved.
intact.
Problem solved. Not too worried about triggering alarms, just because, again, we're not actually trying to farm anything. And again, the significance of not triggering the alarms is A, it gives you bonus affinity for unlocking those spy vaults. And spy vaults are your best early game method of farming affinity, like leveling weapons and stuff. Because every single spy vault you open will take the affinity gained and divide it equally amongst everything in your loadout that requires leveling. And it gives you quite a bit. So, like, if you have a weapon, like I had for a while there, the Mark 1 Kunai, and then later the Mark 1 Furus, that you really don't like using it because it doesn't do enough damage to be worth it, but you still really need to level it for mastery points, go run spy vaults. The spy vaults will level it for you, and you don't ever have to use the weapon itself. Man, I love my pole arm. Okay, so don't know if you saw that or not. When you use melee weapons, you have 3 different melee attacks you can do. I don't think I've discussed this yet either, so this is a good opportunity to do it, because I just did one. So you've got your basic attack, where this is just me holding down the basic attack button. That's your first attack style. Your second one is holding that button down while pressing forward. And for polearms, those two are pretty much the exact same, which is why I love polearms. And it's just a constant flurry of blows that covers pretty much everything in front of your screen, as well as kind of hitting enemies behind you at the same time, which is why I love polearms. But then the third attack is if you hold block. Well, actually, okay, there's 2 more. You've got if you hold block and press attack, that will give you yet another combo stance. And then your fourth one is if you hold block, attack, and press forward, it will give you your fourth and final. So I guess I misspoke. It was not 3, there are 4. But most of the time you're only going to be using 3 of them. You're going to use the block, you're going to use the forward attack, or you're going to use the full combo of all 3. Most people are not going to just stand there and hold the attack button and not actually walk forward. Me, I'm constantly holding walk forward while swinging. And that's the one you will most commonly see me using.
We're nearing the console. Trigger the alarms
Right.
now, and they will
roll
start
under that
destroying
one,
the data.
roll under that one, jump up here, into the vault. Fun little fact about spy missions. If you successfully hack all 3 spy vaults, but you end up triggering all 3 alarms, the spy mission turns into an exterminate.
Data destruction is imminent.
So, there we go. We triggered that alarm. That's 2 alarms. Let's see if we can,
retrieval was successful.
Let's see if it happens. I'm not going to try and let it happen. But yeah, if you manage to trigger the alarms in all 3 vaults and then still successfully hack them, Lotus will pop up with a notice saying, you got what we came for, but we've made too much noise, and now we need to cover our tracks. So go kill everyone, please. And it turns into an exterminate. But this third one, we probably won't end up setting the alarm, because I usually make it a point to go in there and kill everyone before I start hacking any terminals. This one's unique in that regard. The others, I tend to ignore enemies, because you're more likely to have the alarms trigger if you ignore or don't ignore them. If you try to kill them all first, you're more likely to have the alarms trigger in those other vaults. This one, you're more likely to have them triggered if you leave them alone. So I like to go kill them first, and then we start triggering terminals. And more commonly than not, if I'm triggering the alarm in this particular vault, it's because I failed to hack in some way. Goodbye. Then do this one. Yeah, see, we're not going to set the alarm off on this one. Not unless I do it intentionally.
Stay focused.
Which, now I've pretty much eliminated every possible method of doing it intentionally. My best option... Hello. On second thought... There's a drone right there. Hi. Can you see me? Cool.
Alarms. Data destruction is imminent. You need to hurry. You got it. The data is still intact. We've set off too many alarms.
See?
Eliminate all remaining enemies so that news of our infiltration does not reach high command.
See? And now it's an exterminate mission. So, cool. I'm actually kind of happy we got to see that. I didn't think we were going to get to actually do it, but I'm glad we did. Because, yeah, now it's an exterminate. Most of the time, though, you'll never see this. Simply because, well, you don't want to set the alarms off because you get more affinity from your vaults by hacking them without triggering the alarms. It's more in your benefit to not trigger the alarms. So, it's rare that this will actually ever happen. But, I'm glad I get to show it to you. And she wants us to kill 146 enemies. That's a lot. For such a low-level mission. That's a lot of enemies. Won't be too hard, though. Rhino, stomp! There we go. Just cleared the room. Only to have it fill up again. Come on, puppy. Don't worry about loot right now. Let's just go. Sounds like my girlfriend had a hard day at work. Oh, dang it, dog. Ah. You're gonna make me fall off a ledge. That map tile is a bit topsy-turvy because it's got like 3 different levels and 3 or 4 different directions you can go off of those levels. And it's really easy to fall down if you're getting all kinds of turned around. And now that we found the exit, which is what I wanted, all those enemies we need to kill will just kind of start spawning in and swarming the exit. It'll make killing them all really easy. Yeah, if you ever want to fast track an exterminate mission, don't worry about killing enemies in the mission. I mean, you can. Most of the time, it's worthwhile to do it as well, but if you find yourself having a hard time getting enemies to show up so that you can actually meet your objective, then just head for the exit. Because once you are at the exit, they will just every enemy on the map from every location will just start making a beeline for the end of the map. I don't know if they'll do it now. Oh, yep, sure enough. See the red dot running? We're here. They don't want to let us leave because we have things that they don't want us to have. So they're all just coming for us. And I don't really have to worry about finding any enemies. I just sit there and wait and let them find me. Oh, and there's a lot of them. Good. They're all spawning in these nearby locations and then just running at me. Because I'm at the exit and they don't want to let me get away with what I know. Because I'm a spy. Essentially. You know, that whole ninjas in space thing. These missions are supposed to be covert. But we cause a lot of chaos and carnage. I once asked Jacksepticeye if he would ever try Warframe, because he's really into ninja games, and so I was like, speaking of ninja games, have you ever tried Warframe? And he actually responded to me, and he's like, I don't like Warframe because it's not a genuine ninja game. And, you know, he's actually right. Like, to be a ninja is to be a stealth assassin who lurks in the shadows and waits for the right moment to kill, like, singular targets. And this game is all about mass genocide. So there's nothing ninja about it. I absolutely love the game, but they definitely are, yeah, they kind of picked the wrong moniker when they decided to call it Ninjas in Space, because it's really not Ninjas in Space. It's still really awesome. I absolutely love everything about it. There we go. Now we have our kills. Again, that was quite a lot for such a low-level mission, but yeah, that was cool. I was really glad that I got to show that to you. Ooh, an A8. Do I need that? Ack Bronco, Bratton, Bronco, Tyq Master, Acarius. No, don't really need that. Although, getting the Bronco Prime and the Ack Bronco Prime might be worthwhile. Identified Metal Auger. That is punch through on rifles. Good mod. Punch through. I probably should get like a foam cover or some kind of pop filter for my microphone. I don't have one. Alright, so that was the last of our nightmare missions we have available. We've done our weekly treasure mission. The only thing we can really do for Nightwave right now is to continue doing our 15 missions, which we still have 7 more that we need to do. Because I can't do this. We don't have all the arrows unlocked, and again, the most I could do is get 2. So Lith and Mizo. Neo and Axie are out of the question, so that's not happening. This one's a big maybe. This one I can finish, but not until tomorrow. This one's a big no. This one we could do to give us a bonus 1,000, but I'm going to save that for after this. So we're going to focus on opening new map nodes now and finishing this 15 missions. And then if at the end of that we only need 1,000 for the next rank, then we'll go ahead and do this. Otherwise, I'm going to ignore it. So yeah.
It's time for Nora to say goodnight.
It is time for Psycho to go do some more missions on Mars. And I think we're going to start with Spear. Because I want to save Gradivis till last, because that's going to open Phobos. And then once Phobos is open, I'm going to want to go do Phobos. So, we're going to save that one. That's giving us some decent stuff. Kraken, the Cypher Blueprint, an Orokin Catalyst. I'd much prefer a Reactor, but still worth it. Stolen credit. How many credits? 20,000.
Operator, are you enjoying the view?
It's too bad there's not a junction on Deimos. They really ought to move these now, honestly. Maybe they will. Because if the path to Deimos is going to be the one to complete the star chart, and Ceres is a planet all by itself, then it makes sense to move the Ceres junction to Deimos. And honestly, having a Phobos junction doesn't really seem all that important anymore either. See, the way that they could do this is kind of roundabout, but to kind of link them all together, what they could do is go to Mars, and then from Mars to Phobos, and then Phobos to Ceres, and then move the Phobos line of the Void to Ceres, and then have that go to the Void, and then have a line from Ceres back to Deimos, so you kind of make this big circle, and then from Deimos to Jupiter. So, yeah, so Mars to Phobos to Ceres to Deimos to Jupiter. It would be kind of an interesting way to connect them all, so that you don't have any dead-end planets. They should really do the same thing over here, because we have multiple dead-end planets. The next one is Eris, off of Pluto. And you've got... This is kind of a dead-end, too, so Jupiter, Europa, the Void. So that's another one they could probably fix. So after you get Deimos to Jupiter, they could go from Jupiter to Europa, and then Europa to Saturn, to kind of get rid of that dead-end planet. And then again, they can just keep the line from Europa to the Void as it is. And then from there, they'll go Saturn, Uranus, Neptune, Pluto, and then Pluto goes to Eris, and then Eris stops. And then it's got a second line that goes to Sedna. So they could fix that as well by just going from Pluto to Eris, and then move the Sedna line from Pluto to Eris. And so you'd go Pluto, Eris, and then Sedna. And then Sedna has a line to the Void, and they could leave that one intact as well. And that's only 3 of the lines of the Void that I've mentioned. The last one is on Neptune. So the first one right now is from Phobos, the second one's Europa, then you have Neptune, and you have Sedna. All go to the Void. And most of those I could leave alone, but I would move, like I said, I'd probably move the Phobos one to Ceres, and have that be the line to the Void, and then Ceres does that kind of loop. So you go being from Mercury, Venus, Earth, Mars, Phobos, Ceres, Deimos, Jupiter, and then you have Ceres would connect to the Void. Or hell, they could put all of the nodes of the Void together on one thing, and then have it just connect to Sedna, and have the Void be the final location. Instead of having these 4 branching paths, you would just have the Sedna line, and it would just kind of connect all of these in a line. But they did it this way so that you could have like different levels of the Void and have early access to some of the resources. And I like the way the Void is set up right now, I do. So I don't think I'd want to change it, but if they did change it, that would be how I'd work it out. Anyways, that's enough ranting about that. We're gonna go do Spear for 3 waves of defense and open this mission node. And again, for anybody who's wondering why I'm doing what I'm doing,
our position has been compromised.
You need to open every node on the star map
until reinforcements arrive.
on every planet in order to open the steel path, which is the end game. And I would just rather do it now and get it over with, rather than opening the entire star map line by line all the way to the end, doing all the quests, and then having to backtrack and do all the extra nodes after all is said and done.
We are readying reinforcements. Keep fighting.
For me, it's just far more efficient to do them while I'm already here on the planet, because then once they're all done, I don't have to come back and worry about it again. We will get to the end, and we will have... Not only will everything be already unlocked, and we will have almost immediate access to the steel path, but hopefully by the time we get there, we will also have all of the necessary resources, mods, mod builds needed to actually start farming steel path. So that's the hope. And again, we're going to get there just by actually not rushing to endgame and taking some time to actually appreciate the maps, do some farming, enjoy actually running missions, killing enemies. Just, yeah, have fun with the early game. The early game is the best time to just explore and loot farm and stuff, because you don't need to worry so much about your builds. You can just slap whatever you have available on your Warframe and your weapons to give yourselves a little bit of extra damage and call it a day. And you don't actually have to worry about having the best builds in the game on your weapons this early. So it's less of a headache. You can just focus on having fun. Just slap whatever you have available on there and just focus on having fun. They are really not wanting to gather up. It's making killing them kind of difficult because they're all standing in the distance and shooting rather than coming in here. Bit annoying. Typically when I'm doing defense missions, I would much prefer to be fighting infested, because at some point all of the infested will just rush the defense target in the middle. Makes it real easy to just kill everything fast and get from one wave to the next, so you can get to those rotation rewards as quickly as possible. Thankfully, pretty much every planet, there's a couple of exceptions, but almost every planet in the star chart has dark sector missions, and every dark sector mission, regardless of what type of mission it is, gives you infested enemies. So if you're on a planet that one of the dark sectors is a defense, do the dark sector defense. Farm some good loot and stuff, and take advantage of the fact that you really don't have to go running everywhere to kill enemies, because if you stand in the middle for long enough, they will come to you. Ooh, an S16. Not bad. Bane of my existence right now, but not bad.
Very impressive, Tenno. You held them all back. Time to get out of here.
Alright. Next mission. Ara. Capture mission. And a lith fissure. Let's see if we can take advantage of this. I need the Sevagoth blueprint. To hell with it. Let's make it radiant. What's the worst that's gonna happen? The same disappointment I've been suffering this entire time? Yeah, it's worth it. Hell, if I can get that, we'll build it, because that's a fantastic weapon. Oh, but it's MR13. Ouch. Still, whatever. This is what I want. So, this is what I'm hoping to get. But, I'm expecting disappointment again, because that's just my luck.
Operator, Otis has determined the secrets to happiness.
Probably a dozen of these now, trying to get that part. Not a hard part to get. And it's just said, no. No, you can't have it. So that's what I'm expecting this time, too.
You are here on a capture mission. You must find, capture, and
I'll put all my mental,
There are void fissures in the area. Use these to crack open a relic.
I'll put all my mental focus on getting that Xyloc Prime blueprint. And see if that helps with my odds.
You found a fissure. Look out for reactant.
Alright.
The corrupted enemies are dropping reactant. Collect it to open the void relic. Don't forget the reactant. You need more to open that relic.
There you are. Yeah,
The capture target has vital information that we will need to extract. We need our
only
subject
2 reactants so far. That's unfortunate. Alright, don't kill them. I'm gonna go straight for the capture
There's
target.
a heavy unit approaching.
Whee!
Target located. Bring them in.
You're mine, bitch.
Mission complete. The captain has been escorted to the extraction
Now we just need to get our 10 reactant and leave. Almost there. Come on. Give me the last two. Don't be stingy. There we go. Ooh, ability range and strength increased. I don't suppose someone wants to hit me really hard. No, come on. Harder than that. Come on, get rid of my iron skin. Oh, they're not going to do it fast enough. Alright. Ooh, you'll do it for me. Thank you. Goodbye. What? That was a nullifier field. I walked into a nullifier field. And it didn't nullify. Sometimes this game confuses the hell out of me. Like, some nullifier fields will turn off your abilities and others won't. Like, how do I tell the difference? Some things even I've never figured out. I've been playing this game almost as long as it's been in existence. Ah, here's a unique tile. This one will only ever show up in the capture mission. Come on, we're almost there. Now, you had your chance to kill my iron skin a moment ago, and you guys didn't do it, so screw you guys, I'm going home. Hey! Hail Mary, Mother full of grace. What? Am I dreaming right now? This is the second time this has happened. There it is. That was the second rarest part after I already got the first rarest part, which was this one, Sevagoth chassis. And now that I have the blueprint, I'll claim that because I can come over here and I can scroll down to Sevagoth and now I can see what I have built versus what I have needing built, versus what I still need to farm. So I have his chassis built, his systems is right here, I just need 2 argon crystals to build that, and now I just need to go farm his Near Optics blueprint, and we will have Sevagoth Prime. Yeah! Yeah, that's a thing. And then I'm going to have to figure out where to put him, because right now I've only got 3 Warframe slots. You know what? We have 50 platinum. You know what I'm doing with that 50 platinum? We're buying 2 Warframe slots.
Everything in orders, operator? Is that a pun?
There we go. Now I only have 10 platinum.
I will attempt to bypass this fault.
Is there an extra slot I can get that's only for 10 platinum? No? Nothing available for only 10 platinum? At least not in this. I wish I could use it all. That 50 starter platinum, you can only spend it. It's the only thing I can do with it. I cannot trade it to other people. I cannot use it to buy primes from other players. I can only spend it. So there. And if you're going to spend it on something, that's what you should be spending it on, is Warframe slots, weapon slots. That's it. That's the only things you should be spending that starter 50 platinum on, because it's the only thing that's worth it. So there, I've got 2 new frame slots. That gives me a total of 5. I can now own 5 Warframes. Don't I just feel special? Alright, let's do Syrtis, the Arcwing mission. get this one out of the way. It's just an exterminate, nothing special. It's just this exterminate happens to be in space, and you're using your Arc-Wing and arc weapons to kill things. And they drop mods for your arc gun and your arc melee and your arc wing. They will drop mods, which mods are always good, no matter what, even though Arcwing itself is kind of bad. And it's not bad because it like doesn't function properly or anything like that. It's bad because it's boring. There are not nearly enough mission types in the game for Arcwing, and there's only one Arcwing mission per planet, if that planet even has an Arcwing mission at all. The most common use for Arcwing nowadays is in the Railjack system missions, which is fun, but even those, they only have like a couple of different mission types, and so it gets really boring really fast. Which is a bummer, because Railjack is absolutely fun. Flying around in space, piloting your own spaceship, fighting enemies, like, who doesn't love a good space fighting game? I mean, there are some, but still. Like, if you're playing Warframe, you like space combat. Absolutely love space combat. So, like, literally, all it needs to be, like, really, really, really good, like, one of the best things that people want to do, all it needs is a larger variety of mission types. That's it. Like, these maps are really interesting. The couple of mission types that we do have are fun, but they're so limited that you end up doing the same exact mission types over and over and over and over because they're so limited, and it gets really, really boring really fast. But the actual, like, the movement system in Warframe, or in Railjack and Arcwing is really fun. The flying around and zipping between asteroids and shooting down these Grenier and Corpus-themed spaceships. Hell, I'd love to see them do some infested missions for Railjack and Arcwing. Like, the ones they have are fine. It's just that they stopped developing it. Like, originally it wasn't the greatest because they, because, you know, it was a new concept in the game. And so it still needed some development. So they developed it, and now the movement and the combat systems are fantastic. But they polished those, and then we're just like, okay, we're done, moving on to the next game mechanic, and now it's completely ignored. And that's why people don't like it. Yeah, at least I don't think. I'll admit, I can't exactly speak for everyone, but that's my assumption, my guess as to why people hate it, because that's why I hate it. It's not because it's bad, it's because it's boring. Farming the same, like, 3 mission types over and over and over and over to try and get everything you need, and then to have it not really be much of an integral part in the rest of the game. It's just kind of a side mission objective that you can do. It's really boring. And I would really like to see them do more to actually integrate Arcwing and Railjack into the normal star chart and make them, like, new mission types that have you first on ground, and then while you're on ground you get to a point where you hack a terminal and it summons your Arcwing, so you jump outside, you get into your Arcwing, it flies into space, and then you've got this space combat mission you've got to do where you're killing enemies and disabling like space objectives. They have the skirmishes. They have these space towers or space stations that you've got to go in, and some of them are defensive and they have missile batteries and stuff, and so you've got to go up and disable those, and so they don't do any additional harm to the planet side thing, and then maybe once you're done with that it sends you back to planet side. Or it goes like in the Corpus one, where after you've disabled the space stations, well, now there's a capital ship that spawns into the thing. So now you've got to disable the capital ship by boarding it and taking out all the enemies on board. And, like, doing stuff like that would make Railjack and Arcwing so much more fun. And instead, they just do nothing. So, yeah, when you do nothing with it, of course, it gets really, really boring. Alright, that mission node is done. I will eventually start farming some Arcwing missions just to get Arcwing mods and stuff, because having a decently built Arcwing is going to be valuable, especially once we do actually get to Railjack. So, yeah, I will be doing that on my off time. Alright, next we're going to do Alator. Oh god, it's an interception. I hate those. Oh well. Yep, we're going to do that one next, and then we'll do Ultor and Wahiba, and that will open the last of that branch. Then we'll come back down here, we'll do Marshalis, Valis, and War. And then and then Gradivis. Actually, I might do Gradivis before War. But still, we're going to do everything. And then from there, we'll do the Phobos Junction. And also probably go over to Deimos. So,
stand by while I analyze
the plan.
intelligence profiles of the Grenier.
Alright.
Error, not a number. Did the operator enjoy this witticism?
Happy thoughts. I hate interceptions. I've said this before. I hate interceptions. As a solo player, I hate interceptions.
These radio
if I had a team, interceptions would be cakewalk, and I wouldn't have a problem with it in the slightest. But because I'm a solo player, I hate interceptions. Yeah, having a full team of 4, or even just having like a team of 2, having one extra person would make interception missions just that much more bearable. That I'd be like, yeah, sure, let's go do it, no problem. But doing it by myself, I hate it. Alright, we're gonna go to A first. And we'll hit D.
You have captured a radio tower.
And then we'll go hit B, and then they'll probably take A, so we'll go back to A after B, and then we'll finally get C. Yep.
This tower is ours now.
Yep, they're going to take A, and that's fine. They can take A. We will take B, and then go back to A and retake A, and then they're going to go after D at that time. And
tower captured. Beginning stream decode now.
We might actually ignore C, because it's really far out of the way. Conflict my ass. Piss off.
The enemy have taken a tower. You must recapture it.
Yep.
Tower online.
They've taken D again. Now they're going after B again. Again, conflict my ass. Go away.
We have lost control of a tower.
Oh my god. This is a pain in the ass. Okay, I think I am going to go after C, because it's going to give them something to distract them.
Tower captured.
Again, I want them to all focus on D. And they will. Eventually.
You have captured a radio tower.
Now we'll come back to D really quick. Make sure nobody's here. Yep, he's going to try it. Get rid of them. We'll come back to B. Yeah, they were actually ahead of me there for a bit.
All 4 towers.
Okay, so now it's just stand at D, and when they go after one specifically, we go kill everyone real quick. Kind of like that. And now the hope is that they will all flood into D and try to take D. Because that seems to be their favorite letter of the alphabet. Oh, looks like someone's going for A. Exactly, see? What did I say? It's a favorite letter of the alphabet. By all means, come on in. Try and take D. I will cut you down to size and win this match. Yeah, I never said I could. I never said that I couldn't do interception solo. I just said I hate doing it. It is my least favorite mission type to do solo. Nope, they're trying to go after C. And now that I've left D, they're all piling in here. Yeah, these are the two favorites. The C is like really out of the way. So they like taking that one because it takes me longer to get to it. God, I love Rhino. I say Savagop is my main because he's the one that best personifies my online personality. But even though he's my main, I still use Rhino far more often because he's just so versatile.
Good work today. Not only have we decoded enemy transmissions, we have also disrupted their communication.
Interception done. They didn't even get to 50%. They barely made it to 25. But now I don't have to ever go do that mission again because it's open. Well, I will. We'll have to do it again once we get to Steel Path, but ugh, I'm hoping that's still a long ways off. Ooh, Crossfire Exterminate, that'll be fun. That looks like Corpus units. Weird. Corpus units on Mars.
Eliminate
sure
all
enough,
Corpus threats.
This is the Europa map. Thanks, buddy. Ooh, got some bonus field run and Morphic. Excellent. Love that loot bonus. Such a good dog. Good boy, Bomber. I think I've decided I'm going to breed with my Kubros and my Kravats. I'm going to breed all males and not for any sexist reason. I have nothing against female animals. In fact, I prefer female animals. Because their temperament goes better with mine. My cat is a girl. Her name is Nibble. But for the purposes of this, and just because I think it'll be funny, all of my Kubros, Kavats, Vulpaphylas, Predicites, I'm going to try and keep all male, and every last one of them I'm going to name after one of the hobbits, one of the dwarves from the hobbits. And if I have extras afterwards, then we'll start using hobbit names. We'll start with God, now I can't even remember his name. Bilbo. We'll start with Bilbo, and if after that I still have more, then we can do Frodo, and we can do Samwise, and yeah. So they're just all gonna get Lord of the Rings names, like famous Lord of the Rings names, but we're gonna start with the 13 dwarves from The Hobbit. I have Bomber. I don't remember all of the names, but I'm close. So whatever names I can't remember, I'll look them up. But yeah, I think that's what I'm going to do with all of my Kubros and Kavats and stuff, is we're just going to go full geek Lord of the Rings shit on this. Because I already have one, so why not continue with the rest?
Stay focused. There's a heavy unit
Still
approaching.
weird that these are Corpus and are there Grenier in here? There are Grenier in here. Okay, so this is Corpus versus Grenier, but everybody is hostile, so that's the nice thing about Crossfire is, well, we're not supporting one side or the other, we're killing everyone. It's just they're also fighting each other, so there's less of a chance that they'll be fighting us. And that, oh, there it is. Wondering why I couldn't find it. Gotta get through there. Make chopsu, make chopsu, make chopsu. From human corpses. I'm terrible at timing. At least on the spot. Give me like 10 minutes and I'll figure out a really good rhyme. The way to make a song out of this, but on the spot I'm pretty terrible at it. Done yet? There we go.
Broken their ranks and they are on the run. Another successful mission.
Mod,
Find extraction.
loot. And we're out of here. Nice, fast, simple mission. Get in, kill everyone, get out. I love it. It's probably one of my favorite mission types. Just because it is that simple. How am I doing on time? 3.5 hours? We've got plenty of time. Alright. And that opened Kadesh. There's also a mission not shown here. That's hidden. And I don't remember how to open that mission or when. But there's going to be another type of defense mission on Mars at some point, which I believe it branches out from Arvel and goes over here. I forget the name of the mission node, but the mission type is called Mirror Defense. And it's kind of fun in its own right. Is that? Ah, it's still a lith. But we're opening up more fissure missions. Ah, see, Mizo, Jupiter, damn it. Okay, let's go ahead and do Kadesh. That is a dark sector. And Wahiba is also a dark sector. Survival. Yeah, we'll do Kadesh first because it'll be faster. 3 waves versus 5 minutes. We're getting close to having Mars completely unlocked, and I like it. Right.
The enemy is at our doorstep. You must defend our equipment until reinforcements arrive.
This map should be very familiar to everyone. Hey, some salvage. Good. Because we've already been here. Hell, like in the last hour we've been here. Because this was the interception map. What you got, buddy? Good boy. Thanks for the energy. Here I am running around trying to hunt enemies, and I'm the one that said, invested is best because you just stand still. I'm so used to running all over the map, though, that it's just kind of what I do. It's still true. It's still true, though. You just stand still, and eventually all the enemies will come to you. And then you can kill them. And it's over and done with. Hey, I was wondering if that bonus would apply to the stuff he digs up, and I just got confirmation that yes, it does. That is amazing. Keep them coming, buddy. Especially all them credits. Quite a few. stacked up right out here. Come on, last one. Get over here. Thank you. Sometimes they feel the need to stop and think about it. It's kind of annoying. Pick up anything useful? Nope. See how he just kind of stopped in the doorway? He's like, oh, where am I going? Yeah, that tends to happen. And sometimes it'll happen to the point where they actually get stuck. But most of the time, I just gotta stand here, and they eventually will all come to me. It's a lot easier on the Corpus maps, because their AI pathing is a little bit better on the Corpus maps, and so they get stuck less often. They still get stuck, but it's just not as common as on these open-air planetary Grineer missions. Probably my favorite is the ship-based Grineer defense mission map, which we will see that. What have we got? Nothing of importance. Whoa, did that just say I have the rare Ureli drop on that? Are you kidding me? Ureli Prime Neuroptics, rare drop. Holy shit. We might farm Ureli Prime. It's really going to depend on if she has any other parts that are like super rare. Let's go find out.
Anyone else picking up?
I'm curious now. I have Ureli Prime on my main account, but I didn't farm her. I just bought the Prime Access, because I don't have the same no money restrictions on that one that I do this one. I've spent thousands, probably, on that account over the 11 years that I've been playing it. Ureli. So, rare Neuroptics. Z4 has common chassis, and we've got both of those. Axie Y1. Ah, see, that one's going to be the trouble. That one's going to be the one that's going to give us trouble. Her systems are a rare. So, I'm not going to put a lot of effort into trying to hunt down parts, because, yeah, that one's going to give us quite a bit of trouble. We don't even have the relic, and once we do, it's an Axie relic,
all accounted for.
Meaning Axie missions are just out of the question for us right now. So I'm not going to put a whole lot of mental effort into actually farming Ureli Prime. We have 100,000 credits again. Let's go ahead and rank these up.
We must raise more capital.
Sadly, this is going to chew through both of the forma that I want.
These are a bargain
for
just
building
for you.
In my dojo, but it's an unfortunate sacrifice I have to make. Alright, we're going to pick probably one of these. Let's just go with the first one, the Honorix handle.
This is what we offer.
How much was that originally? 20,000. Yep. Versus 15 and 10 for the sigils. That was absolutely worth it. The best idea, the best option. I'm still not even certain I want to get all of these. I have them all on my main account because at the time I bought them, it was required because you needed the sigils just to rank up in the syndicate in the first place. But now that restriction is gone, I don't like most of them. So I don't see a point in collecting them. I like this one. I will probably spend for that one because I like this one. But the rest of these, not so much. So, yeah. But we're making good progress. But the next thing I'll be doing is I'll be buying this before we rank up to the next rank, so that we have all of the important stuff. Oh, and the Abyssal Beacons. I should probably get a few of those. These open up a special type of exterminate mission. I want to say it's on series. But this is how we get parts for Dagath. These abyssal beacons will open up a special mission that will have us running and getting. Like I said, it's a unique exterminate mission. At the end of the mission, we'll get rewarded with a special currency, and then we take that currency to our dojo once we've built the Dagath room, and we use it to buy the parts for Dagath so that we can build
Give what
her.
you can. Give what you
All right,
can,
we're
Tenno.
gonna do this, and there goes all of my credits and both of my
These offerings are pure.
Onorix and Phaedra. Oh. Me is now thinking I should have gotten the Phaedra part from the other store because here's 2 parts of the Phaedra. Do I already own one of these? The Onorix blade, I don't care. We're going to be getting all of them. That's why I'm not too super worried about it.
Use these to cleanse
Because
the
yeah, we're gonna
unclean.
make it a focus to get all of the arc gun pieces, which is what these are. These are the crafting pieces needed to make the extra arc guns and stuff. So we're going to make getting those a top priority. So I really don't... prioritizing one over another isn't a big deal because we're going to get them all. And besides, by getting all of the parts from both of these, we still won't have all of the parts we need to build them.
These are our best deals.
Oh yeah, Onorix handle and an Onorix blade. I should go look at the Onorix blueprint and see what it costs and what we may still need. Just out of curiosity. O-N-O. There it is. The Onorix is the giant axe. So the blueprint is 35,000. We need 2 blades and 1 handle. And then 35,000 credits for the blueprint. And then another 25,000 to build it. Okay, so I'm not going to worry about this right this moment, but at some point in the future, what I will do, and I have already started with Warframe blueprints. If we come in here to Warframes... What? Why is there nothing there? Oh, because I need to... There we go. It was doing it based on my search subject. So if we come in here, I click hide blueprint, and then I click hide owned. That will get rid of, that should pull Volt and Rhino out of the mix. So if I just do this, here's Rhino. If I took this one off, Volt would cut. You've got a lot more, but Volt is down here. So we hide owned Warframes, and now Rhino and Volt are both gone from this list. And then you do blueprint only, and it takes out any Warframe that does not sell a blueprint here in the market. So, and this will tell you I have that blueprint for Hydroid. So all of these down here I've been collecting, and it's just a matter of farming credits. So I've got all of these so far. And the biggest one is Necros here, because it's the most expensive. 100,000 credits for a Necros blueprint. But we'll be farming him pretty soon, too. Although the next one on our list, I believe, is Excalibur. War. When we go and fight the boss at War for Mars, is Excalibur. So I definitely need to kind of hurry up with the Excalibur blueprint, because we're about to get our second starter Warframe.
Do it better.
And yeah, when we get Excalibur and Mag, who are the other 2 Warframes aside from Volt that you can pick right away, absolutely, we will be building them and getting them out and playing with them so you guys can see what they do. But yeah, this is why I picked Volt, because Volt requires you to go into the dojo to build him, which makes him really hard to get if you don't already have a clan you can join. Whereas Excalibur, we're going to farm his parts on War, right here on Mars. And Mag, if we come up here to Phobos, which is just above Mars, to Iliad, that's the assassination mission here on Phobos, and that one drops the parts for Mag. So you can get both of them just by doing your star chart, whereas Volt, again, if you don't have a dojo, you don't have a clan, he's the hardest of the 3 starters to get, which is why we started with him. Alright, let's go ahead and do Wahiba. 5 minutes of survival. And then that branch of Mars will be done, and this will also be our 15 missions for the Nightwave.
You must provide cover for a lone Tenno operative. Set off the alarms and keep the infested busy.
There we go.
The infested are releasing toxic spores into
Now
the
wait.
area. The emergency life support I am delivering is your only chance for survival.
I'll go in here and get some quick loot. Once we start getting flooded with enemies, I'm going to stop worrying about loot crates. Kind of like right now. They're just coming.
Will drop crucial life support. Be on the lookout.
So now we just gotta slaughter for 5 minutes. We have covered survivals before, so I'm not going to worry about going over how to do them again. Again, if you are brand new to this, I highly recommend that you go back and watch the entire thing, because this is a complete walkthrough, start to finish, of everything to do with Warframe, as it is in the game right now. And again, in 2 days they're about to change a few things, so we will be going over those when they happen. We will basically be discovering them together, because they'll be brand new to me as well. But having the experience I do, it'll be a lot easier for me to go through it and interpret it, and then kind of explain stuff to you guys and then figure out how it's all done. So it'll be interesting to see what they do, because they're supposed to be basically revamping the junctions to make it more streamlined to get through the entire star chart. I'm a little worried about it, because I think they're going to streamline it just a little too much. But we will see. We'll find out. That happens in just under 48 hours. So when it does, we will be going live to explore everything, both the new end-game content, and then later on we will come back and explore the new starting game content. Maybe I'll do it in reverse. I don't know. But one way or another, we're going to cover it. Come on. This is infested. I shouldn't be low on enemies. Infested survival. I should not be struggling to kill things. And by struggle, I don't mean actually, like, having a hard time killing them, but rather they're not giving me enough enemies to kill. I should not be standing idle.
Life support has been replenished.
I should be getting flooded by a never-ending constant stream of slaughter. It sounds like someone upstairs is getting frustrated. Maybe not. I don't know.
I've delivered another life support capsule.
My youngest son's girlfriend, I believe, is moving in today. And they are bringing in her bed, because it's larger than his bed. And they actually asked me for help, potentially. There was a chance at the start of this, yeah, I should have probably mentioned that at the start of the stream, but there is a chance that here before too long I'm going to have to actually take a momentary pause, and it could be a bit of time, like, say, 15-20 minutes, but it's to help them get that bed in the house. But I think they're going to have enough extra pairs of hands. Shouldn't have to stop, but it is still a possibility.
Life support incoming.
Where did that osprey go? I want to kill it. Where did that osprey go? I'm pretty sure I didn't kill it. I jumped right past the damn thing. Unless I took it out with the backswing. Where'd it go?
Another life support capsule is now available.
Alright, so we still got 30. We've only got another 30 seconds now. What are my cats doing? One of my cats is suddenly must be bored. Come on, 10 seconds. Show me where the exit is so we can leave. 'Cause I'm not staying in here past 5 minutes.
The raid is off to a successful
There we
start.
go.
When you need it, extraction is ready.
Yeah, we'll worry about farming endless missions for their really good, juicy rewards later. Right now, we just want to open the star chart nodes. Hell, I will probably do a lot of that farming off stream so that we're not bored by just watching me constantly farm the same mission for 4 hours.
Mission complete.
Over
Excellent
and over.
work, Tenno.
Because it wouldn't be 4 straight hours. It would be 4 hours broken up into 20-minute segments. Because this early in the game, there's no point in staying in a mission like that for more than 20 minutes. Because that's when the reward rotations reset, and but the enemy level does not. The enemy level keeps going up while the rewards go back to being bare bones bitches.
Operator, communication.
Oh, what do we got?
The syndicates need your help. In a rare showing of solidarity, they sent a covert team to raid a Grineer ship adrift inside the Abyssal Zone. The ship is rumored to be carrying Orokin Defixios.
That's it.
Curse tablets that were plundered from an archaeological dig site known as Villa Irelia.
Defixios,
the Syndicate's team is unable to complete their mission and needs your help to get the Defixios.
That's the unique
Abyssal beacons are available
currency.
from the syndicates. Which syndicate you support is entirely your choice.
So yeah, she just told us about the those abyssal beacons I was talking about. Yeah, Defixios is the name of the unique resource we need in order to buy the Dagath parts. But again, we can't get the Dagath parts until we have a clan dojo with the Dagath research lab opened up. So right now, it's a waste of time. Okay. Go ahead and open this up.
Shall we?
We've got our 15 missions. That's it for Nightwave. Oh, and I managed to open that. Yeah, we got our 1 Lith Relic. But again, we don't have any other Fissure eras open, so chances of us completing that are pretty much 0. The only other thing I can complete in here is going to be the Syndicate missions. So we might get to rank 11 in the next day or so, but then we're going to be stuck waiting again. This is going to be nice. Getting to rank 12 is going to be a godsend, especially since I just spent both of my forma that I had. Alright, now we're going to do Marshalis, which is a rescue, and then we will do Valis, and that will be pretty much the map, other than War and Gradivis. So we'll start with War, because Deimos doesn't have a junction. And then we will go from there to Gradivis and open Phobos, and start doing Phobos. So that's the plan. I would really like to get to Deimos and start doing that, but the only thing that's waiting for me on Deimos at this point is another open world with more stuff to farm, and I've already got 2 that I'm having to farm.
And liberate the hostage before any harm comes to them.
Like, it's really just making more unnecessary work for myself. So I'm going to do Phobos and Ceres first, because, again, they're dead ends. They don't go anywhere. They don't progress the star chart. But they do have valuable stuff in the form of, like, planetary resources. Again, mag, you farm from the boss on Phobos. The most memed assassination in all of Warframe. Because it's the Sergeant. The Sergeant is just a big-ass meme. Alright. But yeah, so there's a lot of valuable stuff on Phobos that I really want, so we're going to do that, and as on Ceres as well. Because Ceres gives us access to the Tier 2 Spy Vaults, meaning we can get some more of our dual stat mods and our next piece of Ivara on Ceres. So that's really important, and I want to get the Ceres as quickly as we can. But to get the Ceres, we have to unlock Phobos. Hi. Hello, my dear moderator. How goes it with the bed?
You are approaching the holding area.
Yeah, I heard him
Detect you, they will
bustling around behind me trying to be quiet. It's okay. He was at least trying. Gotta give him credit for that.
Stay focused. There's a heavy unit approaching.
Yeah, it's okay. I have told people many times that I share my recording space with others, and so noise is going to happen, unfortunately. Yeah, and that's all I ask, is that you at least give it a try. At least attempt to be quiet, or quieter than you normally would be. Yeah.
The captive will be in one of these cells.
Goodbye.
Search them.
Hi. What? Yeah, gotta get back to work. Okay. So yeah, that was my son. He's also my moderator. You might see him in my chat periodically under the name Salty Blaze. But today he couldn't actually join me because he's got his own things he's got to worry about, which is fine. My channel's not really big enough to need moderators yet, so... But I made it one because why not?
Let's go home.
He supports my career choice. He enjoys actually watching me stream from time to time.
And I'll take care of the rest.
And, well, I've been known to get very distracted in what I'm doing that I don't pay attention to chat, so it's kind of nice having someone who is paying attention to chat. Thankfully today nobody's actually shown up in chat, so I have no chat that I've missed. Kinda sad, but that's pretty normal for me, and I'm okay with it. It gives me a chance to just kinda get lost in my thoughts and enjoy my game, and again, this is all going up on YouTube, so if you miss it live, you should absolutely, I hope, be watching it over there. And, you know, do the whole typical like, subscribe, hit the follow button. You can follow me on Twitch, join my Discord, all that fun stuff. I forgot to mention that at the start. Normally I start my things by pointing all that stuff out. My streams. I start my streams by pointing all that out and telling people, hey, like and subscribe and follow and all that good stuff. But honestly, I hate doing that. It gets, like, monotonous after you've said it 100 times. And I have said it 100 times. I've been streaming for 13 years. Off and on.
Escort mission complete. The hostage is
there we
safe
go.
now. Let's get out of here.
So yeah, I may be doing this live, but I'm really doing it more for, like, YouTube content. I'm doing it live because I'm also trying to partner with Twitch, but it makes for good YouTube content as well. And I'm far more averse to being, or more familiar, I should say, with YouTube and stuff. Mobile defense, oh boy. Everybody's favorite mission type. So favorite that it's in hundreds of different formats in the game.
This is a mobile defense mission.
Somebody at DE really loves mobile defense because it is the most used game type
for heavy resistance.
in the entire game of Warframe. You will find more mobile defense in various places and in various instances than any other mission type. Hi. Yeah, you'll even have areas where you'll be doing missions that you don't think have anything to do with mobile defense, because they don't, but then all of a sudden everything will just kind of shift, and now it's like, defend the target, 10-0, and then a timer pops up, and you're like, oh boy, more mobile defense. I thought we were doing something different, but apparently we're just doing mobile defense with a twist.
And get ready to defend. I'm in, Tenno. This will take a moment.
Alright. The reason why mobile defense is hated as much as it is, even though it's the most used mission type in the game, is because of this. Like, it requires you to sit still and do nothing but defend this one stationary spot for a set amount of time, and then you gotta go to the next spot and do the exact same thing again. And it's not that it's a bad mission type, it's just that it is incredibly overused.
Stay focused. There's a heavy unit approaching.
Just like Arcwing doesn't have enough mission variety, and that's why it's boring. Mobile defense is used far too much, and that's why it's boring.
Move on.
There's gotta be a healthy balance between being used too much and being used not nearly enough. Hell, they have some mission types in here, like a special type of cipher that you'll encounter in a later story mission. It's a really cool puzzle mechanic that adds something new to to the puzzles, and it's something that they could really use to their advantage in something like a spy mission. But other than, I think, one mastery test, it shows up in that quest mission and then is never used again. And it's like, wow, what a really wasted potential. Hey, Sentinels! Wait, we're still on Mars, right? Yeah. Must have finished the Grenier stuff or something. Or maybe I'm thinking Mercury. I don't know. I need to check my codex and see how I'm doing on synthesis scans, and maybe I'll just spend some time running missions later off stream and just collecting synthesis scans and codex scans, for that matter. That's what we just did. Codex. I need synthesis scans too, though, because we're very, very close to having 50,000 standing with Samaris and getting the infinite scanner widget, which is going to open the door for us to do just infinite scanning, basically. Yeah, no basically about it. It's infinite, period. You'll never need to buy scanners again. And you can just scan literally everything you want in a mission to your heart's content and never have to worry about running out or having a limited number of charges. I think even if you buy like 1,000 scanners, you can only take 100 into a mission with you at any given time. But with the infinite widget, you only need one, and that's it. And then you can scan indefinitely. And I'm super excited about the prospect of finally having that on this account. Because then we're going to do just that. We're going to do like just copious amounts of scanning stuff so that we can max out our daily Samaris standing every single day and buy everything in his shop, because he's got some really good stuff in his shop.
Terminal spotted. Upload me
And then I'm going to be spending
defend.
quite a lot of time. I don't know how soon.
I'm in,
But we're
Tenno.
going to hit a point
This will take a
in the
moment.
campaign, opening the star chart, where I'm going to want to stop doing any and all progression and just focus entirely on farming reputation for the syndicates, for the open world factions, Cephalon Samaris. That's going to be my primary focus of everything I do. But I don't know exactly when that point is going to come. Honestly, I'm starting to get to that point now,
Still
like,
working
mentally.
On it. Continue to defend.
Like, I really kind of want to go and just do a lot of focus rep farming on Cetus and on Fortuna before I unlock Deimos, because then it would just be yet another one I have to farm. But on a bright note, again, like, by opening that up, it'll give me like 4 different things to focus on, 4 or 5 different faction grinds that I can do every day, and it'll give me like a lot of things that I can do offline that will be a great benefit to the account. And yeah, it'll just give me stuff that I can do that I don't have to worry about advancing too far or progressing without everybody. Because this is all stuff you should be doing in your off time as well. If you're spending time away from my stream playing Warframe, you should absolutely be grinding your daily reps, your syndicate reps, your Cetus rep, Fortuna. If you have Deimos unlocked already, if you've gone ahead of me in the tutorial and you've got a bunch of that stuff unlocked, you should absolutely be farming those. Your Cephalon Samaris, because he's got some weapons and some very valuable mods that you can collect. This is absolutely all stuff that you should be doing on your own as well, being farming. The tutorial is meant to give you an introduction and a walkthrough of like all of the new stuff and give it to you in a way that's easy to understand. It's streamlined, and it gives you like a direction. So if you just started the game and you're completely lost and have no idea what to do, you just finished like Forest Prize. So you've done the Awakening, you've done Forest Prize, and you're like, okay, well now what? That question right there is what this walkthrough is aiming to solve. So I'm doing all of the new stuff, showing you the kind of the direction that you need to go to get toward the end game stuff. And anything that we've unlocked that has a daily grind to it, you should absolutely be doing that on your own time, or while you're sitting here watching me. Like, that's what my content's really good for. It's great for second monitor stuff where you've got things you need to do and you're wanting to just kind of put on some background noise to occupy your brain. I do that all the time. I watch Luality VODs, Josh Drive Hayes, Brozyme, Oxhorn, Gopher. I have quite a few different YouTube personalities and streamers that I go to their YouTube channel, and when I've got a bunch of farming to do in Warframe, I just pull up their VODs, and I watch their VODs on the second monitor while I'm doing all my farming, and it helps make the time pass a little bit more entertainingly. Alright, are you done? Because I want to go. No, I'm not going to give him a chance to do anything more.
Complete.
We're just going to leave.
Excellent work, Tenno.
Building my credits back up, that's good. And we're finally starting to farm some rep in our syndicates because I've ranked them up. Yay! But yeah, that really does make me want to get to rank 12 in Nightwave, because I just spent both of those forma, and it's going to take me an eternity to get them back, unless I just get to rank 12, and then it's not going to only give me back the 2 I
What's
spent,
on
but
your
it's going to give me
mind,
1
dreamers?
extra. And these are fully built. These are not blueprints. These are 3 fully built forma. It's giving me basically a forma bundle, which, as you can see, is normally 35 platinum, but it's just going to give us 1 for free by farming Nightwave. But to get there, I need another 12,000 Nightwave points, and I'm going to be lucky if I get 4,500. 55. I can still do this. But still, doing this and doing this is only going to get me halfway to 12. So the chances of us actually getting this are pretty slim. Unless by some miracle I can get to Deimos today and we can actually run an isolation vault, which, oh boy, that's going to be a task in a hand.
It's
task
time
and a half.
for Nora to say goodnight.
Woof. Alright, we're going to go ahead and do, I'm going to do War, and then we'll do Gradivis, and then we'll do the Phobos Junction. And that will open up Deimos and Phobos. Hell, I am tempted, honestly, to go do, just so that I can get to that rank 12, we can do the Heart of Deimos quest today. Because by doing Mars, or doing War, we're going to open up Horrend, which will then give us Phlagius. And once we hit Phlagius, we've got Cambion Drift. And Cambion Drift is Heart of Deimos quest. Cambion Drift is the infested open world. So we might do that today. Yeah, it's a very good possibility. I do still want to get the Phobos Junction unlocked, though, because that's going to give us the Stolen Dreams quest, and that is going to be also very, very
while
valuable.
I analyze the intelligence profiles of the
But
Grenier.
let's do War.
Error, not a number.
And go meet Lieutenant Leg Krill. And this will not be the only time we find him, either. Oh, look at that! A die roll of 6 right from the start. Alright.
Eliminating Krill is the only chance for our exposed colony.
You can listen to what she has to say. It's a little bit of lore, but it doesn't really mean anything.
Eliminating Krill is the only chance for our exposed colony.
What do you mean, exposed colony? What exposed colony? Do we ever get to visit it? Yeah, her babbling about lore right now makes absolutely no sense. But Krill is a unique boss fight because, just like Vor, he's got invincibility phases. Yeah, it's really weird how we have to beat Krill. He's got a backpack on that gives him, like, cold status. And basically we have to shoot his backpack until it gets broken. And then when it is, he'll get kind of mad and he's got this big hammer and he'll slam it on the ground. And when he slams it on the ground, it's going to create a boss proc. But if we break his backpack first, instead it'll freeze him solid. And then we just hack the crap out of him, and we've got to do that 3 times. And then he'll switch from cold to heat, and he'll go like full flame on and be on fire, and he'll do heat damage. And at that point, he becomes completely vulnerable to damage, and you can just hack the crap out of him and kill him.
Stay focused.
But here we are. Here's the arena. Oh. And yeah, he's using a
Krill is
Fragor
highly unpredictable.
with that really unique skin.
He may have other tricks up his sleeve.
It's a really cool skin.
To survive this battle, you must strike hard.
Love the
and
look of
fast.
that hammer. It's great.
There is the assassination
So yeah,
target. You know
this
what
is
to
like
do.
Krill. He's gonna swing his hammer. We're gonna smack him in the back and damage his backpack until the hose comes loose. You might actually have to shoot it. Sometimes, if you've got the right melee weapon, you can get it to come off with this, but you see how his backpack is glowing blue? That's what we need to shoot. Sadly... Yep, there we go. Okay. That did the trick. Now we come up close. See how the hose is kind of flailing? Now he's going to slam, and he's going to freeze, and that's when we do some damage to him. Then he's going to get back up, and we got to shoot his backpack again. And then at some point he'll do another ground slam, freeze himself, and then we're going to do some more damage. And we got to do that 3 times. Thankfully, it looks like my There we go. And now you should go all flame on. Come on. Oh, come on. That was the third time. No? Is it 4 now? Maybe it's always been 4. Yeah, he's... The trick is to get him to swing the hammer, because that gives him, like, that momentary stun. Damn it. Would you get out of that corner? You're making it really hard. There we go. Okay. There, now he's going off flame on. So now he's on fire, but he's completely vulnerable, and we can just end his ass. And there we go, boss fight over. Not hard at all.
They won't be bothering us anymore.
Although we did just jump down a little prematurely, because the doors are locked. Let's get rid of everything that is an obstacle. And by everything, I mean Grineer enemies.
Stay focused.
There we go.
There's a heavy unit approaching.
And I don't care. We are good to go.
They won't be bothering us anymore. Let's get out of here.
Yay! Excalibur chassis. Awesome! And I have enough money now, I think I can actually go and get the blueprint. I don't know if we have everything we need to actually build the chassis yet, but with us having it, I'm gonna go get the blueprint real quick. Hell, I'm tempted to just farm it. And we've pissed off the stalker again.
To contact the operator. Please check
Good.
your inbox.
Maybe he'll show up and try to fight me. The more times you do assassination missions, the more and more pissed off he gets, and it increases the likelihood that he'll actually show up in a mission. Just food for thought. Alright, yep, we're gonna buy the blueprint, because I have the money to do it. And if we go and check our foundry, click on the Warframe tab, scroll down. So I have these ordered by state. I don't know if I've covered this or not, but when you look at your thing, you can order these by 3 different methods. You've got the name of the item, which self-explanatory. When you do it by state, it takes everything that is ready to build or is already built and pulls it right to the top of the list. And then everything from that point below is then in alphabetical order. And then when you put it in type, type is really mostly used
Stand by while I analyze the intelligence profiles of the Grineer.
So you can see everything got rearranged.
Not
Excalibur's at the top here.
Did the operator enjoy this
Not
witticism?
sure why. Looks like I can build his chassis, so we're gonna go ahead and do that. I've already got the Orokin cell as well for this, so we just need to get his other 2 parts and get them building. And then once everything's put together, he's 72 hours as well? Jeez. They all are. Gara, Garuda, Hydroid. Rhino was unique. He's the only one that said 24 hours. Nova says 72. Yeah, Nyx, Oberon, Saren, they're all 72. I really wish they would change that. Rhino being 24 was really nice, and I wish all of them were 24 hour. It'd be really nice. At least all of the base frames. The primes, if they want to keep those at 72 hour, it sucks, but I could understand it because it's a prime, it's a high value item, so having it take more time, fine, whatever. Don't ever spend platinum to rush things though, because it's a waste of platinum. But yeah, so type is you saw it rearranges everything. I'm not exactly sure how it is they have these all. It looks like it's alphabetical. Yeah, E, F, G, H. So this is all alphabetical, but if you go to the All tab, that's where it really shines, because you've got all your Warframes first, under type, and then you keep scrolling, and now you've got your primary weapons, followed by secondary and melee. It's basically everything in type is ordered like this, so if you wanted to like have everything in one list and see it in order based on these tabs up here, you would order these by type. Personally though, I like to keep it at state because I click through these tabs all the time to look at the various things, so I don't need that particular aspect of the All tab. So I like being able to just click in here and go, okay, cool, this part for this Warframe is ready to build. These parts are done and ready to claim, so let's go ahead and click, 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 and we're good to go. That's how I like to do it. And then everything, again, is in alphabetical order from that point, and you can just scroll down and see what you have. In fact, I'm going to claim that Hydroid Systems, so that now if we come down here and look at Hydroid, there we go, one part complete. Just need to go get his inner optics and his chassis. And I will worry about doing that just as soon as my Higasa rifle is fully ranked and able to take on more mods and have more damage. It's also very tempting right now to go and just finish farming Excalibur, but I don't think I'm going to. I will save that. I will do it, but I'm going to do it on my own time. So next we're going to do Gradavis and the Phobos Junction, and then I think we are going to go to Deimos and open up the Cambion Drift. But doing this will complete Mars and give us access to a 4th Nightmare mission that we can farm for Nightmare mods. So that, for me, is very exciting. Whoa, okay. I was trying to run forward, but I was pressing my melee button to do it. So I'm using mouse and keyboard, so I use WASD to run forward, but E is my melee key, and then Q opens my gear wheel. But, so I went to press W to run forward, and instead I was pressing E and just going hog wild with my melee weapon. Whoopsie! Alright, now this is just your generic Corpus Sabotage mission, I believe. And we have already covered this mission type in a previous video, so I'm not going to worry about it here. We are just going to blast through these enemies as quickly as we can, and we're going to get to the end and do what we need to do to get the mission done and over with. Still weird to see Corpus on Mars. But here we are, the main reactor chamber. We're just gonna fly right past all that into this room here. Drop the coolant cell.
Going into stasis.
And then
now
I'm going to actually pick this up and just drop it over here.
You can to make sure it never works again.
So that it's out of my way. Now we're gonna go back to the middle of the room. Jump down underneath here. We're gonna pick up this heat cell and go back to that side room. Again, I only recommend doing this method if you're doing the Corpus ship sabotage. Otherwise, I would have picked that up and put it right back in the slot where it came from to blow the ship up. If you're doing Grenier ship sabotage, that's what I would recommend. But the Corpus ship sabotage. Hey, there we go, just rolled a 6. Love rolling a 6 on this thing. This weapon is amazing. And I think that's actually the way we need to go. No, it's not. That's a dead end. Hey! Looky, looky. I found a Cephalon fragment. But that tells me that... Ooh, Sentinels. This is our exit, over here. So, while that thing is completing itself to a full 50%, we're just gonna... Oh god. We're gonna try and find the exit. May not be as easy as I'd hoped. That's a dead end. Don't think I'm gonna find it before the thing completes. Too many possible directions that we could go to explore and potentially leave from. Ah, there it is. Okay, but now everything's just dark. Yeah, if you were doing the Grenier sabotage, again, I've talked about this before. Doing Grenier sabotage and you did what I did, you took the heat thing and you went and put it in the cooling. It would have, the ship would go dark like this, but you'd also have these weird little magnetic bubbles all over the ship that would, they have like little gravitational fields and they would pull you in and drain you of your energy. On the Corpus ship, it doesn't do that. It just turns out the lights. That's it. It just turns out the lights.
Well executed.
So, it's by far the easiest method on the Corpus sabotage. So on the Grenier ship, I always do the fire and explode the ship because I don't like those magnetic fields. They're annoying. So the explodey of the ship is always the easiest on the Grenier tile set. But for the Corpus, I recommend that one because it's just less of a headache. All right, Phobos Junction time. We are so close to the void. I might actually open that first. Who is our Spectre for today? We have Mag. That makes sense because we're about to go to Phobos where we farm Mag. All right, let's do this. Come on, melee, Iron Skin, which is overkill because Mag is already dead. One ground slam. Oh, I feel bad about that. Oh, wow. That was overkill. One heavy ground slam and she just vaporized. That's so sad. But that just adds more credence to the reason why I love polearms. And the Amanata is a great weapon and absolutely worth farming. And again, you get that on Cetus. Unlock Mercury, and then it opens up the mission on Cetus, and you can go farm with the Amanata. And it's Mastery Lock 2, so you can get it really, really fast. But yay, Stolen Dreams. Really excited about that as well. And this, because I used one recently, so it's nice to have another one. There we go. So yeah, I think I might actually go ahead and we're gonna open the Void. Not gonna worry about any of this right now. We're just gonna go straight Roche, Shklovsky, Skyresh, Stickney, Void. And we'll worry about all of this later, because then we'll go down to Deimos and make our way to Deimos and do the Heart of Deimos. And we'll save the rest of Phobos for the next stream. Alright.
Eliminate all Corpus threats.
Exterminate. Nice and easy. But Phobos has some valuable resources. Like Plastid. So it's kind of important to have a Phobos, at least a little bit of Phobos open right now. We have just a little bit. But again, we're just gonna do the branch that is a direct shot to the Void, so that I can open up the Void line, and that's gonna give me access to a lot more Orokin cells, Argon crystals, things I really need to build quite a few Warframes and Warframe parts, especially Sevagoth Prime. Hey, thanks for here. Phobos found. All right. So yeah. And then from there we will go and do Deimos, and I will see about trying to do Heart of Deimos, and I'll see if I can't also get to the Jupiter Junction and open Jupiter so that I can go farm neural sensors to start making copious amounts of Forma so that we can start building our dojo. Oops. I fell down. You know, I suppose this would be a fun time to do this puzzle. So, this thing in the middle of the room that's spinning around, you can turn that off. There are 4 of these terminals, 2 on either side of the room. If you hack all 4 of them, that thing in the middle will stop spinning, and you can actually go inside, and there's a bunch of loot crates at the bottom. So there's that one. And now we're going to jump across to this side.
Stay focused. There's a heavy unit approaching.
Oh no, not a heavy unit. Anything but that. I've only killed like 50 of them today. Stop it. Whoa! Okay. One more. Do you mind? I'm trying to hack the console. There we go. Now the thing in the middle is turned off. It stops spinning. And if we come down here, drones, loot crates. What's down here changes from mission to mission, but there's always something down there. And there's that heavy unit she was talking about. Not that it matters. I am running right past people, and the objective here is to kill everyone. Here, let me collapse the map so that people can actually see what's going on a little bit easier. Hell, I'm even having trouble.
Your sacred tokens shall remain secure from the grasp of the idol.
Man, I hope we get to unlock the Deadlock Protocol soon. I really want to start collecting Granum Crowns. Granum Crowns are a really good way to earn yourself some faction standing with Solaris United on Cetus. Not Cetus, Fortuna. I always get those two mixed up because they're so close together. They should not be so close together. Really shouldn't have put Cetus on Venus. I think it should have been probably Phobos.
Looks like heavy
Phobos or
activity
Europa.
ahead.
Europa would have been a good one. Because Europa is an ice planet. Like, literally, Europa is an ice planet. You do the other missions on Europa, and it's a Corvus occupied ice planet. Would have been perfect for Cetus, but instead they chose to put it on Venus. You know, the second closest planet to the sun. So it's really, really hot. But somehow they froze it.
Stay focused. There's a
and
heavy
it's a
unit
snowy
approaching.
It's a snowy winter wonderland on Cetus, or Ballard. That's it. Yeah, I definitely think that would have done better being on Europa. Plus, having it separated like that would have given us like a little bit more time in the game, like early on, to actually focus on farming Cetus rep, farming Ostron, getting all of their stuff. And being able to focus on those one at a time is kind of nice, honestly. Hello. How are you still alive? I guess I'm not doing the greatest damage. Yeah, the build is definitely not the greatest. It's what I have. What I have is good.
Well done.
They are dying. But when I have to hit a level 11 multiple times, there's room for improvement. Okay, we're good. We have killed our allotted number of enemies. Bastards. Collecting those is a godsend. Okay. We're almost to the exit. There we go. I know my dog just opened the locker. I'm ignoring it. Had to force myself to ignore it because, oh my god, loot! But we did it. I ignored it. And we got 200 plastids. That is amazing! We are gonna start now getting plastids coming out of our ass and out of our ears and out of our eyeballs, and then although not nearly as badly as nanospores. Once we unlock nanospores, oh my god. Nanospores and salvage, two of the most common resources in the game. You will have both of those in so much abundance you will never be able to spend them all. Alright. And that is that one. I would like to go this way, but like I said, I'm not going to do that. I'm going to prioritize this branch so that we can get to the void. So we're going to go with this one, Skyresh, Stickney, which will open the void, and then when I come back, because once I open the void, we are going to pivot off of Phobos and go back to Deimos, because we now have the branch open for Deimos as well. So once I get the void open, we're going to come back and basically do all of Deimos and open it up, and then try to get to the Jupiter Junction. Activate new quests using the codex in your orbiter. Oh, complete Heart of Deimos. That's it?
Everything in order?
That's all I've got to do?
Is that a pun?
All the more reason to do it. Because once we do Cambion Drift, Heart of Deimos, Jupiter Junction, that'll give me Neurodes. We can start building Forma like it's going out of style. So, yeah. Once I open the Void, we'll come back, we'll do Horrend, Flagius, and Formido. We'll do those 3 because that will connect us to the junction, and then once those 3 are done, we'll do Heart of Deimos and open the Jupiter Junction, and then we will finish with the rest of Deimos, and then go back and probably finish Phobos, and then move on to Jupiter. Officially. After we've talked about the Cambion Drift, because that's going to be... Oh boy! I'm going to need to make sure I got plenty of fluids to drink. Anyways, Schlosky. Shklovsky. That is a weird name.
Your mission is to break
also,
into
I'm probably
enemy
going to need to
data
get up
vaults
and use
and
the rest
steal
of them
any
again soon.
intelligence files you
I
find.
am dancing in my chair. Alright, I should probably... Yeah. I should probably ignore loot for now. I want to loot. I want to be up here and stay up here and loot, but I also really want to push forward and unlock everything that I need to unlock to start really just mass building everything in the game. Once I can get the Void and Jupiter unlocked, we've got every major resource in the game. Everything is open and we can literally just start farming resources, building guns, building Warframes. Everything is available to us. And Mastery rank is going to go through the roof. And again, I'm going to be mass building Forma, so every chance I get that I can build another one. Sadly, I can only build one at a time. That's something I really wish they would change. Like, if you had the resources to build, like, 9 or 10 of them at once, I wish you could. That would be such a game changer. But we can only build them one at a time, and each one is going to require 12 hours of build time to make. So while I'm waiting for one to build, I can be farming more blueprints and farming the resources to build more. Goodness gracious, where the hell is this vault? Forget the heavy unit, where's the spy vault? I keep trying to go to where it's located. There we go. And it just keeps going, no, keep going. You're not there yet, keep going. Goodness. It's so far away.
Heavy robotic signature detected.
Alright.
Lock and load.
I don't care. Pretty sure I know which one this is. Oh man, I'm also really excited to get to the Jupiter spy vaults, because they're unique. They're really unique.
Is nearby. If you trigger the alarms now, the enemy will start destroying data.
The Corpus spy vaults we're going to find here are basically just slightly reskinned versions of the ones we saw on Venus. Which, I mean, they're still kind of unique, but you can tell, like, it looks different, but this is still just the big tower in the middle of the room. You gotta fall down and avoid lasers, and we've already talked about these, so I'm not going to worry about wasting any time explaining how to do them, because we've already done it. So we're going to come up here, and we're going to jump up here, and then we're going to jump up here, and we're going to fall down there, and do our best not to hit the laser grid. But if we do, it really doesn't matter. We are Rhino. Okay, now here's the tricky ones. Because... there we go. Tricky, but not impossible. There we go.
Excellent work. clean extraction with no alarms.
Your crowns are safe in my grasp, oh Parvos.
Now we can just leave.
Protect me!
I really want to kill him and get Granum crowns. So I really hope that the Deadlock Protocol is soon. It used to be you could do it almost immediately after finishing Vor's Prize. Like, as long as you got your Mastery rank high enough, which I think it was Mastery 4 or 5. Oops. Hey!
Stay focused. There's a heavy unit approaching.
How dare you just kind of spawn me off the edge of a cliff like that? That was rude. Yeah, I'm ignoring Granum. Dude, don't care. He's gonna taunt me. Big whoop.
You're nearing the console. Trigger the alarms now, and they will start destroying the data.
Yep, and this one too. It's just a reskin of one we've seen before. Pyro Stomp. Kills him. Kills the
found wanting, thief. Farewell.
Kills the guy wandering. Don't think I actually want to go that way. I think I want to go. Thank you. Up here. And this is going to take us. Yep. Oh, this is a problem. Oh, those are both closed. Alright, well, nothing to do but go back. Can I get in this side? Looks like it, yes. How about this one? Is this... Okay. These are not closed. So we're going to go this way. Now, the vault room is right over there. And we could go in there, but there's a laser grid on the floor. This one might actually be deactivated, but you can see the green line where there would be laser grid on the floor. And just like in its counterpart on the Venus side, there's a terminal. Normally, on the Venus side, on the planet side, when you have this vault, the terminal is just right in front of the vault. Like, you walk in that first door, terminal's right there, you hit it, and it turns it off. This one, not so much. And it's locked. Okay. Ah, I see. Okay. So this one, the terminal is in a special room right there. So in this one, you got to navigate the upper pillars and find the route that will take you back there. That will drop you in behind the vault room and give you access to this terminal, which will then let you deactivate the laser grid on the floor. Why is there no... There should be a glass wall right here that I can't get through. Okay. And that is the beam of a security camera coming through the door. So let's just fix that. No more security camera. Because that has me concerned. Last thing I need is a laser from a security camera that's not even in the same room as me, just magically being able to see exactly where I am and triggering the alarm. That would be truly rude.
Stay focused. There's a heavy unit approaching.
I jumped down to get to this level, so how do I jump back up? This one always confuses me a little bit. It's a bit topsy-turvy how to get around. There we go.
The target console is nearby.
Oh, this one's easy.
If you trigger the alarms now, the enemy
just
will
run.
start destroying data.
When the laser grid goes one way, you run the opposite. Get yourself into an alcove where you can avoid the laser grid. Over here, you can see the beam of a security camera, so we're gonna stomp. Goodbye, security camera. Now we'll come out here and just wait. until we have an opportunity to get into this room without triggering the lasers, and then we're going to hit this panel, and no more lasers. No more lasers at all. Now the last thing we have to worry about is there is probably a security camera in there. So again, before we open the door, just to make sure. Love Rhino Stomp. Very, very good at getting rid of security cameras. Unwanted alert traps and things. Yeah. Now we'll hack the vault.
Excellent
and we can
work.
go home.
A clean extraction with no alarms. We have everything we came for. Get to extraction.
I don't know if this is constituted as a Tier 2 vault at this moment. Maybe that's another thing they will change with the new rework that's
Walkers
coming.
incoming.
So right now, I think this one's still considered a Tier 1 spy vault. And again, there are 3 tiers, 3 official tiers, and then a 4th unofficial tier. But the 4th unofficial tier is only 1 set of spy vaults in 1 location. And that's the Kuva Fortress, which we are still a long ways away from unlocking the Kuva Fortress. Alright, that's enough of that. I'm out of here.
Mission complete.
Bye.
Excellent work.
What we get? Ivara! Oh, see, no, it's systems. Yeah, still a Tier 1, because we already have her systems. And it's built. Burstin, Daiku, Combat, Epitaph, Nautilus classes. Yeah, I've already unlocked a few of those. The classes. I love that name. That one and its counterpart, the gun, that's called the Quats. It sounds like a duck. And I can't say the name of that gun without quacking like a duck. Just call me weird. I am weird. I'm very weird. And I like being weird. Capture mission.
We received intel that somebody vital to
Damn,
enemy
rolled a
operations
6 right
is
out
here.
the gate.
Find them and capture them.
That's happening a lot. Told you, we'd be getting 6s on this thing all the time. This mission's gonna be super duper fast. We're just gonna
target located.
Deal with you. And then we'll leave. Oh! We're not going to leave right away. There is something fun about this room. This room is called the Temple of Granum. It only shows up on Phobos. And there's something very unique about this in that you can actually get some more free ship cosmetics, as well as you get to learn a few things about this guy. His name is Parvos Granum. He is the founder of the Corpus, as it is today. The Corpus has been around since the Orokin Empire, and they used to be, you know, an integrated part of the Orokin. They were controlled and directed by the Orokin, but when the Orokin Empire fell, they needed leadership. They had no idea what to do, and Parvos Granum was the one that stepped up to the plate, and he helped to forge the Corpus into what it is today. Now, he later left, or quote-unquote died, asterisk, and so it got taken over by the likes of Nef Anyo, oh, what's that other guy's name? I can't remember. We met him in the Arcwing quest, the guy with the really raspy voice and couldn't really talk. Later on, we meet him again, and he's gotten a new vocal box, and he can speak normal. But I forget his name. But yeah, he's another one of the high mucky mucks, the head honchos of the Corpus as they are now. But they only took over after Parvos Granum left. But uniquely with this, oh, it does take Granum Crowns. I thought it took credits. I don't know why I thought it took credits. But, yeah, when you give this thing an offering of a Granum Crown, there's going to be a thing back here that opens up. It's a little, like, temple-looking type thing. It's going to be a statuette. But it will gift you a free ship decoration that kind of tells the story of the early days of Parvos Granum.
Protect your avaricious
and how he came to be the head of the Corpus. It tells a little bit of his backstory. And it gives you a mural that you can hang up in your ship. It's a free ship decoration. And then that's why I was thinking credits. Once you finish getting all of them, because there's a limited number of them, anytime you come back there and give it another Granum Crown, it will give you a credits cache based on the level of the Granum Crown, I think, that you give it as an offering. So the higher level Granum Crown you give it, the more credits you'll get. But I think the maximum amount is only like 25,000. So, and by the time we open that ability up, we will be getting far more than 25,000 in our average mission duration, and because we'll have some of the highest level missions in the game unlocked, and some of those can pay out as much as 20 to 30,000 per mission. Or more. Hell, there are some railjack missions you go and run, and you can easily get 150,000 credits just for running the railjack mission. That's, yeah, you won't be needing the credits anymore, so by the time you get to the point of that thing giving you credits, you just won't do it anymore. The 25,000's pittance. Hey, there's another roll of 6. Nice. Oh, we're gonna leave. I talked about the temple because it's kind of cool. It's got some lore implications to it, but this was a capture mission. Had that temple not spawned, I never would have stopped to talk. We'd already have left the mission and been on to the next one. Yeah, we need to, in order to start gaining Granum Crowns. That weird little guy that pops up and he's like, "Oh, wise Parvos," that guy. We can kill him now, but until we finish the quest, the Deadlock Protocol, he's just another body on the ship. Afterwards, anytime we kill him, he will start dropping Granum Crowns, and that's those 3 discs that you saw when I opened up that terminal. And I think the Deadlock Protocol is one of the Second Dream, Rising Tide. Yeah, Rising Tide is the Railjack quest I really want to get to. War Within, Chains of Harrow. War Within is really, I want to get to that so bad, because that unlocks so many things that are going to make our power gain so nice. Let's see. Duviri Paradox will be really fun to get to. Oh, Jade Shadows is down here. The New War. Whisper in the Walls, the Hex, the Lotus. Nope, it is not a main quest. So it is then a Warframe quest, because you get the blueprint for Protea by completing the Deadlock Protocol. There it is. Prerequisites, Vox Solaris, and the Jupiter-Saturn Junction. Okie dokie. That gives me something very fortuitous to look forward to and to strive to open. Alright. I don't want to do it, but sadly, unfortunately, I am in need of another bathroom break. So, I'm going to take a momentary pause to go relieve myself. And then when we come back, we will finish opening the Void and move on and hopefully get to the Heart of Deimos. So, I will be right back. Alright, I am back. Again, apologies for the break. I don't like having to take breaks, but they are necessary, especially when you're doing long-form streams, more than 2 to 3 hours. Alright. While I was in the bathroom, I was thinking about our progression a bit. So I want to talk about it just a brief amount, because we are going to do Stickney and Open the Void, and then shortly after that, we're going to go ahead and head over and do Deimos. But before I go do Deimos and Open Jupiter, I think I want to get Teshub and Hepit done, and I might even just do Taranis just so that that whole branch is open. And that way it's just done and out of the way, but I absolutely want to get to Hepit because, again, the biggest focus of my grind today has been trying to get all of the necessary things together to allow me to start forming and mass building Forma blueprints. Farming and mass producing Forma blueprints. And Hepit is going to make that incredibly easy because, again, it's a capture mission that I can do really, really fast, and every time I get the capture target, he's guaranteed to drop a Lith Relic, which gives me a nearly 100% guarantee to go ahead and get Forma blueprints. Now, obviously, it's not 100%, because it may be that the relic that drops doesn't have a Forma blueprint, and if it does have a Forma blueprint, well, I've got a 1 in 6 chance of it being something other than a Forma blueprint, so it's not a guarantee, but it will make it far simpler, far more possible to get just lots and lots of Forma, and we need that so that we can start building our dojo. So I am going to, at the very least, get to, oh, excuse me, dry throat. Yeah, I'm at the very least going to go ahead and get to Hepit so that I have that relic farm available to me. And then from there, again, I might go ahead and do Taranis just because it's the last mission on the node and just open up that whole line and be done with it. It just kind of makes sense. But, yeah, absolutely I want to get Hepit done so that we can start farming those relics and start farming Forma blueprints. And then we'll see about getting our way to at least the first mission on Jupiter before we end today. And that will give me all of the farms I need to get all of the resources in order to actually build Forma. Get those blueprints in, get them building, get them made so that we can start building our dojo. And I'm going to be spending a lot of Forma building the dojo. Because, again, every room that you build requires a Forma to build it. But it's not going to happen overnight because, again, we have every room you build, not only does it have other resource requirements, but once those are fully implemented, it takes 24 hours to build it. And also, as I said before, I will not be adding new rooms to the dojo unless I'm streaming. So I will go ahead, if we've already built a room where we don't have all the resources, I will go ahead and farm those resources on my own time and get the room building and get everything set up. But I will not expand the dojo any further unless I'm live and can do it for you guys to see what's going on. Let's go ahead and minimize the map. I don't think I need it right now. Open so high. Come on. Damn, already at 2.5 minutes. Time flies when you don't have to stress about staying alive. Because you're just a one-man army. Or one-woman army. Or a one-person army. I don't want to discriminate. Sorry, being a cis male, it is just commonplace for me to just, refer to everything as my own gender. So if that offends you, I apologize. That's how I've been raised my entire life, And although I'm trying to adapt to the new way of thinking, it's hard. So just be patient with me. I am actively trying. But I'm not always going to be perfect. Ooh, final critical chance. We are at 100% crit. And it shows. But only for another 25 hits. But you see that number? That's a guaranteed crit. Really? Damn, they're just not giving me enough enemies. There we go.
Life support activated.
Here, let's go ahead and tap this one too. I don't need to worry about holding on to these because I'm not sticking around. Hey, it's Granum Dude. Corpus Treasurer. So he does have a name. I've just never cared to learn it because to me he's just the Granum Dude. He's the guy that drops the Granum coins. But only after the Deadlock Protocol. Right now, he's nothing. He drops absolutely nothing. Still fun to kill him, just because he's annoying. There we go.
This will help our cause.
Time to leave.
When you are ready, go to extraction.
My diaphragm spasmed. All because I got a frog in my throat. Apologies. I hate it when that happens. Comes from spending 5 hours talking to myself non-stop. No breaks.
Life support on the way.
I can handle it though. I like doing these long streams. Hopefully the more I do them, the more I'll get used to it and the less that will happen. But until then, I've got plenty to drink on hand. Alright, and that just opened up the void for us. Yay! So, we could continue on. Monolith is really a good idea. Typically what I do at this point is I'd go to Monolith, which would open Iliad, but then Iliad's like the end, even though it's not. So from there, I would after Monolith, I'd jump down here to Sharpless, and then I'd do Gulliver, and then Kepler. Memphis and Zeugma are the Dark Sector missions. So after Kepler, I do those, and that would leave Iliad as the last mission, and then I just go pummel the crap out of the Sergeant. But we're not going to do that right now. I'm going to stay focused. We're going to go to the Void. We're going to do Teshub, Hepit, and probably Taranis, just because it doesn't make any sense to leave that single mission by itself. But this will open the Void and give me access not just to those Lith Relics, but it'll give me access to Argon Crystals. Just, yeah, lots of really good stuff. The only thing it doesn't give me access to that I wish it would is Nitane Extract.
Clean them out.
Oh man, if I can find an Argon Crystal in this mission, then that one I got earlier won't go to waste. That would be really nice. Everybody, stop moving. So I want to hunt around a little bit for an Argon Crystal. I just need one, so once I get it, that's it.
Should have known better than to walk into an Argon tower unprepared.
And Argon Crystals have a chance to pop up just like this in its own little loot container. So robotics. This is going to give me circuits? No, control modules. Great. Even better. Iatan sculptures. This is also going to give us access to Void-specific mods, at least a couple. A lot of the really good Void mods, they want us to get to the Europa branch first. So there's a few that are going to be locked off. Ones like Rage is really good. Rage is another one that when you take health damage, it converts it into energy for your Warframe. And there's another mod we saw recently that does that on the Plains of Eidolon. It's called Hunter Adrenaline. It's actually the easier one to get, and it's cheaper. It does about the same amount, too. Like, it's so much faster to get Hunter Adrenaline than it would be to get Rage. And much simpler, because we just gotta go kill ghouls on the plains. We don't even have to run ghoul bounties, just kill ghouls and it has a chance to drop. Which is really nice.
Stay focused. There's a heavy unit approaching.
But that one, it was worded in a very interesting way the last time we read it. And it almost sounded as if it would proc that ability if Overguard was damaged. Which is fantastic because, hey look, we're Rhino and Rhino has Overguard. That's what his Iron Skin does, is it gives him Overguard. And Overguard is just, all it is a bonus health pool. So it's just an extra layer of health. It takes all the same damage. Unfortunately, any kind of like damage reduction that you have in the way of like mods and stuff does not apply to Overguard. But Overguard gives you complete status immunity, so having it on a Warframe is so amazing. Any Warframe that can have Overguard, and there are actually ways in the game that you can literally put Overguard on every Warframe, so that's not an issue. But the moment they have that on, it just makes them so tanky. They are just a one-man army bullet sponge that can take all the damage as long as that Overguard is active. And again, it gives you complete status immunity, meaning things like Prime Sure-Footed don't need it. Another big-time endgame mod you'll hear people talk about a lot is called Adaptation, which is a mod that gives you resistance to status damage based on the amount of status procs you take for that particular damage type, and it gives you up to 90% reduction for a limited amount of time. It's really powerful, but with Overguard, you don't need it. You absolutely don't need it, because Overguard is 100% status immunity. It's absolutely amazing.
Stay focused. There's a heavy unit approaching.
When they gave us the ability to put Overguard on Warframes, they changed the name of the game entirely when it came to like damage mitigation. It's also one of the reasons why I love Rhino so much, because he just has it. It's an innate ability of his. Here, have Overguard. Kalervo is another one. Coolervo, however you want to pronounce that, is another one I absolutely adore. Because once you get him, he has an ability that's just like, here, have Overguard. It's not exactly that simple, but it might as well be. His ability that gives that to him, he's got a bunch of daggers that he throws out. And when he throws out these daggers, they will heal him. So if he's taken any health damage, it will replenish his health. But if he's at maximum health at the time he uses it, then instead it gives it back to him in the form of Overguard. And the more his health, the higher his health pool, the higher his power strength is, the more Overguard he can have. And so you typically just see Kalervo start every mission by spamming that ability 2 or 3 times, maxing out his Overguard, and then he's unkillable. And Rhino's kind of the same way, and that's why I love Jade Eximus whenever I'm playing Rhino, because Rhino, his Iron Skin is just here, have Overguard. It scales off of your power strength and your armor rating, but in addition to that, every time you cast it, it has a brief period of invincibility where it absorbs all incoming damage and adds that to the overall value of your Overguard. Which is why you can get some ridiculous numbers when you put him with a Jade Eximus, because the Jade Eximus beam, when it comes down on your head and lasers you, as the longer it sits there ramping, doing damage to you, the longer it ramps up, the more damage it does. And so, if you time it just right, you can get it doing hundreds of thousands, if not millions, of damage, and that damage then translates to Rhino's Iron Skin as Overguard. And if you can get it high enough, you are literally unkillable. The only downside to Rhino's Overguard versus every other Warframe is nullifiers. Rhino is weak to nullifiers, and he's the only Warframe with Overguard that can have it just turned off on a whim by walking through a nullifier field, which is really upsetting, honestly. Because Kalervo, once his Overguard's on, no, it's there. It stays forever. Nothing can turn that off except damage. Same with Dante. Dante's another really good one that uses Overguard. Once it's there, it's there. They can't turn it off. Rhino's the only one whose Overguard ability can be turned off by a nullifier field. But that's also the only thing that can affect it, other than just straight up damage. So, as long as you avoid nullifiers, or just avoid going inside their bubbles, then you're virtually unkillable. And if you get 1.5 million Iron Skin, yeah, there's no way in hell anybody's touching you for the rest of the mission. And that damage reduction and that capability, it scales all the way up through the steel path. There's literally nothing that can touch you at any level. And then Rhino just becomes a weapons platform, so it's all about how much your ability to do missions in Steel Path really comes down to, can you do enough damage with your weapons to kill the enemies in Steel Path? So, really, really easy. I have not managed to get another Argon Crystal yet. Sad day. I will try again later. Actually, let's go grab this one loot room up here. Oh, there's another Iatan. Iatans are going to be far more common in the Void as well, by the way. Like, you can find them in other missions, and we have, but they are far more common in the Void because they are an Orokin thing. So your likelihood of finding extra statues and finding amber stars. At least, I don't know if that's actually canon, if like the stats are truly better here. It's just, in my playtime experience, that's what it feels like it is. Like, I have always gotten more Iatans in the Void than anywhere else. Maybe I've just gotten lucky. Hey, a treasure room that's not an Iatan treasure hunt. Nice. Yeah, we're gonna go do it, because Argon Crystals. And this time, we can do this one and actually break crates in a way that's efficient. Okay, jump back up here. Stand down on that one. There we go. Oh! All of those mods are ones we've already got, but there's still some good ones in there. We got some rares. Ravage, ooh, brand new. Ravage is critical damage for shotguns. Incendiary Coat, heat damage for shotguns. Excellent. Good mods. Really good mods. Sundering Strike, Flame Repellent, probably never use those, but you can never go wrong with having extra mods. Again, extra mods translates into extra endo. It's always worth it. Sadly, no Argon Crystals. Just not in this mission. That's okay. We're still gonna do... We've got 2 other missions to go ahead and do. So... And we're not even to the exit yet, so who knows? There's still a chance. Smash that. See if there's a loot room over here. Come on. Ah, it's a dead end. Probably because of the treasure room. What do you got for me? Nothing? Not even a few credits? Come on. He's usually really good at just giving me a few extra credits here and there. Boom! Alright. We're at the end. Did that... No, there's nothing there. Usually there's like a grouping of 3 loot crates underneath the stairs there. And this is in the way again. Oh, here we go. My dog just perfect. That was kind of cute. Hey, buddy. You doing alright? Good boy. Keep opening these lockers for me, bud. I need an argon crystal. Just one. We'll have another opportunity, because again, we've got a couple more missions to go, but if I could get it here, that would be great, because that means the other 2 missions we could just fly through and not even worry about loot. I suppose I don't really need to worry about loot right now anyways, because now that I have this mission open, I can come back and do it anytime, off stream, anytime I want. That's the rule. I have to do it the first time on stream, but after that I can farm the shit out of it off stream. As you guys should be doing as well. Alright. Oh, no luck. But we've still got 2 more void missions to do really quick.
Another job well
So
executed.
I'm not completely bummed. This is definitely a reason to celebrate. Ravage. Ravage, very good. Vital Sense, very good. Incendiary Coat, very good. That ammo case for Carrier? Ooh, maybe I should start getting some more Sentinel blueprints. All of your base Sentinels. Worm, Carrier, Death Cube, all but Helios, I think. Nautilus. I know Oxalis is somewhere else. But, yeah, most of your, I think they're expensive. I think they're 100,000 credits per blueprint. But, let's see, yeah, companions. Blueprints. Oh, it's a smaller list than I thought. We've already got Taxon. But Carrier, Death Cube, Deriga, Shade, and Worm. We can get them all here. Oh, and genetic code template for our Kubros. 50,000 for the blueprint. Is this an infinite blueprint? That's the next question. Or is it something I have to keep coming back and buying more of them?
Otis finds it odd that humans only get a few years to live.
Oh.
Yet spend most of that time...
We were talking about Vasca Cavats earlier. Contains all the components to begin gene splicing. A Vasca Cavat includes 2 specialized Vasca imprints. Ah, that's right. Okay. That combine during the incubation process to guarantee the generation of a rare subspecies. Okay, I now remember exactly what I need to do for a Vasca Cavat. So you have to breed either an Adarza or a Smita Cavat first. Then, once you have them, you take them out onto the plains of Eidolon at night and find Vasca Cavats and let them get bitten by the Vasca Cavat. When that happens, they will kind of have this weird red glowy aura around them. And when they have that, then you take them back to your ship and you make 2 imprints of that Vasca, of that infected Cavat. And then you take those 2 imprints and you put them into the Cavat breeding, and it will guarantee you a Vasca Cavat. That's right. And then you need to grab that thing from Hawk that was like the Cavat. I don't remember what it was, but I forget what the name was. But Basically, it's a curative. You'll get it, and it'll help you to heal your Kvat from the sickness. Now, the incubator blueprint, 50,000. I was wondering about that, because I've got one extra incubator, but after that, nothing else. And I know from past experience that there was an incubator blueprint. So, there it is. Not important right now, because again, I've already got one built, and I'm not looking to make a whole bunch of Kubros and stuff right now. I will be doing that. Just not right now. Sorry about that. Again, dry throat. But yeah, we will be doing more Kubro and Kvat breeding, just not right now. Also, unlocking Deimos. That's another good reason to do that. Is once I unlock Deimos, that we can start trying to get Kvat genetic imprints to build the incubator segment, and then more of which, so that we can actually start breeding Kvats. And we can have kitty cats on our ship. Alright, let's do Hepit and Tyrannus, and then get our butts over to Deimos to start opening that and making our way to Jupiter.
You are here on a capture mission. You must find, capture, and extract our target.
I would very much like to have one more Argon Crystal. Please? Please, game? Please be kind to me and let me have one more Argon Crystal.
Scans indicate our target is in the vicinity. Find them.
I want an Argon Crystal. Just one. Just need one more Argon Crystal. Please. They have a chance to drop out of the lockers, but I think they have a higher chance of dropping from these. And then, of course, your best chance is if you actually found, like, an Argon node, which, if we can find one... Hey, there we go! There's the Argon Crystal I wanted. I only needed one. I'm going to keep an eye out for that node, though, because I really want to show it to you, because that thing is a guaranteed Argon Crystal, and if you have a loot booster, it's 2 guaranteed Argon Crystals. I do not have a loot booster on my account right now, but there is a possibility to get loot boosters, credit boosters, things of that nature on this account for free. It is possible. Alright, we're gonna hit that. And I actually want to do this time. I'm gonna jump over that button, hit this one. This is now open. Now we're gonna hit that button and jump back. And it doesn't matter if we hit that one or not, we've already triggered it. There we go. And I did that because, again, that has a high chance of dropping Argon Crystals, and I need a lot of Argon Crystals. Just wanted the one for now. Really happy that that dropped as quickly as it did, so we can just go ahead and leave.
Target located. Bring them in.
Come on. There we go. Down you go. You're mine now. Go say hi to the Lotus for me.
The captive has been
I'll be right behind you.
Point. Well done.
Oh, this room also has a unique loot room. Let me see if I can remember where. I think it's over there. Yeah, it's over here. So on this wall, you see the graded slots. You come here to the right side. Hey, look, there's no slot right there. You mind? I'm talking about loot. Go away. Loot is my favorite pastime. But yeah. Secret loot room. Again, I know all the hidey holes. I have spent a lot of time finding them all, because that's one of my favorite things to do in this game. Especially anytime they come out with a new map. I love just running the map and exploring and finding all the little secrets that are hidden in it. It is so much fun. This room doesn't have any real secrets. It's just a multi-level room that's got like 4 different exits and entrances. So you got that one there, you've got the one we came through up top, you've got one directly below that, and then you've got this one to the right and that one to the left. Really good room if you're doing a void survival. This is a great room to stand in and just let enemies come flooding in. Oh, that's going to be an amazing mod on my sentinels. Coolant Link is great. Here, just let me just surround you with an AoE slowing field that makes all enemies stop moving, more or less, and you can just pick them off. It's nice. I'm not seeing any... Yeah, those were ferrite. I want one with argon crystals. I want to show everybody what that looks like. But it's being mean and not giving me one.
Stay focused.
Oh god,
There's a heavy unit approaching.
No. I'm not wasting time exploring that. Oh yeah, this room. This one's probably a lot more common, but yeah, there's some crates down here. A couple different ways to get to this little hidey hole. It's not exactly all that hidden. That's enough out of you. Alright, we're just gonna... Yeah. I'm not gonna waste my time exploring every tiny detail of this map. We are trying to get to places in a timely manner so that we can accomplish specific goals. But I got the extra argon crystal, and that's important because that's going to allow me to build my other piece of Sevagoth Prime that I already own. And then that means we just have to farm and build one more, and we'll have Sevagoth Prime. And that makes me incredibly happy. I just claimed Sevagoth Prime on my main account, but I haven't had a chance to actually play with him yet, because I'm still working on Korra. But with that part, we can go to Ready to Build. Look at that, Sevagoth Prime Systems. We have everything. Boom, done. And we had everything for the Ivara part too until I just used them. But that's okay, because now with the Void open, I can just go farm Argon Crystals and get them back. And that is exactly the reason why I wanted it open. And with that capture mission open now, I can use that to mass farm Lith Relics really, really fast. And that will give me just absolute hordes of Forma blueprints. Now this is, it's a defense mission, okay. This will be fast, yeah. Again, 3 waves. 3 waves of defense, 3 waves of enemies, kill them, get out. Shouldn't even take 5 minutes. Not gonna worry about looting or anything, we're just... We are here to kill and get out. I love this map though. It's a beautiful map. It's really hard to defend because it's so big. Like, look at the size of this room. But all we have to defend is that tiny little spot. So everybody just comes running in to the center. They'll congregate on this walkway up here and over there. But pretty much everybody comes within firing range pretty quickly. And this one is fun because in addition to the walkways and stuff where people can gather, anybody that's on the lower levels, we have these fun little switches here that we can hit, and it triggers a laser beam periodically that will just scan and kill everything it touches. See that? And we've got 4 of those. 2 on either side of the defense target. it's fun to play with them from time to time. Here you go. Do it again. Zap. There goes the Eximus. But of course, we're Rhino, so... Bye. Oh, is wave 1 already done? Yep, wave 1 is already done. See, this will be fast. Minute 37, we're already done with the first wave. This will be really fast. And then this branch of the void will just be open and done. And we don't have to worry about it. And then I can just come back here on my off time and I can farm void relics. And then I can take those void relics and go pop them for Forma blueprints. And then with the Argon crystals open, and once we get to Jupiter, I can just start mass building those Forma blueprints into full Forma. And then we will be able to take all of those Forma and turn them into dojo rooms, so that we can start opening up all of our research in the dojo. And that is by far the most the thing I am excited to get done the most, is to open up all of our research in the dojos and get to specifically Helios. I really want to get the Corpus Lab open and get to the blueprint for Helios, and then build him. And then I want to go finish farming the Infinite Scanner widget, and with the two of them combined, everything is going to get scanned all the time. And that's going to do really good things for us. Just really, really good things. Once I get the Infinite Scanner widget, I think the next thing I'm going to farm from Samaris will be the Simulacrum Key. And the Simulacrum Key is going to give us everything we need to make our Warframe and weapon mod builds, because it'll give us an opportunity to test them in a safe environment that has no consequences.
Extraction is ready.
L5.
Unless you can handle more of the enemy.
I don't think I have that one yet. I don't. That's new. Good stuff on there, too.
We're done here. The extraction team will take over from here. Time
Paris,
to evacuate.
Okina, Fane, Xylock, Lavos, and a Forma blueprint. Oh, wow, I already have. Wow. I wonder if they drop from other relics. Or I have had this before, but look at that. Okina Prime Blade, Paris Prime Upper Limb. I already have those. Interesting. I won't have them for long. Ooh, it's the daily reset. An Orokin Cell?
I mean deal. Today's deal.
Yeah, I'm doing okay on Endo. Dead Knight Ampules, definitely not. But I only have one Orokin Cell. That will change soon. But, good to have. Actually, I'll be surprised if the Void... This should give us Orokin Cells. Extractors cannot be deployed in the system, but you could at least show me what resources come from here. It's annoying. Yeah, I do believe you can farm Orokin Cells from the Void. I could be wrong. Could be very wrong. But that's also why we're going to try to get over to Plastids, Morphix, Alloy Plate. Yeah, we're also going to try, in addition to getting to Deimos, we're going to try and get to Ceres today as well. God, you know, that wouldn't be hard to do. Monolith, followed by Iliad, followed by Ceres Junction. Orokin Cells. Copious amounts of Orokin Cells. But
Ordis is
Deimos.
angry.
Deimos has
They
Orokin
require
Cells.
maintenance after all.
Nanospores, mutants, neuro... Yeah, okay. So no, we don't really need to worry about Ceres. I do want to get to Ceres. I want to do it. Hell, I think... No, that just requires... Wow, you really don't need to do anything on Ceres anymore. That is really sad. Other than that's where you go to get, I want to say Frost. I want to say that's where you go to farm Frost parts. Other than that, no point. Really sad. I like Ceres. Oh, and, Ivara. Ivara pieces on Ceres. That is definitely a possibility. We wouldn't have to complete everything. We just need to do Monolith and Iliad. A rescue mission followed by assassination. This would give us parts for Mag, and then I could go far in both Excalibur and Mag. And then we do the Ceres junction, go to Ceres. Sadly, where is it? Bode. Bode is the spy mission. So if we got to Ceres, I'd have to do Palace and then Bode today. And then the rest of the planet could wait. I believe Exta is the assassination mission here. But again, the rest of the planet could wait till next time. And that would give me... Yeah, but I can also get the same... Again, I can accomplish the same thing by opening Jupiter. I don't know which mission the Jupiter spy mission is. I think it's Carpo. I could be wrong, but I think it's Carbo. And for anybody thinking, no, that's the assassination, no, Themisto's the assassination. This one, I believe, is either a capture or a rescue mission. And then it's either Metis or Adrastia that is exterminate. Oh, the Ropa Lawlist. We're not even close to doing that yet either. But yeah, I'm pretty sure... I'm trying to think of the best way to get the next piece for Ivara. Because I could also just come over here to Jupiter and do Jupiter spy vaults to get the next piece of Ivara and the other dual stat mounts I want. But again, I think Carpo is the spy mission, so I would have to go all the way over this way to unlock that. And even then, I'm not 100% certain that's true. But for now, I did say that after we did the Void, we were going to go to Deimos. So we're going to Deimos. That's what I said we'd do. I'm going to keep my word. We're going to Deimos. And we'll open up Jupiter. But I would really like to open up Ceres.
You are here to find our targets and bring them to the extraction point. Happy hunting.
But yeah. Opening Deimos, we now have access to Orokin cells, nanospores, mutagen samples, which are going to be really clutch. I especially, I need 5,000 of them.
Before they escape.
We have this one piece of research in the dojo that I only just finished. It's been out for probably a good 6-7 years. The research for this one gun called the HEMA. It's in the biolab, and I only just finished it a few days ago. Because it took me that long to farm 5,000 mutagen samples. Now, I could have focus farmed it and done it in probably a few days, but oh my god. I have tried that before, and I get burnt out after an hour. So, I don't recommend it. Alright, we've got our capture target. I don't know why we're suddenly so speedy. I feel like I really got the zoomies right now, and I don't understand why. I have nothing in my arsenal that would give me bonus movement speed of any kind. And yet, I feel like I got slapped with some bonus caffeine on my Warframe. Don't suppose I've managed to... No. Oh, there we go. That's what I'm looking for. This...
Stay focused. There's a heavy
We've hit a couple of these before, but now it's more important because I can farm this. That's an Orokin cell. And those are a pivotal ingredient in making formal. So yeah, definitely going to focus on that for what we're doing right now. Let me go to Jupiter. If after I get to Jupiter I still have time and want to keep going, then we'll see about, we'll finish Phobos and we'll unlock Ceres. And maybe do some missions up there. But right now the priority needs to be getting to Jupiter and opening that up so we can get neural sensors which is the other key ingredient I desperately need so I can start making Forma. Thank you, doggy. Oh yeah, the derelict. We're gonna find a lot of Iotans here too, because the derelict is just infested Orokin. That's it. So just like in the Void,
Another job well executed.
you'll have a slightly higher chance on Deimos in the derelict areas of getting Iotans. They just seem to drop more here. I don't know why. And again, I don't even know if that's accurate. For all I know, the drop chances are the same across the board on every mission, but for me personally, I seem to find more of them when I'm in the Void or on the derelict. It just happens to be that way. Alright, we're gonna do Phlegius and Formido, and then we'll do the, and then we're gonna do the Heart of Deimos quest. And then we can open Jupiter. And I just got a text message from my son. Oh, okay.
We have got an infestation. Extermination is the only option.
Sounds like my family is leaving. They're gonna go. We have this fun little place in town called Wonderland Golf and Games. It's a restaurant and a mini amusement park. It's got a mini golf course and actually it's 2 mini golf courses. And they serve pizza and fun stuff. And my son just sent me a message saying that Mom was going to pay for him, his brother, and his girlfriend to go enjoy themselves at Wonderland. I'm guessing they were.
I'm still detecting a lot of infestation.
They were kind of also potentially hinting that I could come too if I ended the stream, but they're also the other the other implication is that they're all going to be out of the house for a little while, and it's going to be nice and quiet for me to be able to continue streaming. So my options are either end the stream and go with them, or continue streaming for longer because now I have more time. I think I'm going to take option B. As much as I'd love to go to dinner with them, I really like the idea that I have more time to stream, because I don't get to do it nearly enough. Oh, I need to stop flailing my thing around so wildly. I need to be careful, because we're in Kavat territory. This is where we find Kavats, so that we can get Kavat genetic codes, so that we can go ahead and...
Stay focused. There's a heavy unit approaching.
I don't care about the heavy unit. No, I don't want to scan him. I'm looking for kitties. Go ahead and... Thank you, puppy. I'm looking for kitty cats. Now that I don't have to quite so I've got more time. I don't have to hurry quite so much, because everybody just left the house. That does mean they're going to be gone for probably about another 2 hours, and then when they get home, I'll have to go ahead and call it quits. But that gives me more time to do what I really want to do, and I'm really grateful for that. It does mean I have to miss out on dinner, but I'm okay with that. I am totally okay with that. Ooh, loot room. Oh, and I know exactly which one it is. We have done this one before. So, let's go again. Do-do-do, up that way. I'm gonna jump up here and run across this. And our goal is to get to here. And then from here, we just kind of float our way into the vault. There we go. And again, no mandatory Iotans this time, which is sad, but we can find other stuff. Especially bonus resources that I really, really need. nanospores. Look at that. We're already at 2,500 nanospores. Nanospores used to be a running meme for me because when I first started playing Warframe, and I was still progressing the star chart, I would buy blueprints from the marketplace in copious amounts for new guns and new Warframes and whatnot. And it seemed like every time I was turning around getting a new blueprint, they would require nanospores. And I had yet to actually get to a point in the game where nanospores were unlocked. And I was like, oh my god, so many things need nanospores. How am I ever going to build anything when I never have any nanospores? And then I finally unlocked nanospores as a resource. And they were so abundant that now I'm like, oh my god, what am I going to do with all these nanospores? It was completely the opposite effect, and it happened, like, really quickly. It was funny. Complete 180, like, within 3 to 4 missions. It was like, oh my god, everything I have is now built, and I still have all of these nanospores. What am I gonna do with them? There's just so many. And it was that way for a very long time. It was like, well, I guess I just have these now. And then the game updated and they gave us the ability to actually use all of those nanospores in a method that was really nice. And, well, I still have quite a lot. Almost, if not over 1 million nanospores. But nowadays I don't... Oh no, I killed a kitty! Oh, see? Cavats. Oh, that's what happens when you just get stir crazy and just start attacking everything willy-nilly. Damn it! That's exactly what I didn't want to do. The one big downside to my polearm. It's got a lot of range. Best part about it is it's got a lot of range, but when you're on the derelict trying to get to that scans, suddenly that range is a hindrance rather than an asset. Because now you swing and just everything in front of you dies, including all the invisible kitty cats. And they are. Cavats are invisible. You have to actually seek them out. Best way to do this is with Ivara. If you have the ability to go invisible, it makes farming the Cavat genetic codes really, really easy. Because then you can just wander around while invisible, you can ignore all the enemies, let them fight amongst themselves, and you just focus on the kitty cats. And then when you find them, Ivara is extra good because you can go ahead and just put them to sleep, and then they will hold still so you can scan them. The bad thing about doing this is that, unfortunately, as it is right now, Cavat genetic codes are not a guarantee on scans. They are a percent chance. Hey, an orphan cell. Oh, and he opened another locker. Yeah, sadly, when you scan Cavats on here with your scanner, it's not a guarantee that you'll get your Cavat genetic code. It's a percent chance. So it's possible to go into one of these missions and scan every Cavat that's in the mission and get 0 codes. And I really hope that's something they change, because it's absolutely silly that that is the case. The fact that there's RNG on that is just ridiculous. Ooh, seismic palm for fists. Oh, hello, Dragon Vault. So we have talked about these before, but now you can actually see them. This is a Dragon Vault. Behind this door is what's called corrupted mods, and they are some of the most powerful mods in the game. Now, you can see the symbol on there. This says it requires a decaying dragon key. We have seen these dragon keys before when we went and visited the dojo of one of our latest viewers. We visited a room called the Orokin Research Lab, and that was the only thing in the terminal that we looked at in that room. Was these 4 blueprints for what we call dragon keys. And this is what they're for. This is their purpose, is to unlock this door so you can get corrupted mods. Once upon a time, you could only equip 1 dragon key at a time, so the only way you could really open that door was if you had a full party of 4. But nowadays, they realize that was kind of silly because so many players that they have play solo. So they changed it, and now anybody can make those 4 keys and equip all of them at the same time and go run the vaults, and you're guaranteed to open it every time you find one. And again, they give you some of the best mods in the game, because those mods that you find in there, not only are they powerful in your Warframe builds, but you can then take those mods and sell them for platinum. There won't be a lot of platinum. I think the highest valued one is only 5 platinum apiece, and the mod is called Blind Rage. But still, you can sell them for platinum, and then you can turn around and take that platinum and turn it into prime frames. You can turn it into arcanes. Literally anything that you don't have, you can go to warframe.market and sell those mods, turn them into platinum, and then buy what you need. And then there's literally nothing in the game that's off limits to you at that point once you open platinum, with the exception of prime accessories. Because you can only get those with Regal Aya, and there is no method in the game right now to get Regal Aya other than to spend real money. And I've hit on that before too. They could fix that entire problem by just offering an option to buy Regal Aya with platinum. It would solve every headache that I have with Regal Aya. Is just give me an option to buy it with platinum. Alright, we're gonna do this one. Ooh, Syndicate! It's a Syndicate! That's our 5th Syndicate for Nightwave! Howdy
Welcome.
doody! Yes, please,
Later.
That's what we are doing. 5 minutes in that. That'll open the node, it'll give us access to the Jupiter Junction, and it'll give us our 5th Syndicate mission for Nightwave. Oh, that is so
Your calculated
nice.
survival probability is encouraging. Good luck.
We still have these guys. Hold
Distract
still.
the
Nope.
infested while
Stay
a lone
put.
channel operative hunts for supplies. Set off the alarms
Hold
to start.
position. Okay, both of you stay here. I just got stuck. Why am I so fast? I'm not using any mods on any of my builds that give me movement speed. I don't understand why I'm suddenly such a speedy boy.
The infested are releasing toxic spores into the area. The emergency life support I'm delivering is your only chance for survival.
Oh man, I missed. Let's try again. There we go. I made it. Just another fun little hidden loot room. Not really hidden, it's right there at the beginning. Not hard to find. Sorry, I just kind of yelled into the microphone. I apologize. Sorry if anybody just went deaf because I'm a dum-dum. But yeah, fun little loot room. Oh. I may not actually need to leave this room. I'm getting so many kills. Now I want to leave this room because I have better chances at certain types of loot by leaving that room and going and exploring.
Tenno, Prepare for life support.
But yeah, those dragon keys that we saw, that is my primary reason why I need to rush the dojo, why I'm so adamant about building the dojo as fast as possible. Because you can only get those dragon keys in the dojo by getting their blueprints researched. And once we can have access to those keys, our power gain, our mod builds for our Warframes, the level of strength and durability we will have once we have those mods is going to skyrocket. Rhino, in all regards, is going to become an unkillable tanky, like the tank of all tanks. He is going to become the GOAT of tanks. Especially if we can get our hands on blind read. And yes, once I have access to them, once I have that room built and the blueprints researched, I'm going to be building and farming all of the corrupted mods, every last one of them, as quickly as I can. I'm going to spend as much time offline, even online, like for streams if we haven't gotten them yet. I'm going to be farming all of them, and I'm not going to stop until I have all of them. And then we will be farming all the credits and endo necessary to max rank all of them. Because the value they give you in your mod build is that important. And here's another dragon door. Dragon Ball. Durgan. I kind of wish this game had dragons in a way. Like maybe Oro can dragon. We have the Oro Worm. The Oro Worm is really cool. Maybe something like that in the form of a dragon. That would be freaking awesome. And then we could go fight it.
Another life support
Or we could turn it into a flying mount. I mean, we do have the winged horses, and those are cool. I do like having winged horses. They are awesome. But imagine if it was a worm, like a dragon. Like something out of Game of Thrones. But Orokin design. God, that would be awesome. Oh, we're done, I think. 5, 4... Oh, okay, no, it's counting down. Never mind. So this is a 10-minute survival because it's a syndicate mission. So we just gotta stay alive for another 6 minutes. Not hard to do. Hey, here we go. Here's a good room. This is a great room to just kind of stand around and kill. Kill, kill, kill. Don't ever stop. Here, let's add some more damage. Just because. As long as we get enough enemy spawns in here, we'll never have to touch any of these.
I've delivered another life support capsule.
Yeah, flying dragons would be awesome. They keep giving us fun new modes of transportation. The most recent one being a motorcycle, which, a lot of fun. Love the motorcycle. I think it's great. I would love to have a drone. Need more modes of flying. Because those are the most fun. Can't fly on the motorcycle. You do have a winged horse. And that's pretty awesome. But for that, we gotta get to Deviri. Hell, that is another thing. I don't even have it unlocked on my main account yet, because that requires another type of farming that I find particularly boring. So maxing those out has been a challenge. Hell yeah! 6 roll! Give me all them buffs on this thing. I love this weapon. This is so good. Man, it really is a shame that those special mods for the Kome weapons, I'm locked behind Steel Path. I probably have to complete the Steel Path mission too. Knowing DE. Accelerated deflection, that's good. Shields. It's for my Sentinel. Specifically shield recharge and recharge delay. It reduces the timer for recharge delay and then increases the speed at which they recharge. Very valuable, especially in the age of shield gating. Not a fan. I'm not denying the merits of shield gating, and to some degree it's nice to have, especially with like Rhino, when my Iron Skin goes down. Having that shield gate gives me 3 seconds of invulnerability that I can then use to put my Iron Skin back up. And that's fantastic. But there are so many Warframe builds these days that since shield gating has become a thing, that is their main focus. It's just, oh, we're just going to shield gate everything. Basically, we're going to drop our shields to its minimum requirement, ramp up how fast they can recharge, add an ability that allows me to gives me overshields when I cast it, and then we're just going to focus on entirely that shield gate break to make us completely invincible. And it works. It's functionally viable. It's absolutely effective. No qualms about that. But it's boring. It also requires a lot of micromanagement of your powers. I just don't like it. I like the way that it's effective on Rhino, like where it's just that real quick last second Hail Mary that gives you a chance to turn back on your defenses so that you can just continue going ham on enemies. That's what I like. Call me old school, old fashioned, whatever. But this is how I enjoy playing Warframe. My Warframe is there to just keep me alive, keep me in the mission. My builds are designed primarily to keep me alive, keep me in the mission, so that I can focus on doing damage with my weapons. And then, of course, they do things like bonus damage, like the Rhino's Roar here, or in the case of some Warframes where they have an exalted weapon, their whole build is designed around making sure that my exalted weapon can deal maximum damage, because a dead enemy can't hurt you. And that's my theory. And then the shield gating again is just, it's a Hail Mary to help me get my defenses up really quick so that I don't die when they go down. That way I'm not having to spend so much time constantly looking at my timers down in the bottom right corner and going, oh, my ability's down, turn it back on. Like right now with Roar. Roar is off. Roll it down, it's got 30 seconds. I might see it in 30 seconds and re-up it. I might not. And it really doesn't matter because my melee weapon is doing so much damage already without Roar that I don't need it. Oh, and there we go. There's my Hail Mary, see? I went invincible just long enough to re-up my Iron Skin, and now I'm good to go.
If you need it.
That's my playstyle. But now... Hello, I hear you. Oh, hello! 2 in 1 fucking day. Wow! Credit booster? Did you give me another Forma? Oh! Mantis Avionics. Do we already have that one? I guess I have to leave the mission now and find out. Wow. That is almost unheard of. I'm sure I'm not the only one to do that, but that is so rare. It's rare enough to find one of those, but two? Ooh, brutal tie for sparring. Excellent. That is a stance mod for melee. Alright. All those kills and not a single Argon Crystal. Can you believe that? But, you know what? The other stuff I did get, I'll take it. And I won't complain. Oh, God. I'm an idiot. Never mind. I see Orokin textures and I go, no Argon Crystal. We're not in the void. Of course there's not going to be any Argon Crystals. Duh. I just want them because I want to build other stuff that I have that need them. We're not sticking around. No, no, no. The enemies are never going to stop spawning.
Mission complete.
We're not sticking
Excellent
around.
Work, Tenno.
That was still a really good haul. Wow. 8,000 nanospores. Really good haul. Okay. That has now opened the Jupiter Junction. And now we cannot get to the Cambion Drift until we start the Heart of Deimos quest. But, ooh, rank 11? Oh,
you
that
keep
feels
being
good.
you, dreamers.
Oh, deploy a glyph while in a mission. Okay, I can do that. Definitely we can do that, and I might... There's still a chance. Let's see, if I do this right, 500 will give me 3,000, 4 will give me 7,000, this will give me 8,000, damn it. No, I will still not get there today, but we can get pretty close. It may be that I wait until tomorrow and this will give me enough that just I need another daily. I don't know. After upgrading your foundry with landing craft segment, you can craft air support charges. Yeah. Visit your arsenal, add air support to your gear. Yeah, but where's the landing craft foundry segment? That's what I want you to tell me, and that's what I can't find out.
It's time for Nora to say
I'm
goodnight.
still pretty confident, though, that it is in the dojo. Alright. So I could do Dearest and then continue on. Magnesidium, Assassination, this is Lephantis. Ah, this is where we farm Necros. And if you didn't get it as one of your junction rewards, this is also where you farm Equilibrium. It only drops from Lephantis. That's it. But I think, again, I really, really want to continue getting everything I need to build Forma so we can get our dojo open so we can start doing Dragon Vaults.
When in Cetus, do not drink the kombucha. You are incapable of producing the hydraulic effort required to unstick your tongue from the roof of your mouth the following morning.
Thank you, Ordis. We're doing the Heart of Deimos now. Oh, and we're about to unlock blueprints for the single best box breaker in the game. Yeah. Zaku. Zaku is the GOAT when it comes to breaking boxes and getting resources from missions. Because all you do is mod her for max range and a decent amount of power strength. And then you run into the mission and press 4. And then you press 4 again. And then you press 4 again. And every time you press 4, she breaks a ton of boxes across the entire map. Her ability ignores walls. If it can see a box on the map, it will be broken. And then you just gotta run around and collect everything. And it makes resource farming ridiculously fast. So, let's go get her. She's going to require Deimos resources, which will require us to run bounties, because we got to get her parts from bounties anyways. But this is the infested open world mode. Other than being infested, It's got a unique thing with standing, and we'll talk about that as we get there and look at that stuff. But otherwise, as far as like activities go, it's no different than Cetus or Brooklyn. You've got your fishing, you've got your mining, you've got your conservation, and you've got your bounties that you can run. And then you can just explore the open world and gather resources as you see fit on your own.
Tenno.
Lloyd!
You received our distress signal. Mother will be pleased.
What? Visitors? Look at you now, a real chip off the old monolith, huh? Just the right sort to save us from the coming cataclysm. Come on!
We agree.
That was Otak.
I was handling orientation protocol.
Sorry, Lloyd. It's just too exciting.
We are in crisis, Tenno. Our defense against the Grey Strain has failed. The Necrolisk is in lockdown, but it doesn't matter. The infestation has compromised the very heart itself. We have been forced to rephase into Martian...
But how are you, anyway? Things good?
As I was saying, our defense situation is dire. Our remaining necromechs have reverted to their autonomous kill precepts. They will not distinguish you from those things.
I call that one Bitey Scratchikins.
It is imperative you meet Mother, receive her instructions, and prevent the imminent intradimensional catastrophe. Demonstrate your combat readiness, and I will grant you the requisite security clearance. Good luck.
Intradimensional what?
Otak, I've already explained it.
Sounds like it bears repeating.
Okay, so a little bit of lore I want to explain really quick. It's a couple of things that he mentioned in that opening dialogue. This is the Infested is overrunning the place, but specifically the Infested on this planet is part of what was called the Grey Strain. There are different strains of Technocyte, which is what creates the Infested. It is a biotechnical virus. It's biologically based, but it's almost like nanobots, nano drones from science fiction. The things that like they inject you with these tiny microscopic robots that go inside, and they can either repair your cells, or in the case of the Infested, they can mutate them into something else. That's basically what the Infested is, but it's a biological form of nanites. That's their name. And the Grey Strain is what's here on Deimos, and it has taken over the entire moon and turned it into an infested wasteland. Now, the strain of Infested, I've mentioned this before, and you'll find out about it again later. We will cover it again, but I've mentioned before that Warframes are just biological robots. They are robots that were created using the Infested, and the strain of infestation for Warframes is called Hellmouth, and we will discover more about that later on. Oh, so here we go. We are in an open world. This is a Deimos mining node. So we're going to go ahead and grab that because there's a few of them here, and we're going to need these resources. Another good reason why I covered this earlier. Damn it, I failed to grab the bonus. Thalmica. This one, Adramalium. Alright. And of course we've got more as we go out, but yep, this is an open world, so when you have a chance to do some mining, go for it. Do it. If you discover an opportunity to do some conservation, go ahead and do it. Now, uniquely, here on Deimos, when you do conservation, it does not give you reputation for the faction that we're about to go meet. I'm not going to mention their name yet. That's a spoiler. We'll find out soon enough. But yeah, you do not gain faction reputation for doing conservation up here. You will, however, in a sort of roundabout way, you'll get reputation for mining. But you'll also get reputation for fishing. And those are probably your best options when it comes to this type of, like, idle stuff. Conservation is still probably the best method of getting reputation. It's just you do not receive that reputation directly from doing the conservation like you do on the Plains of Eidolon and on Cetus, or Valis. Instead, you trade in... I can talk a little bit about this because we have been introduced to this idea of faction tokens with Fortuna. Fortuna, they had these things called debt bonds that you could go and trade resources in and then get these debt bonds, and then the debt bonds you could then trade in for standing. It's a similar system to that, but here on Deimos, that is it. That is the primary system, not a secondary system. So when you do conservation, mining, and fishing here, you'll take the resources that you get and you'll go trade them into the various merchants for this faction, and you will get tokens from those merchants, and then you'll trade those tokens in for standing. And the tokens that you get doing conservation are the most valuable. They will give you the most standing for the token. But other than that, there's also a new system in here where there's a special NPC that will offer you a unique token that is more valuable than all the others combined, and the way that you get those tokens is by trading in the lower value tokens for this NPC's higher value tokens. And again, I'll go into far more detail once we actually get to that point, which we will soon.
Will I grant entry
very soon.
Act accordingly.
It's just, it's on the brain, so that's why I'm talking about it now. Alright, we're gonna jump into our Arcwing and fly over here, because to hell with actually walking. Oh, sadly I can't play with those. These things, if these pods would get out of my way. So, we're getting introduced to a whole new set of infested type enemies. Some familiar to us, some completely new and unique to Deimos. And they spawn in abundance anytime you approach one of these. This thing, we cannot interact with it right now, but once we are able to interact with it, it is the single best resource farm on Deimos to get Deimos resources. And I mean all Deimos resources. Everything on Deimos that you can farm via fishing, mining, etc., it has a chance to drop from these things by doing their little puzzle. And it will save you copious amounts of time. You get some Lucent Terra globes there. Where am I supposed to be? I get the feeling that that is an underground segment that I am missing. But, I mean, I could try teleporting there, but here is the Cambion Drift, the infested open world. And our goal is to do whatever we need to do with the quest to get us over here to the Necrolisk. The Necrolisk is going to be our new player hub. It's going to be our Cetus, our Fortuna, for the infested world is the Necrolisk. It is where we will go when we're done with missions, and it's where we will get new bounties and deploy out here to go and to accomplish those bounties. So right now I need to figure out how the hell to get down there. I'm guessing it's in a cave. Seriously? I can't deploy from right here? That's just silly. Yay! Resources. Pustulite. Get a lot of that. Ah! Is that a cave entrance? No. But we are looking for a cave entrance. I'm almost certain of it. There's one. Okay. Ah, maggots. No, that's not an insult. They are literally called maggots.
Destroy it with weapon fire.
Roar. We hit this. It's going to close up.
Hostiles incoming.
Yep. And now we gotta kill all the enemies to stop this from doing whatever it's doing there. Burn infested pods. Sure. Whatever you say. I mean, I'm swinging a melee weapon, but I do have fire damage on this melee weapon, so maybe that's why it's counting. There we go. Smash. And again, this entire quest is just going to kind of introduce you to the types of missions that you will find when you run bounties. So that one was a mission type. Here's a fish. Barbistio. Can I not catch these yet? Aha! I did catch it. Yeah, these are fish. These are the fish for the fishing. And there's a special fishing rod that you can get to make finding them and catching them a little bit easier. But as you can see, like, they float around in the air, and I was able to do that with just my basic Plains of Eidolon fishing rod. Come on. There's another one. I love having a head start on stuff like that. Gotcha. That's a small one. Ah, I missed entirely. I expected it to fly a little bit more to the left, and it didn't. Oh well. But anyways, there. So, got to show you what fishing looks like already. Fishing is just as easy. And conservation is subsequently also no real difference. Except, like I said before, out here, it's very possible that you'll come out into the open world and you will just find one of your conservation targets that's being attacked by the local infested wildlife, and they will down it, and it'll just sit there and wait for you to come by and collect it. Hey, it's it's an angry infested penis. Tell me I'm wrong. Tell me that doesn't look like a penis. Alright, that's enough of that. You're just gonna die now. Damn, this weapon is strong. And its rifle counterpart will be equally as strong once I actually level it up, but I'm not going to do that until I finish with this Gorgon.
Nuke it!
Alright. Our next hive. Same thing as last time.
Good and mad, hope you're ready.
Get over here and die, please. There are far easier ways to do that little objective. So, don't get too obsessed with doing it right now. There we go.
It's gone all quiet. That means we won!
Clearance
Not quite.
approved, Tenno. I now grant access to the
Yay!
Necrolisk. Mother awaits. But I should warn you, she is not entirely
Bonus
herself.
resources. Grab that. Ooh! You're a big boy. Yes, I want to play with you. Aww. But he didn't stick around long enough. Yeah, if ever you need just kills, or if you want to try and focus on that one achievement that keeps popping up to burn pods, like, just approaching these is a really good way to just spawn a ton of enemies really fast. But these will be far more valuable once you can actually activate them and do their little mini game, which is why enemies spawn next to them so often, because of that little mini game. But once you're able to do that, again, single best resource farm on this planet for those resources. And there's also, more often than not, one that will always spawn right up here, which is right next to the front door. Goodbye, angry FTPs. I'm basically just doing this for some quick extra resources. Getting my farm started early. Always a good idea. Yeah, don't rush the quests. It's too easy to just rush the quest and miss out on some stuff. Like, the quest is great. Hello, Necrolisk. We've made it! Void Research Enclave. And now we get to go meet our new faction. Or at least the first member of the new faction. How many are there again? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Not counting the little robot. There are 5 of them. The robot makes 6. Why can't I sprint? I hate it when they do that. I can't roll either. I'm stuck just going forward. Here, let's do it hunched over. And there's a bunch of other players in here already.
The infestation wormed into everything. After the Great Purge, there were no Dax, no Tenno to defend the place. Just us.
It's not your fault, Ship.
Technically, it is. And now you face an existential threat. If the heart stops beating, the wellspring of your power dies with it.
Have we tried turning it off and on again?
Oh, Tack. So basically, the heart is this giant Orokin machine that is... It literally is harnessing void energy to allow us to use it. So our Tenno powers, our ability to use Warframes, is entirely dependent on this heart. And now now it is under threat of being broken. And we have to go stop
meet
that.
the head of the Entrati family. What's left of her, anyway? Mother, wake up!
And introducing the Orokin. You've heard them talked about before. This is what... Well, this is an infested version, but... She is Orokin.
I had the most distressing dream.
Here we go again.
The wall of Loke was before us. I had my proofs. My father's. I could hear him. I could hear him tapping. Tapping at the untimed door.
Mother?
We went in, but again, he wasn't there. My husband congratulated me. Sarcastic halfwit. All the while, hiveweed was sprouting all around us. But it was just a dream.
No, Mother. You did all of that. You're as wormed as the rest of this place. The heart is about to fail, remember?
Oh, fuck.
Functional? We are. And we've summoned Ship here to help us.
Come on, it's a mature rated game.
It'll take more than
Let her
an
say
old
fuck.
Orokin thug to keep the heart beating.
Yeah, Orokin thug.
I don't blame you. You're just the product. The Orokin had no respect for my father's work, though I suppose you proved him right in the end.
I mean, yeah, the Warframes were designed by the Orokin for the purpose of fighting in a war. They were their weapons. That was their whole purpose of existing. They were weapons. So, are you infested?
Same as Deimos. The infestation got in. Got to me and my family. Stole our names, our ideas. I can hear its high voice scratching in my mind. Let the heart stop beating. Let the door close forever. Only my dreams seem real now. So... I sleep.
And this heart?
It's what makes you special. You know that,
Here we go.
right? All thanks to my father. It pumps the arteries of the here and the void. The Entrati family has maintained it for an age, but it's breaking down, and only that idiot knows how to fix it. The man I used to call my husband. I think he's left for good this time. Maybe you can find him. Probably sulking somewhere outside.
And there's our first mission. We have to go find her husband or father. But yeah, this is Mother Entrati. She's the current head of the Entrati family. She is Orokin, and it is because of her father, who we will meet, that the Warframes exist at all. That the Tenno are able to do what the Tenno do. It's entirely because of Entrati and this heart. So we are now tasked with getting it fixed so that we can continue to function.
Detecting active necromech signals nearby. It could be Father.
Okay.
He loves a good fight. Whatever you do, don't mention Mother. Nothing he hates more.
And we're blanking. Or not. Where is it? Alright, fine. Deimos, the Cambion Drift. Yeah, Deimos. This is Deimos. I've said this before, I'll say it again. Before Deimos was a thing, everything that was in this infested node, all of the missions we just did to get to the Cambion Drift, was called the Derelict. So in my mind, those other missions on Deimos are still the Derelict, and the only part of Deimos that is actually Deimos is the Cambion Drift and the Necrolisk, and I will always refer to those as Deimos when we're talking, because that's just what I'm familiar with. And anytime we do any of the other nodes, I might call it Deimos, but I will also pretty commonly refer to it as the Derelict. But if I say the Derelict, just understand I am talking about the other mission nodes on Deimos that include the Cambion Drift. So yeah. Also, I've said this before, but you remember those resources we have that we've been collecting called nav coordinates. Now that we're here, nav coordinates used to be the vital resource in creating keys that you needed in order to actually farm the missions on the Derelict. It used to be the key itself was the mission. When it first started, you would craft the Derelict key, and each key that you crafted was the mission type. So you would craft it, and then it would just, like, you would use it in some way, and they would just take you to the Derelict. Later on, when they revamped the star chart to what it is now, the Derelict had its own map node, but it was completely isolated and separate from the rest of the map. And each of the mission nodes on there correlated with those same Derelict keys that required nav coordinates to design. And then when they released this, the Necrolisk, the Entrati, the Cambion Drift, and they converted it all over to an infested moon and made it Deimos, they got rid of the Derelict and the Derelict keys entirely, but their one and only purpose that was the one and only purpose for using nav coordinates. That was the only thing they used it for at all. Like, it had no other purpose. And so nav coordinates, they got left in the game for whatever reason. You can still farm them, but they literally serve no purpose now, which is why you see me constantly selling them whenever I go through my inventory and I need a few extra credits, because you will be constantly getting nav coordinates from all over the star chart. They're very abundant as a droppable resource, and they drop literally from everywhere. Every map node on the star chart has an opportunity to drop nav coordinates, so they're very abundant. And the only other thing you can do with them is feed them to the infested door on your ship, or rather, what's behind the infested door on your ship.
This must be one of the last of
other than that,
it won't last long.
Here's the Necromech. We have to protect him now, I think. Shouldn't be too hard. So yeah, nav coordinates that's why I say they are the single most useless resource in the entire game, because they literally have no purpose anymore. Their one and only purpose for existing is gone, but for some reason they didn't remove the resource from the game.
May you someday rise again.
So yeah, they are literally useless for anything other than a credit farm and
guidance signal was coming from over there.
Yeah. It's nice that I actually get to talk about that now, because we're finally that far into everything. Alright, we are search for father in the yellow area. Okay. Whoa. These infested corpses are not going away like they normally should. I don't suppose there's any fishies popping up. Probably not. Again, this is quest related, so they probably turned off everything not quest related in the quest area. For bounties, that'll be different. Anyways, father's up there. Or he's around the side. He's not too hard to find. In fact, I remember the first time I did this, I believe I just did that. And now we can just kind of fly around and eventually when we, hey, there he is. Oh, see? When we get close enough to where he actually is, it'll just drop a little note on the thing saying, I'm over here! And no more searching. Father! This is Mother's husband.
You fight well for a runt frame.
He married into the
If you're
Intron
ever interested
family.
in something a little more old war-sized. Wait. She didn't send you looking for me, did she? I am not going back.
Old war-sized?
Look, you were the second wave, kid. The Necromechs were void-shielded, sentient pulse immune. As bright as a bag of hammers, and just as dependable. Not like you.
He designed the Necromechs. That robot that we saw earlier fighting the infested, that's a Necromech, and he's the one who designed them. She said the heart...
When I met her, Mother, she was as brilliant as she was broken. Chasing her father's ghost, convinced he was still out there. I thought I could fix things. I thought I could fix her. Like she was a loose light board or leaky hydraulic. So yes, she's right about me. I am an idiot. But I'm a reformed idiot. I'm done with her. This heart is breaking down is just another tactic of hers. Don't you see? Everything has to be about her.
Mother kind of resents him because he's not as intelligent as
she
she is.
Father that the heart is deteriorating. This will be more dangerous than any gray strain monster we faced. We have to talk to daughter.
Okay, and we're headed back to Cambion. Okay, so yeah, she resents him for not being as smart as she is, but that's not to say that he's not intelligent. He's still an Orokin, and the Orokin are super smart. That's how they got to be where they are now. It's just he's not as smart as she is, because while she helped to she helped her father design the heart and everything to do about it. While she was working on that, he was designing necromechs, which are just, well, they're just robots. Inside the robot, though, is a corpse, so there's that. But with the necromechs, you don't need the void. You don't need the void energy. You don't need the heart to pilot a necromech. In fact, the necromech is designed to not be used with those things, which is why he said it's void shielded, it's sentient, pulse immune. It was kind of the ultimate weapon. And he mentioned the sentience, but we haven't actually met or seen sentience yet. But they are another faction in the game that we will be meeting later, and we will have lots of interactions with later. But for right now, they're just something that we've talked about in passing. But they too are Orokin made. The sentients are another robot, for lack of better terms. Only not so much a robot as like a synthetic life form, where the Warframes are just kind of mindless robots made from infested flesh. Again, nothing new, no spoilers there. We've been talking about it. Warframes are biological robots, and infested is a biotechnical disease called technocyte. So yeah, Warframes are made from infested flesh, because that's what all infestation is. But yeah, like, they are mindless drones that need guidance. Necromechs are also that way, but they don't need the void to do it. Daughter. Everybody's first Warframe waifu.
Aren't you a fascinating specimen? Organic Fair's exoflesh, hybridized internals, untimed trace. You're a Tenno, aren't you?
Yeah, and I'm here about the heart.
You need me to tell you where it is, which I wouldn't have to bother with if not for my parents, whose collective heads are so far up their collective lower sigmoids, the only air they breathe is what they secrete.
That's a very technical way of saying their heads are up their ass so far that they only smell their own shit. I just want to help.
That's kind of sweet, but look at us. We are beyond help. The disease vectors are too complex, changing faster than I can study them. We can only prolong the inevitable. Look, if you help me get back some of what my brother shredded, I'd be happy to return the favor. Deal?
Alright. She's our fishing merchant. She's the one that wants us to go fishing for her. So, yeah, anything and everything related to fish, you're going to talk to daughter. And then after we do this, we will meet her brother, who is the one who oversees conservation.
You're going to help me rebuild my sample collection. You're probably wondering what happens to it in the first place. Why don't you ask brother when you see him.
Rebuild the sample collection. She wants us to catch some fish. That's what that translates into. Entrati always make things out to be far more technically sounding than they actually are. Rebuild my specimen thing. So you want me to go fishing? Oh, the day-night cycle.
Worm fast. Don't worry about him though. He's got bigger problems than you.
I love this sequence.
Rome, his sister, they don't get along, as you'll soon see.
This is how the day-night cycle in this one works. And ta-da! This is something that's unique too. The day-night cycle actually produces a unique resource.
Try to falling from the explosion. Try not to get crushed.
This is phos residue because phos just got exploded. So now we can go around here, and there's usually like 3 locations like this on the map.
Don't feel the least bit sad for him. He'll regenerate and even empty your head and exact his revenge. An endless cycle.
There's plenty of opportunity.
The only proof I've got that the hive mind can be divided. Just collect what you can so you can get to the task at hand.
Yeah. So there's plenty of opportunities for you to collect bones. Usually when you're out here just in the open areas, there'll be 3 distinct locations where you can collect that residue. And every time you go back into Cambion Drift and come back, or into the Necrolisk and come back out, those areas and these residue will refresh. So if you need to farm a lot of them for one reason or another, because there are a few reasons to farm a lot of them, you can do so relatively easily. You can come out here, gather what's there, then go back inside, collect everything, bank it, as you would probably say, and then come on back out and do it again. It doesn't take a lot of time. And again, if you can get Zaku, she makes it even easier, because she can just use her force and blast all of these to smithereens, and then you just gotta run around with either a Kubro with the fetch mod, or a Sentinel with vacuum, and just have all of it pulled back out up into, collect it all. Burr. Is it above me? I think it's above me. Whatever we're looking for, I think it's above me. No. What are we doing? Oh! It helps to read. It definitely helps to read. Like I said, we're going fishing. So the Vohm residue that we just collected can actually be used as fishing bait.
The surface to feed. Don't bother trying to spear them in the exocrine itself. Too damn viscous. Their biology is crucial to my study.
This is water,
but not entangled in shared consciousness. If there's a hope in halting our mental decline, it might be here in these humble little specimens. Get to it.
But yeah.
Looks like you got the hang of it. But you have to understand, helping my so-called family is the last thing I'm inclined to do. You'll have to make it worthwhile.
As I was saying, this stuff is water, but you cannot actually throw your spear through it. It's too solid. So she will have a unique fishing spear that you can get from her for standing that will allow you to make it easier. But, as you can see, the fish come out and they fly in the air, and so you can just wait if you don't want to be bothered getting the new fishing spear. You can just wait and let them come out of this goopy stuff, and then once they're out, you can catch them.
Alright, that's enough.
And it's really easy.
Return the specimens to me, and I'll give Lloyd what he needs to take
Fishing
you down
out
to
here
the
is
heart.
probably easier than on any other open world that gives you fishing. because, again, the fish float up in the air, and then you just gotta spear them. And your basic Cetus spear will catch all of them just as easily as it would catch things on Cetus, like your basic fish over there. It's so much less complicated on Deimos, and quite a bit more enjoyable too, honestly. Not to mention, you don't get interrupted quite as much by extra ads and stuff, but when you do, it's just more infested. So you just go about your fishing, and then if something comes up and starts attacking, you just hit your melee button real quick, smack the crap out of them, and then hit your aim button and go right back to fishing. It's really easy. You don't gotta worry about idiots shooting you from like hundreds of meters away you can't actually get to. So you gotta abandon your fishing. Yeah. Kill the enemies. They're trying to prevent blah blah blah. There we go. But yeah. Conservation and such is so much easier on Cambion Drift. It's ridiculous how much easier it is here. And it makes it far more fun. Because again, you don't have to abandon your site to go hunt down enemies so that you can go back to doing what you're doing, and then you risk losing out what you're doing. The more intricate conservation can still be kind of a pain in the ass, because you do still have that problem slightly. But again, because it's infested, they all come right to you. So you just wacka until they all die, and then go back to what you were doing. It's really nice. Oop. We got some good resources here. And some fishies. Why am I crouched? That's weird. Okay, now I think we have to go talk to Sun. Speaking of conservation. Oh, no. We gotta go talk to Daughter again first, and then she'll send us to go talk to Sun. Her brother.
I remember my birthday. Woke with a knot in my stomach. The hum of my specimen tanks was missing. Silent. But I was surprised to find a little box wrapped in a red bow. A gift from my family that never, ever remembered. The note said, "Best wishes for my best sis." Can you guess what was in the box?
A fish? Something sweet?
A white powder, as smooth and fine as silk. My entire collection, cremated, atomized, and returned as a gift by my deranged brother. If you see him on your descent to the heart, don't be fooled. He'll stab you in the back if he thinks it'll get him a moment's notice from Mother.
Alright, so now we get to go meet Sun. Normally, he's just right around the corner. Right here. But, for the purposes of the quest, we've got to go back outside.
Proceed to the heart. Otak and I will take a damage assessment scan of it.
Lots of bitey scratchikins on the scope. Maybe they're planning a party for you!
I doubt that. Alright, so now, to get to the heart, we gotta go to an underground chamber. And to get there, this part of the quest is going to introduce us to the mechanics of how to do an isolation vault. I think. And it just spit us up somewhere else. Oh. We're over here now. Yeah. We were here. Just down the road here, and we got spit out on the other side of the map. So, yay! Okay, and yep, this thing, bait station, is part of an isolation vault. Not 100% certain that it's going to actually do anything right now. Don't know if we're actually going to use it right now. But normally, yeah. The way isolation vaults work is you start by going and collecting phos residue or foam residue, and then you bring it here to this thing, and it turns it into basically a key. And while it's making that key, you get to do mobile defense! Like I said, it's everywhere. And then once you have the key made, you come down here, you throw it at this door, and it opens. You throw the key or bait, whatever, at the giant irritated butthole, and it lets you into these lower chambers. So typically right here you've got another phase of, like, it's kind of mobile defense, but in this regard, the thing you're defending is yourself. I think it's more akin to like a survival at this point. You gotta kill a select number of enemies, they're gonna drop a special resource that you need to pick up. And then once you pick up enough of that resource and killed all the enemies, then the next door opens up. Hello, this is Sun.
Noticed my collar, did you? A not-so-gentle reminder from dearest mother. No one in the universe can hold a grudge as deep or as long. She took away all my Entrati command words with it. Lloyd's got more respect in this family than I do. One simple mistake.
To be fair, it was not exactly a simple mistake.
How many times do I have to say I'm sorry? I broke the containment protocol. I carried the spores in. I screwed up. And suddenly, they all acknowledged my existence. Suddenly, something I'd done actually mattered. As if humiliating me would undo what happened to them. We're a lost cause. The infestation will come for what's left of us in time. Speak of them, and they shall appear.
He's the reason the moon is overrun with the infestation. It's what he basically just said. He, like I said before, he's the one in charge of conservation. So he was out in the infested fields when it was in a controlled environment, and he was doing some conservation, trying to bring in new species to study, and he brought in the gray strain, basically, and it got loose and infected everything, and did it at a rate so fast that they couldn't actually counter it until it literally overran everything.
It's beautiful, isn't it? Maybe it's not the abomination you think it is. Maybe it knows better than Mother. Maybe we ought to succumb to it. Let it win.
Sun has strange ideas about what victory looks like. The solar rails, the Tenno. We all depend on the heart to keep the wall open to the other side. If the heart stops, everything goes with it.
Oh, but think of all the time we'd have for hobbies.
So, he mentioned the solar rails. The solar rails actually used to be a thing you could do in the game. It was a PvP mode. And it was actually one of the only PvP modes that was actually genuinely good. And then for whatever reason, they got rid of it. But it was good enough that me, Mr. Anti-PvP, I actually went and did it and had fun doing it. But the solar rails basically are the things connecting the planets and allowing you to use space flight at faster than light travel or whatever to get between the planets. The junctions we've been unlocking are the connecting points of the solar rails. That line that we see connecting all of the mission nodes together on the map, those lines are the solar rails. And the only way that they are able to function the way that they do... oh, excuse me. As I was saying, the only way that they are able to function the way that they do is because of the heart of Deimos. which we should be just about at the point where we actually get to see the heart. Getting close. Goodbye, Mr. Bitey Scratchykins. I love that name. I love Otak. He's hilarious. Otak's probably my favorite character from this update. Just grab some bonus loot while we're here, because we're not going to get a chance in a moment. Yeah, things are about to go very bad for us. Won't say anything more than that. And I really hope that people watching this, if you haven't already finished the Heart of Deimos quest, I hope you're watching this before you start it, because I'm about to show you something that is going to save you quite a bit of headache in the next phase of this quest. But we're almost there. Here we go. Door.
Requiem
Symbols.
I'm embarrassed to say I'm unsure what to make of this. Tenno, can you figure it out?
It's real easy. Okay, so... Yep, those are gonna go away. So our goal is we have to hit these pillars, or shoot them, or whatever, in the order of the symbols that we saw on the door from top to bottom. So the ones I caught and paid attention to was this one. Oh, and we just touch it.
Ooh, let me! Got it.
But whatever. It was this one.
You seem to be indisposed.
And then it was this
Let
one.
ol' Otag help you out.
And now finally this one.
Success!
So that's how you do this at this phase, if you don't have other things unlocked. But that, ladies and gents, is the Heart of Deimos. The central source of all the power that we use to get around the solar system, to use our Warframes. It all derives from this thing. And oh look, we've lost power. There's the Necromech. Nice up close. As you can see in the face hole, there's a skull. Yeah, that's at the core of every Necromech is a human skeleton.
I didn't expect to get through the door before I had a chance to finish. Forgive me. This is the only way.
And the heart is destroyed. Well,
by the heart.
broken.
It's dead. The wall's closing, Mother. It's over.
Good. Good? You think this is good?
Oh, so you're talking to us now. Mother, don't. This isn't the time.
Shut up. I want to see how low she can dig.
Of course you do. Anything to make you feel better about yourself.
I wonder where he gets that from.
Stop. At least he didn't try to kill me.
Oh, please. You've been playing dead since the day I was born.
Well, I wish you hadn't.
Stop!
Tenno, still functional. Listen carefully.
Exactly.
Getting back to the surface is not going to be easy. I don't know how to break this to you, but your Warframe, It's barely functional.
Look at my health.
You're going to have to stay low and out of sight.
See my energy?
I know a shortcut, but you've got to do the rest.
I can't do shit. Somehow my energy's going up. That's because of my aura mod, but I don't think it's going to matter. So this is where I was talking about earlier. I'm about to show you a thing that's going to save you a lot of headache. Because right now, we can move, but that's about it. Bullet jumping doesn't exist. Warframe powers don't exist. Health is non-existent as well. So yeah, we're gonna have to get back. One fun thing I ought to note, I thought about, that cutscene, it shows you the family dynamic between the different characters. As you progress, this is the first faction in the game where as you progress, and you upgrade your rank through the 5 ranks to get to the maximum standing with them. As you do that, it will unlock new dialogue every time you rank up to kind of improve on the family's reputation with each other, with their relationships, and it will give you even more backstory about the Entrati as a whole. And so it's something to pay attention to, because at this point, with every new faction that we get, it's going to do that same thing. It's going to give you more lore about that faction, and it's really interesting. Whereas Cetus and Fortuna, they give you pretty much all of the lore you need to know right up front, and then both of them have like something kind of unique that happens. I think Cetus not so much. Not Cetus. Yeah, Cetus. Cetus not so much. But Fortuna for sure has something unique that happens once you get to rank 5 and they fully trust you. But otherwise there's no extra real story involved in those. But this one, yeah, every new rank you go up, it's going to unlock new story. So with this one in the quest, or in this walkthrough, every time I'm ready to rank up, I will wait to do so until I can do it on stream so that you guys can get that lore, that story. Alright, so we're broken. We've got to get to that location. We can't do anything. We have no weapons. We have no powers. You can see I'm gaining energy thanks to my aura mod. Hell, there's a bunch of energy, but I still have no access to my Warframe powers. And if we pop over here, you want to try and follow that. Hello, Mr. Necromech. If those things see you, you will die. So, how do you get past them? You gotta take the long way. And as you just saw me do, you still have access to your roll. So, by doing this, you're just going to avoid all of them. So we're going to run along the outside, and we're just going to constantly roll and just follow the outside path. Make sure you're paying attention to your map, because it'll show you when enemies are nearby. But as long as you stay to the outside,
watch for its pattern.
You can pretty much avoid them. You saw one just shoot me. So just
got to avoid detection.
Yep, gotta avoid detection. I'm grabbing that. That's a very rare resource. Gotta have it. But as you can see, as long as you just stay to the outside, you can avoid the necromechs themselves for the most part. Roll. Roll like your life depends on it, because it absolutely does.
You're nearly out.
Thankfully, my health is now maximum, which is really beneficial. But, okay, now we're going to go left here. We've got the necromech there. He's going to see us. It doesn't matter, though, because we're just going to continue to roll and evade. And as long as you do this, you will not get caught by them, you will not die, and you can just make your way right to the exit. Hell, you saw me turn around, stop, and grab some resources. But yeah, rolling gives you a guaranteed 75% damage reduction, as well as like a 95% evasion. Meaning your chances of avoiding lethal damage are significantly higher. So rolling is really useful.
That means we can fix this. We can get the heart back if we work together.
And now that I'm outside, I can use my powers again for some odd reason. But we're gonna get sucked up by the tentacle again. Spit out outside. And now, hey, I can bullet jump again too. Now that I'm outside, I can actually do all my stuff again, which is weird. I still have no weapons. So, it's very peculiar, but yeah, your only goal now is to just get back to the Necrolisk. And again, if you just stay to the outside and just constantly roll, it doesn't matter if the Necromechs see you or not, you can avoid getting killed and just make your way home. 3,000. Look at that, we're already almost at 40,000 nanospores total. Actually, we are, because this 3,000 is not included in that 39. The 39 is what we already owned, and the 3,000 is now what we've added on top of that. The spinal core section? Yeah, some decent loot. Scintillant, God, that's a godsend. There's a few things that you need to craft from here that require scintillant.
Do you think they will be willing to go back down? Sun and I conveyed the worm to draw the infestation away, up to the surface.
Even if I agreed to help, what about the necromechs down there? Just one of those things.
I've got a little something that I've been saving for an occasion like this.
Alright, I've got the calculus data for a restart, but I'll need 10 quanta of leptosam. Son?
I have it. Shall we wake up grandmother?
Let her sleep. Wouldn't want her to worry.
It's too soon for them. Are you sure about this?
Not at all, but we'll have to make an exception. Just this once.
Alright, now we can go through. Normally this will be locked, and we cannot go through until we've progressed the main story a bit further to the War Within. Again, I'm really surprised that they didn't delay this quest until after the War Within, considering the normal requirements that are needed in order to do it.
Alright, with the void closing up, you're gonna be too weak to help in that frame.
We get to play with a necromech now.
But she's got enough juice for one last ride. What do you say? Ready to go old war style?
Damn right.
Alright. Not ideal, but I've cross-routed your Warframe impulse stream directly to Snake.
Alright.
She'll feel heavy, but you'll get used to it. Head outside, and we'll run a field test before your descent. Alright. Squeeze off a few rounds and get a feel for the...
There's no time for training exercises.
But we've got to prepare...
Tenno, get down there. You're just going to have to learn as you go.
The Necromech is another vehicle. Just like your Arcwing launcher, just like your K-Drive. The Necromech will have its own launcher as well. And this is going to give you a tutorial on how to use the Necromech. Other than the ability to get in and out of it at will, because that, again, we don't unlock that until after you complete the new war. Which is why I'm surprised that they have this so early. Anyways, it said press B, tap B. Oh, to charge. For me, that is actually C. Alright, some enemies. It is possible to die in this sequence, so be careful. These necromechs are very tough, but they're not invincible. They're also really, really fun. So yeah, we're not gonna just run right to the objective. Every wave of enemies that comes at us, we're gonna stop and kill them, because, well, they could kill us if we don't. And they're blue, which is unique. Jump with space, then hold while airborne to hover and avoid taking damage. Next wave is behind us. Yeah, they can't hurt us while we're in the air unless they have like projectile attacks, so learn to hover. It's very useful. And there are mods that you can put on your Necromech to increase the amount of time you hover, how much of your engine, that bar at the bottom of my screen is your engine amount, Anytime you sprint, it will consume that. Anytime you hover, it will consume that. Anytime you jump or do your dash, it will consume that. And there are mods to not only increase the maximum energy you have, but also your efficiency, just like a Warframe. And all of those mods are available for purchase, believe it or not, from Entrati. I believe you get them from Lloyd. Also, the gun we're using to shoot these things, that's an Arcwing weapon. It's an arc gun called the Mazelon, and it is the single best arc gun in the game. We will have an opportunity as we rank up with the Entrati to build our own Necromech and equip it. And when we build the Necromech for the first time, our very first Necromech we create, there are two of them. This one's called the Void Rig, the other is called the Bone Widow. This one is arguably the better one. A lot of people seem to think that the Bone Widow is better. The majority of people prefer the Void Rig. It's up for debate. Personally, I prefer the Void Rig as well. I'm kind of annoyed actually right now because I don't have my second ability unlocked yet. Yeah, the quest progression has our abilities locked. And they will be opening back up in sequences as we progress forward. But unfortunately, we haven't gotten there yet for the second one. But the Void Rig is basically the Rhino of Void Rigs, for lack of better terms. And its fourth ability, it just turns you into a stationary weapon of mass destruction. Okay, press 2. I'm pressing 2. Oh, did I not unlock my 2? I unlocked my 1, which is a grenade. I equip it, I can throw it, I can detonate it, it does a lot of damage. If I don't detonate it, though, and I just throw it on the ground, it actually creates this AoE slowing field that will reduce the speed of enemies and allow you more of an opportunity to kill them. So, pretty useful. Ooh, look at all these good resources we're collecting. That's resources we will not have to farm later. Love it. Get as much as you can. So yeah, this one is really useful. Very fun. Personally, I like detonating it. It's far more fun than go boom. I'm not very good at it, but it is fun. Boom! There we go. See? It's a pretty big explosion, too. And we're out of the cave. Sadly, I can't use this. No fast travel while you're in the Necromech. Or maybe it's just because, again, quest. Whoop. Big AoE field, everybody slow down. It's really large. I think they've changed that.
The caves won't be exactly clear, but it
I don't remember it being that big before.
Sentinels to keep the infested out of the way.
Oh, so it's okay.
Not working.
Eat powder pellets, you.
Take it easy. I summoned some velocipods too.
Boom. Don't get hit by the JP with this. It won't do you any good. I think it also applies a damage vulnerability. Could be wrong. I don't know. I've never actually looked at that. The only abilities I've ever really truly cared about on the Necromech were his 2 and his 4. Because again, 2 impenetrable shield of armor, just like Rhino's iron skin, and 4 turns him literally into a stationary weapons platform of mass destruction.
I've managed to bring additional systems online.
Yay! There's my invincibility. Storm Shroud. Close combat. Yeah, it also electrifies nearby enemies. Storm Shroud is pretty awesome. There we go. Got some mods. I always like seeing mods. Did I ever finish my thought about the Mausolon? I can't remember. I think I did. Boom. I saw a doggy in there. Not my doggy either. There's my doggy. Good grief. Do they have number 3 yet? Number 3 is a good power. I just don't like using it because it consumes a lot of energy. More energy than what the power itself is actually, like, useful for. Come on, let me through.
When you get to the heart, you'll have to patch the damage, and then we'll restart the system. It's a lot, but we're counting on you.
Yeah, I can spam that and make big explosions, and it's really valuable, and it doesn't cost a lot of energy. But the third ability does. Hopefully we'll get it soon. More really good resources. Man, we're getting a lot really fast.
She's waking up. You should have additional functionality.
Okay, yes, we just got our third ability. I'm gonna press 3, and you see it just lobs a bunch of grenades everywhere. We saw this in the cutscene. You're annoying. The cutscene where the enemy necromech popped in, and then it said something to us, and then lobbed a whole bunch of whatever at the heart to destroy it. That's what we're using now. Is the same grenade ability that she used. But you can see, like, it uses quite a bit of energy. Like, I'm gaining a lot, but look at that. More than a third of my energy to use it once, whereas this thing does just as much, if not more damage, for not, like, less than half the cost. So, I don't use the third ability very much. And having this Mausolon unmodded is really a pain. Oh, you can also melee. I suppose I should show that off. Like, if enemies are getting too close and you just want to get some distance, you can use melee and just tell them to kick rocks. I'm going to charge up the secondary attack on the Mausolon. I accidentally used it. So you can see the little blue bar under my targeting reticle. That is on the Mausolon. I am building up a charge on the gun that is triggered with alternate fire when it's at maximum to do this just full-on, like, laser beam of massive damage to whatever enemy I'm pointed at. And it's incredibly powerful, especially when you've got your Mausolon fully modded. We really need to work on getting those mods, because it's still a long ways away. At least the really good ones that I want to put on here. We've still got a long time before we have access to the missions needed to farm those mods. I love seeing just a whole bunch of valuable resources, knowing that they are going to come in handy later and save me some time farming in the future. Alright, we can go ahead and do a turbocharge now. So
that's it!
This is just like bullet jumping.
She's fully operational. Go get him!
And the fourth ability is active now, which we can't really use at the moment, but just to demonstrate for you what I mean by stationary weapons platform of mass destruction, I pull out these massive guns called the Arquebecs and just hammer everything around me with massive amounts of damage. But while I'm in this form, I can't move and I can't use any of my other abilities. So it has a downside, but yeah, you can just absolutely wreak havoc with the Arquebecs, because you can mod it for just so much damage.
Where the hell is that necromech?
Doctor, the spores. Son, you're on repairs.
No one listens.
Tenno, can't have this area contaminated. Clear out those infected and destroy their spore.
Yeah, and this is why it just unlocked it for us, is because it wants us to use that. Look at this. Just absolutely annihilates everything. But it also is slowly draining the longer that we stay in that mode. So yeah, you gotta use it wisely, cautiously. Because it does drain energy while you're in it, and it also drains even more energy for using the guns. So, and while you can pick up energy orbs to go ahead and restore it, they've got to drop energy orbs first. Alright, so our objective right now is to kill all of these, and there are 3 of them in total. This one, and it's going to spawn things. You know what, let's just go ahead and shoot the other one and just see if we can fast track this a little bit. Come on, lose some energy. Y'all are infuriating, not giving me any energy. As you can see, this thing is hella tanky. The Void Ring. And that's why most players just use the Void Ring. There are a select few who prefer the Bone Widow, and it does have its niche uses. But for the most part, everybody's just like, Void Ring. Use Void Ring. It's so much better. And there are others that were really kind of hoping that they would release more Necromechs after the Bone Widow. Bone Widow was the second one. The Void Ring was the first one that they released with the main Heart of Deimos update. And then later they added new extra content to it, just like they do with pretty much every major update. And then they added the Bone Widow at that point. Bone Widow's not a bad Necromech, it's still a Necromech. And Necromechs as a whole are just, they're good. But the Bone Widow didn't have nearly the favorability as the Void Rig did, because again, the Void Rig is near indestructible, and it turns into this mass destruction weapons platform. Bone Widow doesn't do that. Bone Widow basically has its own equivalent of an exalted weapon, but it's not really an exalted weapon. And the melee combat stance that you use with it is just awful. Alright, are we done? Cool. So, both spore sacks have now been fully exposed, and we can just... And now, the next phase.
Spore clusters clear.
I rigged Snake with an old Omni tool. Ready?
Do it. Alright, we're gonna phase it. And now these platforms you see around the room, yeah, be sure to stand on those. They will raise you up. Because now we have to take this new thing that they just equipped to us and use it almost like a fire extinguisher. And it's going to be similar to mining with one minor exception. That is, in order to get the thing to progress, you actually have to move it around. And there's a few of those that you have to do. So these little elevated platforms will help you get up to the thing so that you can more properly fix it. This, by the way, is a railjack mechanic. Because in railjack missions, you can have boarding parties that will show up and fighters will do damage to your ship on the outside, and when it does that, you'll have like hull breaches and whatnot. And then this Omnia is what you use to repair your ship, and it's the exact same little mini game to repair your. Where's the next platform? If I'm not mistaken, that one went higher than the others. But we want this one now. So we can get at this, and you just gotta kind of wiggle it around on the spot until it fully repairs itself. Oh, did we get them all? No, I don't think so. Yeah, I've still got one more. We'll get up on this platform here. That should get me close enough to this one. There we go. Heart repaired.
Seal the chamber. Initiating restart sequence.
We're gonna set back a little bit.
And beyond.
There we go. Got our gun back.
That's it for your ride. And a one-way trip for poor Snake. I'll cut the reroute as soon as the heart's beating, and you'll be back to your old self again.
And yes, now we get to fight the other necromech.
2, 1.
But not until the heart's actually.
You sure you've got the correct derivatives?
Beating.
Again. 3, 2, 1.
Perfect. Just perfect.
It doesn't make sense. Something must be interfering. I checked the equations.
Well, check them again.
Don't yell at me. Again.
There we go. All better. The heart's been repaired. And it's boss fight time. I love how it comes in and slams on its head.
There it is.
All right.
Tenno, you've got to destroy this thing, or we're back where we started.
Now, I've been saving this for you.
You have no idea how jealous I am.
Look at that. And... oh, come on. It's another void rig, so it activated its thing, but there we go.
You gave her a good
I know. Some people are going to get mad.
Thanks.
You missed out on the beam.
Snake. I'm going to miss you. But you've earned your rest, alright? Rerouting you.
Yes. A rest.
Alright, now we're back at the beginning with our Warframe. So, I didn't do it because I don't like failing. But if you actually failed that fight, you would have to start it over from the beginning. But there is a reference to Metal Gear Solid because the necromech you're piloting is called Snake. And so if you failed and you got destroyed, Father would pop in and go, Snake? No, Snake! Just like it would if you failed your mission in Metal Gear Solid. And it was a funny that the gamer, that DE put in there because they're gamers. And so it was just a fun little Easter egg. And so I know there's probably people that are going to get mad at me. You didn't do the Easter egg. That's the Easter egg. And yeah, I didn't do the Easter egg because I don't like failing. Alright, so now we have to go meet the last member of the Entrati family to finish this quest. Grandmother.
Oh, they're an insufferable lot, aren't they? My son, father, blustery and spineless all at once. His absentee wife, mother, who can't see past what she's lost to see what she has. And who can blame the children? Daughter, trying to convince herself she's so different. It only makes her more the same. And the boy, poor son, he mistakes kindness for mediocrity. Who's he competing with other than himself? But in a crisis, they can come together.
Wait, did you?
I've no idea what you're talking about. But even as they've forgotten themselves, their names, their bonds, they might still be a family. Seems you're an important part of that now. So maybe I can help you and your family. There's Warframe, Zaku, somewhat of a family themselves. A sum of many, a composite of others we lost in the ages that our Entrati family has served here.
Yay! Quest complete, we get the blueprint for Zaku. So yeah, Grandmother orchestrated this entire debacle of the heart being broken. She was the one controlling the enemy necromech that we just finished fighting. And she did all of this just so that it would bring the family back together and get them talking to each other again. She orchestrated the entire thing. It was never actually truly in any danger. She had contingencies in case things went wrong. But clearly they didn't because we showed up and helped. But yeah, she did the whole thing. It was entirely her doing.
And now, I think we've had more than enough excitement for one day. I could do with a little lie down.
Not yet, you don't. Alright, Deimos Necrolisk scene. That is a Captura. But now we have access to the entire faction. We'll actually talk to her last. We're going to start by talking to Father.
We tried it her way. And where did it get us? Just look at me. So now I'm doing things my way, like I should have done all along. We'll show them, won't we? You and me. Make them sit up and pay attention. The weapons? They're just one branch of the project. You keep on like this, and I might cut you in on more of what I've really been working on. You know what I'm talking about. Had a taste of it already, didn't you?
Alright, so Father's primary role is, as you can see here, it says build kit gun. So just like Rude Zood on Fortuna, just like Hawk on Cetus, he has modular weapons that you can put together. These ones are kit guns just like on Fortuna, but because we're on an infested planet, they are infested themed. And they're probably some of the strongest. But
you have no components. Weapons require parts.
Duh.
You bring me said parts, I will build you said weapon.
Yeah. The nice thing about him building kit guns and Rude Zood building kit guns is, although you have to go to the respective shops to buy the parts, so Rude Zood you have to go to get the basic kit gun stuff, you have to come to him to buy the parts for the infested kit guns, but once you have those parts,
you can't out-evolve Deimos.
You can go and have them built in either location.
You need to survive.
You don't have to come to him just specifically for the infested ones.
Got nothing
and
but
Rude
time.
Zood as well. You can build all the kit guns from either of them, which is really nice. And you can see all of the parts here. So yeah, and the infested kit guns are probably the strongest of all the kit guns you can build. Specifically, if you use this Spore Lacer, because well, it does just like viral explosions and stuff. And if you build this into a secondary weapon, it can have infinite ammo. That's just constantly raining infested goop on people. It's really strong. The other thing that Father is known for is all of the other things. So this is where you get your kit gun parts. But in addition to that, he's got a couple of new unique weapons, as well as parts that you need to build your necromech, not just the mech itself, but I believe he's got some blueprints as well. If not him, then Lloyd. But these parts, I believe these are blueprints. They could be resources. I think they're just resources.
Survival
but,
is the priority.
Yeah.
You're useless.
Still, you can buy these from him for standing, and these are what components of what you need to actually build your necromech. In fact,
guess you have everything you keep safe.
I should have gotten an inbox message.
So there's a super secret place on Mars, Tiana Pass. Nothing to do with any
Remember
old
that extra Mars mission I said was hidden?
Crystals or anything. Probably doesn't even exist. I marked it on your map for you, so you can make sure you don't go there on accident. And you better not come see me afterwards either. Winky face.
Okay. So yeah, remember that extra mission I told you when we were opening Mars that's hidden? And I couldn't remember the name of it? Well, that's the name of it. It's Tiana Pass. It's that mirror defense mission I was talking about. But this is what I really wanted. So, I'm surprised it's not voiced. Hey kid, I couldn't stop thinking about how well you handled Snake. It made me wish I had a spare necromech that I could pass on to you. I don't, but here's what I do have. Original Void Rig blueprints, designed by the hand of yours truly. You can find the parts right here, down in the vaults. Just strip them off the rogue necromechs. They'll put up a fight, but you don't strike me as a kid who's scared to get their hands dirty. Enjoy, and not a word to mother. So he just gave me a full set of blueprints to build a necromech. So all we have to do is gather the parts necessary. So you can see this one, the Void Rig casing requires damaged Void Rig casing. Same here, damaged engine, damaged pod, damaged weapon pod. So these are all parts that are needed, and then of course you can see Orokin cells, parasitic tether maw, that's something we just built or collected. Tempered batholite is a gemstone that we have to actually craft after doing some mining. Spinal core section is something we get from fishing. Devolved Nomalon is another mining crafter. Biotic filters, I think those actually might come from Cetus. Not Cetus. Yeah, Cetus. No, they come from here. No, okay. Yeah, everything comes from here. Still. We now have all the blueprints to build our own necromech. And those blueprints require
two giant
these
worms
necromech parts.
Screaming at one another and raining down bloody chunks.
So,
just another day on
now
Deimos.
The big question.
At least their viscera is useful for something.
In addition to that, we've got a Warframe here. This is where you get the parts for Lavos. The Trumna, the base Trumna, is here. If that's a big meaty machine gun, if you like it. The Sepulchrum, yeah, Sepulchrum is another one that's from here. My favorite primary weapon, the Sea-Doo, is here, and all of the parts to build it. He's also got some really unique mods that go on a couple of prime weapons, so those are definitely worth collecting. But as you can see, it's going to take a while to get there, because this is max rank stuff, and we are not even close. So, the big question, how do we gain standing? If I don't get it from just doing stuff outside, like the conservation, how do we do it?
Sure. Take your time. Think it over.
As I said before, we do it by getting tokens. And Father has his own unique token. It's right next to his name. You see it. And to gain it, we'll go to Parts Requisition.
The life forms of Deimos will be picking you out
all
of
of
their
the
teeth
resources that we have gathered so far just being out on Deimos, we can come to him and we can turn them in for Father tokens. Son, daughter, and grandmother all have their own unique tokens. Son being the conservationist, like I said, his tokens are worth the most. Father tokens and daughter tokens are only worth 100 points. Oh, and Mother has her own tokens as well, but those you farm from bounties. So yeah, but all of those are worth 100 points. Son's tokens are worth 500 points, which is why they're the most valuable. of the ones that you can farm just doing basic stuff outside. Now, I said there was one far more valuable than all the others put together, and that is grandmother's tokens. You can take fathers, daughters, mothers, and sons' tokens and trade them into grandmother, and grandmother has her own tokens that she will give you for that, and they are worth 1,000 points each. So, yeah, let's go ahead and we'll buy a few of these, because we have resources.
Been here so long, it's difficult to remember that this
We've
isn't
gathered
normal.
quite a bit, so we'll buy what we can.
Bought and paid for. Be seeing you again.
And
I'm
now
sure.
we will go talk to Sun, I think. Yes? Yes, we'll go talk to Sun next.
My family may choose to live in witless denial of our condition, but I accept it. Deimos is my mistress, whether I chose her or not. Her bitter kisses fester in my veins. Witness, Tenno, we are truly become one flesh. I crave to understand her for myself. Whatever you need to provide me samples of her processes and function, wildlife, I will provide. But if I am to understand them, I require them intact. You sedate them. I shall arrange retrieval. You shall be rewarded.
Alright, yeah, so he's the conservationist. You're gonna go out and do conservation, and you're gonna bring them in and trade for tags. Now, we don't have any tags right now, and that's kind of unfortunate, because in order to buy his tokens, which is the Capture Deimos Wildlife, it's this option here. This is where you'll see his tokens.
Swagger,
but
that you intend to
I really wish he would
there
shut the hell
and bring
up.
Something exotic in here. Excellent.
Trying to talk.
Let's talk equipment.
And you're interfering. Yeah, in order to get his tokens, you need tags. So you have to go do conservation just by... unlike, well, no, it's exactly the same as the other conservations. You will get the tags just by doing the capturing. The only difference is that you will not also get standing for this faction by doing the conservation. You only get the tags. So yeah, there's quite a few different things that you can go and hunt.
Hey friend, round up some infested for the ingested.
Blah, blah, blah. Stop talking. But the unique ones for him is one of the conservation things you can get. These things called Vulpaphilas and Predacites. And once you collect them, like legs on Fortuna, you can turn them into companions.
If you happen across a Predacite, good.
As long as you have the required mutagens. These, he has blueprints for them. They require various resources to craft in your foundry. The big thing about these is they will give you a specific polarity to add mods to. So like this one is Naramon, so it'll add a Naramon polarity to your Predacite or your Vulpaphyla. The Predacites, believe it or not, are the I want to say they're the dogs. Yeah, the Predacites are the dogs, but they look like cats, kind of. But yeah, the other unique thing though about these mutagens and antigens is they change the look of your pet here. So there's 3 different types of Predacites that you can do. There's 3 different types of Vulpaphyla you can get. Each of them will give you standing, and each of them looks a little bit different. Personally, the Pharaoh Predacite I think looks the best. But again, you'll get all of them, and all 3 of them will give you standing by ranking them up. And then the mutagens, in addition to giving you like adapts the Predacite to grant resistance to cold and impact, so that's something to consider. But it also changes the way your Predacite looks. So that is probably the thing that most people consider above all else. They don't really care about the bonuses that this gives, like Predacite grants resistance to... Yeah, adapts the Predacite granting resistance to toxin slash. That's really cool, but the real question is do you like that tail? Does the tail look nice? Or does it look kind of gaudy and you'd rather not? So you have options. So that is a very important thing to figure out for yourself is, do you want to do this more based on what the mutagen will give you as a bonus, or if you want to, or do you just want to go full aesthetics? Most people just go full aesthetics. And the same thing is with the other one. That was the antigens, right? We were looking at we were looking at the mutagens. The antigens change some of the facial features. So here we've got a big ass horn. We've got some shoulder plate, spinal things. These ones are under the chin, so it kind of has a little bit of a mane. And then this one, where did that go? I think that one is just a nothing. So the Iranon is like if you don't want any facial features or extra things of any kind, you just equip that one and it doesn't look like it adds anything. Yeah, so, yeah. And it's the same for the Vulpaphylas, so let's go look at them.
You'll notice the life forms
Here's
of
your
Deimos
Vulpaphylas.
are constantly ripping
There's 3 different
chunks out
types.
of one
The
another.
Panzer is by far the best Vulpaphyla, and then again, you just pick a mutagen, pick an antigen, it will pop in, and then you can change these as you want to adjust the appearance. So these ones, I think, yeah, they're facial features again. So you got those weird little chin tendrils on that one. This one appears to give you nothing. This one, it gives you like a mane, which looks really nice. And then this one has like the little blades on the shoulders. But believe it or not, this is a cat. That makes that look more like a dog, but this is actually a cat. So I actually like that one.
Mutagen can...
I like the fuzzy bits. And then this is... Nope, that was the one we just did, was the antigen. So the mutagen is the tail. So you got this weird club-looking thing. You got the one that looks like a nice flowing natural cat tail or dog tail. This more infested-looking one. Or that one. And I think that's my favorite, because it kind of gives me the impression of being like a nine-tailed fox or something. So yeah, I like that one more than anything. And again, if you like those particular features, they can stay on, and then you just switch to, here's your Sly Vulpaphyla, and then you've got your Crescent, which has these fun horns on top. The Sly is your very generic one. Crescent gives you like the head horns, and the Panzer has the jaw horns and the nose. But also Panzer has like the coolest mod features as well. So Panzer's usually the one, if you see people running around with a Vulpaphyla in missions, it's most commonly going to be a Panzer, because they're just the best choice overall. So in his wares, you will find your Echo Lures for conservation, Cryptolix, Vulpaphyla, Predacites. You've got, here's the blueprints for the mutagens and antigens, and as you rank up, obviously more of them will become available for purchase. Pheromone glands, these are just like the ones we used for the conservation on the plains where it made the smoke come out. It's a very similar process. And then he's got more companion mods. Oh, and these are actually skins for your K-Drive. So if you actually like the K-Drive, you can come to him and buy this for 50,000 standing, and it will make your K-Drive look like this bug. And these bugs are actually out on the plains, or out on the drift, Deimos, and if you discover them in the wild, you can jump on them and ride them like a skateboard. No joke. And if you had a maximum of 50,000 standing, you could buy them right now. Oh, and he's also got the trank rifle if you did not get it from Fortuna.
Indeed.
And then also of course, under trading tags, he has unique beast mods that I hopefully will be farming before too long. Just as soon as I finish getting all of the other ones on my main account. So yeah, and then of course, we've talked about gilding before. So once you have a max rank Vulpaphyla or Predacite, after you've crafted it, you rank it up to 30, it does nothing for you, you bring it back here with 10 sun tokens, and you can gild it. That will upgrade its base stats and give you the ability to actually earn mastery points from having them. If if you need standing, you have a bunch of extra Predicites Vulpophilas, not enough companion mod slots or inventory slots, you can give them back to him, and he will turn them into standing, either in the form of actual standing or in the form of tokens. That I don't know, because I've never actually given one to him. And then, of course, if you have 15 platinum, you can rename it if you don't like the name you've given it. Also, yeah, when you go to guild it, you will get the opportunity to name your pet. But if you decide later on that you don't like the name anymore and want to change it, then you can come in here for 15 platinum and change it at will. So yeah. And again, never buy these. Tags are nice, and this is a quick and fast and easy way to get a bunch of tags. But unless you have like thousands of spare platinum and nothing to spend on them, don't buy these. They're a waste of your platinum.
I shall languish in a weary
Alright, so that is everything from son. Let's go now and talk to daughter.
This would be where I showed you my birthright of ancestral fish, but...
And she's listening to pop music.
You've already met my charming brother. Some remnants of the original genetic matrix appear to have survived in the exocrine, though the infestation is steadily claiming them. If you can catch any and bring them to me, I'd appreciate it. We can salvage anything useful. I can't undo what he did, but I won't let him have the last word.
She wants you to go fishing. And just like the others, once you go and catch fish, you have some fish parts. Honestly, the best way you can do it
go fishing
is, yeah, she wants...
When I pick you out of a Cryptocertus's gut sack, I'll be sure to say hello.
It's really annoying when I'm trying to have a cohesive thought and they just start talking and it completely throws me off.
Are you thinking of doing some fishing in the exocrine? I can help.
And they talk so much. But still, okay, when you go fishing and we have some fish, you'll notice there is no option like the others to say provide, meaning you can't trade fish for standing. So what you do is you can only cut them up.
I'll let you get on with it.
So you take all the fish you've collected,
being allowed to watch,
select all,
however,
cut fish, and it's going to give me a whole bunch of
you wouldn't
goodies.
Think you could fit that lot inside one fish, would you? There's all
and then you come to
swimming in the
exocrine assignments and use those parts to buy tokens. And then let's look at her wares. She has a new fishing spear. This fishing spear will allow you to fish out of the goopy stuff, the water. There are two different types. Ultimately, you want this one.
There are fascinating things down in the exocrine.
I wish she'd stop talking.
Grotesque, yes, but survival isn't pretty.
So the difference between these two is that while this one is basic and yeah, it'll help you catch stuff, it also kind of alerts the fish to what you're doing, and so they're more likely to run away, whereas this one's a little bit more stealthy and it's more likely to allow you to catch things without them catching on, so it makes it easier to go ahead and catch them. But you could ignore both of them if you really don't give a damn, and you can just use your Cetus fishing spear and just catch the ones that are floating around in the air. So, yeah, that's a thing. And then she's got all of her little trophies for if you want to catch fish and then mount them in your orbiter as decorations. And she's got these unique, these unique bait that you can collect here that will give you chances of getting the really, really high level fish, the Orokin-looking fish, like this one. It's kind of an amalgamation of Orokin technology from like Fortuna and also Infested. It's kind of cool looking. But yeah, if you want a high chance of catching those, like this one, then you need these. So, yeah. So these are the fish that she was lamenting that her brother destroyed, so he said. The whole story of the box with the white powder. These were the fish as they originally looked while they were a part of her collection. And nowadays, they look like this. They're being overrun by the infested. So here's another one that's mostly Orokin, but you can see some of the infestation is taking over. And then this is its infested counterpart, where it's fully taken over by the infested. So this one too, you got, that one looks very nice and sleek and slender and all fancy-like, and then you've got this mass of just hulking, gross, flesh-looking stuff. And you have a chance to catch all of those.
Until next time.
That's enough from Daughter. Let's go visit Otak.
Hi, I'm not Lloyd. Lloyd is Lloyd.
You'll have to excuse Otak. His personality was damaged irreparably by Deimos' energies, making it necessary to transfer his intelligence to this, our current shared form. Unfortunately, my attempted defragmentation of his persona matrix was not a complete success. Tell them about mining, Otak.
Mining? Oh yeah, mining! There are things to be mined. Minerals! We'll use the minerals to make
the things that are necessary for survival on Deimos. Now, ask politely, Otak.
Would you please mine the minerals?
Yeah, okay. Otak, he's hilarious. He handles the mining of resources, and again, you can buy from him the blueprints to get the crafted resources once you've gone and gotten enough standing to go ahead and buy those. He's also the one with the relic packs if you ever need them.
Oh, playing it coy, huh?
And you go to this top one to go ahead. Once you've got the minerals, you can turn them in. His tokens also, I forgot to mention them earlier, that he has tokens as well. Again, they're only worth 100 points, but you turn in your mining minerals, anything you collect out there, to tokens for him. And also, uniquely, he's the one that told us about that new extra mission on Mars, and once you have gone and done the mirror defense and gathered the unique resource from that mirror defense, you can come back here and turn it in for Citrine.
And Balric and Rania?
As well as for weapons.
I love that story.
And your first arcanes.
I did not say that, Otak. I merely said that it has been significantly embellished.
So yeah, arcanes. Here's our first real introduction to arcanes and actually being able to farm them. So we have Arcane Steadfast. Let's look at the rank 5. On ability cast, 20% chance that the next 3 abilities will not cost energy. That is absurdly powerful. And absolutely worth going and farming as quickly as you can. Secondary Kinship. This will go on your secondary weapons. While buffing ally Warframes, gain 20% critical chance per buff. So if you have access to put multiple buff abilities on a single Warframe, and you use them all, that's going to give you a lot of bonus extras. Now, there are better options than this one, but this is pretty good for starting out. Primary plated rounds. This is going on your primary weapon, so for me right now it would be the Gorgon. On reload, deal increased damage per round loaded based on max magazine size. This would actually go really good on something like the Gorgon, because the Gorgon has a really large magazine. So you empty that whole thing into an enemy, and then you reload that thing, and the next time you do it, start firing, it's going to have increased damage for the entire duration of that magazine. Incredibly powerful. Arcane Double Back. This is another one for Warframe. Gain 25% damage resistance for 4 seconds every time you dodge, double jump, or bullet jump, and it stacks up to 3 times for a total of 75% damage reduction. With as much as I jump around and bullet jump and all that stuff, and when it says dodge, it means you're rolling. With as much as I do that, this thing is amazing, because of the amount of damage reduction it's going to give me. The 75%, that is stellar. This would be ideal for a Warframe like Ivara, whose primary source of movement while she's invisible is rolling. So every time you roll, you gain 75% damage for 4 seconds. She's rolling all the time. So, sadly, the 4 seconds is really, really low, but still, the amount of damage reduction it's giving you is just stellar. And then lastly, probably one of my favorites that I actually don't own, but I need to. Secondary Encumber on your secondary weapon. On status effect, gain 24% chance of triggering a second random status effect. There are so many weapons this is good on because they are just status monsters, giving you different procs on things. This thing, especially if you put it on a beam gun, that does a lot of status damage, like the Atomos, which is basically a tiny flamethrower, but it's also a beam weapon, and it has a massive magazine and a huge fire rate. You're constantly doing just copious amounts of status effects. This thing would turn that into an absolute status monster, and it would just obliterate everything it touches. So yeah, this is our first access to arcanes, and so yeah, I will be farming those as best I can, as quickly as I can, just to get them out of the way, as well as the parts for these weapons and Citrine herself. But you'll notice these ones, I can't actually show you right there, but if I come up here, you point out this. These are MR8 required, which isn't a big deal, because we're only MR5. MR8's are pretty close, and you can see we are damn near to ready for Mastery Rank 6. So getting to MR8 won't take a lot of time. So yeah.
Together.
Citrine and Arcanes. Like, absolutely fantastic. Alright, let's go talk to Mother next, just to get it out of the way. Where is she? At the top. I'm saving Grandmother for last.
This is not how I would have chosen to welcome a colleague, but embarrassment is a luxury I discarded long ago. Frankly, my daughter is an entitled, self-pitying whelp, my son an arrogant upstart, and my husband a mealy-mouthed relic of his old self. Every last one of them has let me down. You may find them useful. I barely find them tolerable. If I can count upon your loyalty, we will work well together. I intend to tame this place, and you can help me.
Alright, so Mother is the one we come to whenever we have standing, and we are ready to go ahead and do our rank up. We can come in here, click rank up, and see exactly what you need for the next rank. And we're almost there for the components already. They're not very much, as you can see. Like, this is kind of all the way up. I don't think it's very unreasonable what she asks for. The end is a little bit challenging because you need a very unique item that you can only get from one location, and we'll talk about that in just a second. But overall, not too bad. And then she has her list of bounties with various resources. We have Aya if you want some Void Relics. We've got lots of opportunities for Endo and credits. Absolutely fantastic farm for Endo and credits. New mods. We've got Body Count for Melee, which is amazing. Pressurized Magazine, Spring-Loaded Chamber. These are all mods that we will absolutely be farming from her. And in this one, we get our first piece of Zaku. Now, Zaku needs a lot to build, but it won't take us long to get it. And focus lenses, which I'm going to ignore those right now, because I don't want to talk about focus lenses right now. Uniquely with the Deimos and the bounties is this one right here. If you look at that at the top, it says, in quotations, endless. This mission is my absolute favorite if I'm farming my daily reputations. Oh.
Very well then.
Let's go ahead and
farewell.
Exit back out and talk to her again. That should refresh those.
There is so much to be done here on Deimos.
No? Okay. Well then, I guess we don't get the visual aid, but still, that mission that I was pointing at is a bounty that is endless. It has a lot of different rewards that come to it, but just like your survivals and your defenses, it does not end, and every rotation you go through gives you more mother tokens, which you can then go and turn in for standing at grandmother.
You make sure you stay safe and snug, dear. Wrap up well. It's a thief and a liar, is Deimos. Steals over girls and boys and Cephalons too, like a nasty fog, until all the bright lights in your memory are quite blotted out. That's why they're like that, you see. So much forgotten. Oh, but we mustn't cry over it. Never that. Help me bring them back, would you, dear? Remember how it's done? Pinch of this, dab of that, mend a kettle, mend a heart, and it's all one.
That sounded very witchy. But yeah, that endless mission is probably the single best way to farm tokens and farm standing for Deimos, because again, it's endless, and every rotation that you give or get finished, it gives you like a set amount of mother tokens, and so you can farm your entire daily standing in mother tokens in just a short amount of time. And then you can even go further and farm what you need for the next day and the next day. Or just as long as you want to keep farming it, you can just keep farming mother tokens and gain enough to that you can walk in here to grandmother and click trade tokens for Entrati standing and just give her the tokens and max out your daily standing and be done and just leave, if that's all you care about. So here are the different tokens. Again, daughter, father, mother, and Otak all give you only 100 points in standing. Son gives you 500, and grandmother gives you 15, not 1,000, 1,500. And the way you get grandmother tokens is once you've collected all of these from everybody else, is you go here, exchange family tokens.
Shall we?
And this will give you the opportunity to swap the other tokens for hers. And some of them are really, really simple, like 2 sun tokens for 1 grandmother. So you're exchanging 2 sun tokens worth 1,000 for 1 grandmother that's worth 1,500. So, and then of course you've got these bundles of 4 and whatnot. These are fantastic. There's another thing that these are really useful for, though, and that is that unique resource I was talking about. If you go under Grandmother's Oddities, you can use Grandmother's tokens to buy a whole bunch of decorations and other cosmetics and stuff. So these are Captura scenes, these are ship decorations, you've got a glyph. This is something you can add to your profile to kind of decorate it. Again, Captura scenes if you're really into Captura art, which is photo mode. For anybody who's wondering what the hell does he mean by Captura? Why do you keep talking about Captura? What is it? It's photo mode. Captura is photo mode, and this you can get a lot of different Deimos scenes from here, and as well as ship decorations. This is it's an ornament that you can put on your ship. It's just like a stone version of their tokens that you can get and decorate your ship with. But then there's this.
Take your pick of our cargo. It's precious little use to us.
This thing is the unique rare resource I was talking about. This is required to build both the Trumna and the Sepulchrum weapons. You will need at least one of these to get to rank 5 with the Entrati at the end. This is required. As you can see, it takes 20 grandmother tokens, and you need, I think, at least 5 of these in order to get everything that is offered between the various vendors, from the guns to the rank up to a couple other things. I can't think off the top of my head. Hell, Lavos might need a Sarah Glass shard. I don't remember, but I do know that in order to get absolutely everything unlocked in the Entrati reward tables and stuff, you will need a total of 5 of these to get absolutely everything. And
Hello, dear.
Very
Ready
expensive. But very worth it. So keep that in mind as you are farming for standing and farming for tokens and stuff. I highly recommend that when you go to give your standing for the day, again, go farm mother tokens from the endless mission, keep those, use those for gaining your standing, use all the rest of them to gain as many mother tokens or grandmother tokens as you can, to gain grandmother tokens, and just hoard the shit out of grandmother tokens until you have at least 5 Seraglass shards. And then after that, you can start using those to dump into standing, unless, again, you want to collect them for the oddities. Now, the other thing, the last thing that's here in her list is this Mend the Family. She also has a way of gaining more tokens from the various other family members. So each of these will give you 1 additional token, or 3. 3, 3. Okay, 5 OTAC tokens, and you can see what it requires is resources. So, Lucent Terraglow, Pustulite, Tiametrite, so everything that you would farm out on the open world, you can come back in here, bring it to her, and see if you have anything that you can buy here. And typically they are somewhat related to the things that, what am I trying to say? Like, okay, see, like the OTAC tokens here, they want mostly minerals.
I know what
if I go to, where's the daughter tokens? Are there any daughter tokens?
Useful.
Got mother, those are basic resources. Daughter tokens typically will require a lot of fish parts. Father, not so much. Son, obviously there's no tags, so these are just other stuff that's out there. But yeah, so it's just basic farming resources that you can go ahead and come in here, give them to her, and get bonus tokens. This is a really nice way of farming extra tokens without necessarily having to run a whole bunch of bounties and stuff. So yeah,
well,
that's how you get standing with the Entrati.
I'll be right here.
It's actually not as hard as it seems. I know looking at tokens and seeing that most of them just cost like 100 is, yeah, it's kind of hard to swallow. But again, Sun tokens are the best with 500 standing. Just requires you to go outside and do some do some conservation, and you'll get tons and tons of tags, and then you go turn those tags in for his tokens, and then take those tokens to grandmother. You'll get tons of standing really, really fast. And if you have the ability to do so, you can also turn them in for grandmother tokens. And if you have all your Seraglass shards already, you can take those and turn them into massive amounts of standing really fast. It's not hard to rank this section up at all. The other thing Grandma does, since we're out here and it's here, Grandma oversees a few K-Drive races on the Cambion Drift. I don't recommend you do them. I can't stand them. I've never been able to complete one. But if you can complete them, there is a unique infested style K-Drive that you can earn by completing these races. Specific races. I think there's like 4 parts, so there's 4 specific races that you can do. Okay, ooh, and how lucky are we? Velocipods right here. We're going to come out and just show you guys the open world now that we're done with the quest. So the Velocipods, like I said, if you just approach them, they're docile, they won't harm you, you don't have to fight them, and if you get close enough to them, you can board them like a skateboard. And you can do tricks on them just as if they were a K-Drive. And as you saw, I actually get, there's an achievement you can get for doing that 20 times. The only caveat there is that you cannot do the same Velocipod 20 times. It has to be 20 different Velocipods. And then you'll get credit for it. There's 4 of them around here, I think. Or is it just 3? 1, 2, 3. Okay, it's just 3. But then also, like I said, these guys, they have tags. So now that you've gotten all of that, just go ahead and tranquilize him. We'll pick him up, and we'll get 3 purple Velocipod tags for that. Really,
contaminating,
really easy.
But not unworthy of affection.
Conservation on Deimos is by far the easiest of all three. Especially because of these Velocipods. Because you can just...
fully grown.
You'll find all three variants of the Velocipod just kind of hanging out in random places.
There.
And again, they're
Whatever
not hostile, they
nightmares
won't
spawn
run. You can just sit
you're
there,
ours
trank
now.
them, pick them up, gain your tokens, your tags. And then this happens as well. You see that? I'm sure you know what that is. Because we've seen that before. We saw it on the plains earlier today when we were doing conservation. That is a downed conservation target that has been attacked by the infested, and it has been downed. Now this is going to constitute a bad capture. It's a predacite. So we're going to kill everything surrounding it so that we can pick it up without difficulty. But as long as we don't attack it ourselves, he'll just stay there. He won't go away. What the hell just happened? That was really wild. Okay, you need to die. Y'all need to die. Because I want to collect this predacite. So, now that everything's dead, we didn't have to do any of the work. He's still just sitting here, so we're just going to pick him up. We didn't have to trank him or nothing. Again, this is a bad capture, so we only get one tag. But and we get a copy of the Vizier Predacite.
Good work.
That's one tag we didn't have to really try and farm.
And we can decide
like,
what
it just kind of gave it to us. Oh, and I just heard the call of something else. So, where is it? I heard it. And it disappeared. I don't know where it went. But yeah, conservation on Deimos is by far the easiest. And sun tokens at their base are the most valuable ones. And typically when you go and trade them for Grandmother, if you get a single Grandmother token that needs sun tokens, it's a 2-to-1. So you're giving, again, 2 500 standing tokens to Grandmother, and in return she's giving you one worth 15. It's a pretty good trade-off if you ask me. So yeah, now that this is opened up, I'm probably going to spend a lot of time here, along with the plains and with Fortuna, or Valis. I'm always going to call it Fortuna. Yeah, I'm going to spend quite a bit of time with the open worlds. When I'm not farming for Forma, we're going to be spending a lot of time with the open worlds. And just running around out here and doing various things. Mostly it's going to be conservation, fishing, and mining. And that's what I've been doing on the other two as well. Just after we opened them up, I've gotten them both up to rank 2. I'm close to rank 3 on at least one of them, I think. And all I've been doing is conservation, fishing, and mining. Haven't run really any bounties to speak of, except the level 1 bounty on the plains. I did that a few times, but that one again, we've done that in mission or during the stream. So it would be worthwhile to go and do it again, because it doesn't have the same objectives every time you do it. They do change, and so it would be worthwhile to go and do it just so you can see all the different bounty mission types that they have, and give you a chance to see how to complete each one. And we might do that, but not right now. Our next main priority, now that we're done hanging out here on the Necrolisk, our next priority is going to be opening the Jupiter Junction and doing a couple missions on Jupiter so that I can gain access to neural sensors. But now, I do want to show you now that we've done the Cambion Drift, remember that's where that node ended. Now we have the Necrolisk unlocked, and it's now available from the star chart to just go straight to it. There's going to be more. There's going to be a lot more that fills in this gap, and it does the exact same thing as once we unlock it, they'll appear on the map. And also, since we got that note about the new mission on Mars, there it is. Tiana Pass, this is the mirror defense. We're not going to do this today, but we will do this soon. Right now, we're going to do the Jupiter Junction, because we've gotten everything we need to open it. And I want to get to neural sensors. We've been streaming now for almost 9 hours, so I want to kind of wrap things up for the night. But not before we've had a chance to get to Jupiter and at least do one mission, so that I can start farming neural sensors. Alright. Who is our stalker this time? Oh, Valkyr. Yes, indeed, because Valkyr is farmed from the assassination mission on Jupiter. So. And just like the last one, she's down in a single shot. She didn't have a chance to use her fourth ability, which is great, because if she was turning that on, we'd be screwed. There we go. We have connected another solar rail. And we're headed for Jupiter. We have made amazing progress today. Got a blueprint for the Amphis, as well as some Arc Wing mods. And Arc Gun mods. Melee damage for Arc Melee, Cutting Edge, Enhanced Durability, Health for your Arc Wing, Rubitoline Barrel, just base damage for your Arc Gun. Really, really good. And the Amphis, which we can already build because we are MR5 and we have all the resources. That is fantastic. But we'll do that in a moment. Hello. What's this? Really? That's a Warframe.
Yes, and of course, we've saved the best for last. Excellent condition, as you can see.
There's Valkyr.
Now keep in mind, the core components will be diverted to the Zanuka program. Bidding begins at 3 million. Good luck, gentlemen. May our ledgers become ocean. Martin Caesar Tauri. In the name of Prophet, I commit thee to the void.
So, that was an introduction to Alad V, probably one of the most devious and evil corpus entities you'll ever find. And yeah, as you just saw, he was cutting up and dissecting Warframes, and then selling their parts on the black market. So yeah, we're going to really enjoy killing him when we get there. But again, that mission node specifically is Themisto. So we've got a little bit of runaround to do, but not too much. We got to start here at Alara, and then we're going to go to Adrasta, Io, and then Themisto to get to that. But again, I would also really like to find the spy mission, and I'm still pretty certain it's Carpo. Which sucks, but we're not going to worry about that today. We will get there probably in the next time we stream the walkthrough. Again, I'm going to be streaming on Wednesday, but we're going to be doing the new Veilbreaker content for Endgame. And then the next stream after that, we'll go ahead and we'll log back into this, and we'll see what changes they've made to the start of the game. Alright, but let's go ahead and do Alara. It's a survival mission, which is fantastic, actually, because I can benefit from that in multiple ways. But the most
Keep the
important
enemy
one
busy while
is,
a fellow tunnel
well, this is
operative
going to give
raids
me a
the ship
lot
for
of neural
supplies.
sensors.
Ready? Trigger the alarm.
Now for this, we're again only going to do 5 minutes to go ahead and complete the node. But then, considering it's a survival mission, I will probably come back later on my own time and farm it for neural sensors. A lot of neural sensors. Because I absolutely want as many neural sensors as I can get my hands on right now so that I can just build massive amounts of former. And we're going to get Hexanon as well, which is a unique resource to Jupiter. You will only find Hexanon on Jupiter. I believe it's weird to see that neural sensors are only available on Jupiter as well. Because it used to be, like, yeah, they were first available on Jupiter, but then I think they were also available on Saturn and a couple other later planets as well. So they have it say that it's only available on Jupiter now. It's kind of odd. But alloy plate, salvage, Hexanon, sadly no neural sensors yet. But that doesn't mean anything. Let's go ahead and keep hacking and slashing, and we'll open things like this, and that almost looks like a salvage crate. No. Come on, guys. Give me neural sensors. The thing in the codex told me that they dropped neural sensors on Jupiter. They're now on Jupiter, so give me neural sensors. They are the rare resource drop, though, so it might take a while to actually get some. But I would like to very much stay in this mission until we get at least one, so that we can start building our next forma. Yeah, the Jupiter map is actually very, very different from most other maps. It got its own unique rework a while back, and it's very nice. I actually really love playing around on Jupiter, at least in certain mission types. In others, I absolutely hate it. Because they have a lot of tiles that have like open air spaces that you have to jump across or find an alternate route. And it's not that it's not fun doing that, but when you're in a serious hurry to get the hell out of Dodge, and you come across one of those, hey, there we go, neural sensors. Found a sensor node. Ooh, careful here. That thing you can break. Here, I'll just break it. There we go. If you break it, it spits out a bunch of flame, and that does a lot of damage. Alright. Now that my map has collapsed, I don't know where I am or where I'm going. That's why I keep it open all the time, so that I can see it. I can see where I'm going while I'm doing what I'm doing. And you just kind of get used to it being up there, honestly. It's a bit of a hindrance. It makes it hard to see sometimes, but for the most part, you'll learn to just kind of ignore it. Look at that, a cyan and an amber in the same place. That's rare. Oh, another cyan. Wow. Being really nice to me right now. Now just give me a statue to go with him. Alright, this was a dead end. So we're going to come on back out here and down the other side. Keep making our way. There's another neural sensor thingy. Yay, we've got 2. That's 2 forma I can build. It's going to be very hard for me to put this weapon away. Oh, this room. I love this room. This room, you can turn it into a death trap for your enemies, because all of these are breakable. And then it just floods the room with gas. But in addition, you can hop up here, and this is a fun little tunnel, and it goes wee down here, and there's some loot down here. There's also this special door, which we're not going to worry about right now, because opening it is not going to get us anything of any significant value, but I will point out, just because I'm sure everybody just saw that panel and went, what is that? So that panel is directly related to this door. We will do those puzzles. Absolutely, because I loved figuring them out when I did, and now it's pretty fun to do them. They are a timed puzzle that involve hitting a bunch of various switches in sequential order based on the little symbols that you saw on the door from top to bottom. And then it will open that door. But it's a timed thing, and I definitely don't like doing it in missions like a survival mission where I'm constantly being attacked. I prefer to do those in things like capture missions, where after a certain amount of time of killing enemies, they all despawn and you have an empty map to just roam and explore. That's your best opportunity to do puzzles like that, because you have nothing else distracting you from just focusing on the puzzle. So yeah, probably spend a lot of time on Jupiter, because I love Jupiter. Really, oh, there we go. Broke the first one. As you can see, the other two, they've now got some special shielding on them. And then if I go and break that shielding, I can then continue breaking the tubes. And now this whole room is going to flood with gas. And has the potential to do damage to your enemies. Not enough to be anything really significant, and yes, it still hurts me too. Got these little gas fields that if I go through them... Oh. Yep. I don't know if I just got hit, but my iron skin's going down.
Running out of time. Consider extraction.
No, I'm not extracting yet.
Life support activated.
Wait, have we already been here for 5? Oh, yeah. We've already been here for 5 minutes. Holy crap. I did not realize that we were already past time. I was having fun. Alright, well then, let's,
I've delivered another life support capsule.
Ooh, I don't like you. There we go. Alright, let's go ahead and head for the exit. I said I was only going to stay in here for 5 minutes. It's been almost 10. Uh-oh. Gonna deviate, because I don't feel like falling down all the way. There we go. Now can I get back up? Yep, that's it. Perfect. I think I might stay in... Let's go ahead and grab this.
Critical life support levels.
We're almost to the 10-minute mark, so I think I might stay in just to the end of the 10 minutes.
Life support has been replenished.
Go ahead and grab all of these. It'll give us plenty of time. Nope, get down. Now, we will definitely spend some time exploring the Jupiter map, because it's very intricate and very well designed, and there are lots of puzzles to play with.
Life support incoming.
I absolutely love the Jupiter tile set. It's one of my favorites to explore. Like I said, I only have one caveat when it comes to this one, and that's because it's got these big open maps with these big gaps of space in between, like right down there,
additional life support has
that you
arrived.
can accidentally fall into, and when you're trying to get the hell out of Dodge quick, fast, and in a hurry, they can be a bit of a problem. But other than that, I love this map. And on basic missions like capture, exterminate, spy, especially spy, I love the spy missions here. The vaults are unique and interesting from the rest of the spy vaults in the star chart. I absolutely love them. So yeah, we'll be spending a lot of time on Jupiter, especially opening all the nodes. Alright, we're gonna hang out here for another 20 seconds. We should have plenty of oxygen. And then as soon as it gives us our next rotation reward, I will beat feet to the green dot, and we will get out of here. I didn't realize I was already in here for 10 minutes. 5 seconds. There we go.
Get ready for a capsule. Look what our Tenno operative just found. They could
Piercing
not
hit.
beat us without you.
2 neural sensors.
Another
It's a
job
good start.
well executed.
Yeah, see, location Jupiter. They're unique. Hexanon as well. Location Jupiter. Whereas salvage, well, it's everywhere. Same with alloy plate. And we got our lovely nav coordinates again. That are literally everywhere and completely worthless. Dropped from storage containers. Literally everywhere. You can have tens of thousands of nav coordinates and not even know it because they're a useless resource. Completely useless. Alright, let's see what other missions we just unlocked. Adrasta is sabotage and Metis rescue. Should we head for Themisto? Maybe? I don't know. Actually, the sabotage might be worth doing just because, well, it's a corpus ship sabotage, but it'll give me something that I can farm later other than survival. Because again, I don't do any mission nodes if I'm not streaming. So if we stop the stream now and I just farm neural sensors from what I've got, Alara is the only mission I can do. Because we've now done it on stream, it's unlocked, and that's it. So I do not do any other progression until I'm streaming. Looks like we are already complete exterminate mission at Teshub in Void. Really? That was it. That will give us the Limbo Theorem, the new Strange Quest, Sestra Blueprint, a Physique Aura, and 40,000 credits. Well now. And it's already ready. Okay, definitely going to save that for the next stream, because again, we're almost at 9 hours, and I think it's about time for me to wrap things up. We have done everything I expected to do today. So, we've got Deimos, which we will finish the nodes on Deimos next time. We've gone up to Phobos, we'll finish Phobos next time. We'll open up Iliad, and we can start farming Mag. We have the Void unlocked, so I can go ahead and use this to start farming Prime Relics and Argon Crystals to build Forma and other things that might need Argon Crystals. That is amazing progress. We've got Jupiter unlocked so that I can go ahead and start farming neural sensors, again, needed for Forma blueprints. Yeah, I'm going to go ahead and do Adrasta really quick. It's a ship tile set, it's not a Jupiter tile set, which kind of is a bummer, but I'd much rather have Adrasta than Metis, because I don't like rescue missions. And this will get us one step closer to that boss fight with Alad V, with that unique cutscene, which is old. It's been around a long time, I just didn't realize, because it's been so long for me, that when you open Jupiter, it plays that cutscene. I knew that cutscene existed. You can find it on YouTube, on the Warframe YouTube page. I did not know it was a thing in the game that you could trigger like that.
I need you to sabotage this ship's
this is just a
reactor.
ship sabotage.
The reactor is a complex system.
But
Start
again,
by
because it's on
removing the
Jupiter,
coolant cells.
it's a map that I'm
My
familiar
intel
with.
suggests
I
there
don't
are
have to
rich
worry about
enemy
wasting a
supply
bunch of
caches
time,
in the
like,
area, but I am
poking
unable
around.
to pinpoint their exact location.
Resources
Search
will
them
be
out
easy
if you
to
are willing
find.
to shoulder the added risk.
But doing this mission will give me something other than a survival to do. It'll give me options, basically, for farming neural sensors, is what I want. Good night, gentlemen. What do we have down here? Let's get rid of that. Aw, he was on his lunch break, and I just cut him in half. I'm sorry. I think. Maybe I'm not that sorry. There's another nav coordinate. Some more salvage. Anything back here? Nothing noteworthy. We got this location down here. Open that up. Hey, Solaris. Sorry, dude, I can't help you. Like, literally, I can't help you. It's not even a metaphorical thing. Or just me being an ass. I literally cannot unlock your shackles. Just get some... Hey, it's a cache. That's really good.
You found the
And
first
those might
resource
actually
cache.
make this
I'm
mission worth
detecting
farming.
2 more faint hints.
Because those caches will have some good resources in them. Some nice unlockables. Very worthwhile. Oh, hello. I saw that. Oh, nothing down here. Okay, just a random gap. There we go. Problem solved. Goodbye, camera. Aw, I can't slide through there. Oh, but we've got another cephalon fragment. Jupiter found. All right. Love it.
Wise Parvos, the low thief shall never know the cool caress of your
He might
crown.
actually be stronger now. Because as you go up the tier list of levels and stuff, those enemies, they get stronger. What are we up to? 19. Yeah, I can do the next level of bounties on the plains now. Which is good, because there's some mods and stuff in there that I really want.
With a new nickname.
But, kind of hoping...
You on business your flesh.
Sorry, dude. As I told your friend in the other room, I literally can't help you. I wish I could. I really do.
Nice.
But because it
Fulfill
requires...
your desire and others will follow. I follow Parvos to freedom.
Shut up. You're only alive because I chose not to hunt you. Quit your boasting. Yeah. My weapon is quite strong. Come on, give me another neural sensor, please. More hexanon, salvage, alley plate. No neural sensors. Yet. Alright. And it sounds like my family is finally back from dinner. So yeah, definitely it's time to wrap this up and call it a day. So, let's go ahead and make quick work of this.
The reactor is going into stasis.
Pop
now
that one.
Is your chance to complete this sabotage.
Come in here. Oh no!
Do
Nullifier!
make sure it never works again.
Come down here. Pick
A
that
coolant
up.
cell has been extracted.
Damn it, I really want another neural sensor. I know I've got 2 already, and I can farm more. But I want another one now. I want to end every mission with at least 1. Anyways, go ahead and slot this in.
A fuel cell has been placed in the coolant system. Restarting the reactor
we go
will
hack
produce
the terminal.
hazardous magnetic activity.
Oh man. Not too hard. There we go.
Guard the console and prevent lockdowns while
I'm not guarding the console. I don't need to guard the console on this mission. Alright. Our exit is on the other side of the room. Question is... how far do I gotta go to find it? Looks like it's gonna be pretty far. Not even sure I'm going the right direction. Just hoping. Winging it. Let's go this way. Nope, that's a dead end. Don't suppose you have neural sensors. Just need 1. Just want 1. 1 per mission. I don't think that's too greedy. Oh well. Okay, well, we found the end, and it's almost done. So we'll just stand here and wait. Mission over.
Mission complete. Excellent work, Tenno.
Yep, sadly no neurosensors there, but like I said, doing this mission now gives me some options to farm while I'm not streaming for missions that I can go ahead and go and get them. And I'll be getting a lot pretty quick. Especially that survival mission, that's going to be really nice. But also the supply caches in this one will be good as well. I will be farming the hell out of those. But that is going to do it for me today. I am going to go ahead and call it a night and see about getting myself some dinner and relax and let my family come down and enjoy some time of their own with entertainment without having to worry about whether or not they're going to disturb me. So, this has been fun. Thank you everybody so much for joining me today on Twitch. And if you're watching this on YouTube, I appreciate your views as well. I will be uploading this VOD to YouTube just as soon as the stream ends, so keep an eye out for that if you're waiting for it. But thank you very much. We will definitely be doing a lot more in the next walkthrough stream. But again, next stream will be on Wednesday, and we will be covering the Veilbreaker stuff. So I will be logging in to my main account so that we can do the end game Veilbreaker stuff and experience that. So if that's something you're looking forward to, be sure to hit that follow and the notifications so that when I go live, you can join me. And it should be a lot of fun.
Ordis is sorry.
And then we've got a lot of quests lined up to go ahead and do the next time we are in here for the walkthrough. And who knows what other things to expect with the new update and the new player experience stuff that they're bringing to the game. So it'll be very interesting to see. And I can't wait to experience it with you. But until then, stay safe, everybody out there. The world is hell right now, so stay safe, protect yourselves, have a lot of fun, and I will see you all in the next stream. Bye now.